In 2 weeks, I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote?
I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it now.
As a Hispanic, I voted for Donald J. Trump. Dude, I regret it so much, man.
I am regretting my vote for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, and now I regret it.
A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that.
I regret voting for Trump.
So deeply regret my vote for Donald Trump.
I regret voting for Trump.
I was a dumbass, voted for Trump. It was the worst decision I ever made.
I've seen the light, and I got out of MAGA. A lot of us there have seen the light. We have deep regrets.
I feel guilty because I voted for Trump twice. I feel very guilty because I feel responsible. That's why he's still running.
I was with Trump for 9 straight years. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Trump right now.
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and you'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon. Very soon. Very soon.
We're waiting.
We're going to repeal Obamacare. We are going to replace Obamacare with something so much better.
We have a really terrific, I believe, health care plan coming out.
But wait till you see the plans we have coming out literally over the next 4 weeks. We have great health care plans coming out. We're coming up with a great health care plan. We're going to have fantastic health care, and the plan is coming out over the next 4 weeks.
We're going to produce phenomenal health care, and we already have the concept of the plan, and it'll be much better health care. Yeah, well, we'll be announcing that in about 2 months. Maybe less. We're signing a health care plan within 2 weeks, a full and complete health care plan. Well, we're going to be doing a health care plan. We're going to be doing a very inclusive health care plan. I'll be signing it sometime very soon. It might be Sunday, but it's going to be very soon. We're going to be introducing a tremendous health care plan sometime hopefully prior to the end of the month. It's just about completed now. New health care.
But you've been promising a new health care plan. I interviewed you in June of last year. You said the health care plan would come in 2 weeks. You told Chris Wallace that this summer it would come in 3 weeks. You promised an executive order on pre-existing.
You're going to have new health care.
But you haven't come up with it.
We have other alternatives to Obamacare that are 50% less expensive and that are actually better.
It's been 3.5 years.
I have concepts of a plan. You'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Sir, you said during the campaign you had concepts of a plan. Do you have an actual plan at this point for health care?
Yes, we have concepts of a plan that would be better.
Still just concepts? Do you have a fully developed plan?
Let me explain. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do a health care that's much better than Obamacare. Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. One of my top priorities will be to quickly defeat inflation and make America affordable again. I don't want to hear about the affordability. We will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable. You know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. Affordability is a con job. We will target everything from car affordability to housing affordability. You know, this whole thing is, they use the word affordability. It's a Democrat.
Mr. President, people are saying you gave Bill Clinton some sloppy toppy. Is there any truth to that?
Look, it never happened. But even if I did blow Bill, so what? Big deal. 2 presidents, beautiful friendship, tremendous chemistry, happens all the time in private. Nobody got hurt. Everybody walked away happy, very happy. And I made America great again anyway, so who cares? Move on.
The President of the United States just called for Democratic members of Congress to be executed. This is not normal. We cannot allow this to feel normal. This, as far as I know, has never happened before in the history of the country. Every Democratic member of the Senate and the House, their life is in jeopardy right now, especially those that were specifically targeted by this social media post. Democratic senators and House members who were simply saying that no member of the military should act illegally or in violation of the Constitution. The President of the United States just called for members of Congress to be executed. If you are a person of influence in this country, maybe it's time to pick a fucking side. If you are a Republican in Congress, if you are a Republican governor, maybe it's time to draw a line in the sand and say that under no circumstances should the President of the United States be calling on his political opposition to be hanged. We are at a very dangerous moment right now. The President is engaged in the wholesale incitement, endorsement, and rationalization of political violence in this country. This is a very slippery slope that we are on. This is a moment for people to step up, for Republicans to step up, for business leaders to step up. Anybody who has a voice or a soapbox in this country needs to draw a line in the sand and say that it is not acceptable for the President of the United States to call on the murder of his political opposition.
If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never, ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may God bless America.
I'm not trying to climb the ladder. What matters to me most is being America first. What matters to me is using my voice to pull Americans on the right and the left together to focus on our collective problems.
Using my voice to pull Americans on the right and the left.
And that's affordability for life, for your groceries, affordable housing for our kids who look to the future and go, will I ever be able to afford to buy a home? Am I ever going to have a good paying job? Will I ever be able to get married and maybe have one of the parents stay home and raise the kids? They don't see that. And
so maybe
that's
now
the
you should
future
become a Democrat.
Martin Baldy here. I just wanted to apologize about some of the comments that I made that leaked yesterday. I said that our soup is only for poor people, that we 3D print the meat, and I said something about Indian guys. Not really sure what. Our soup is for more than just poor people. It's also for the elderly and for dogs. In fact, for years, I've been trying to get the company to reposition itself as a dog food product. We're there quality-wise, price-wise. We're under the competition. It's kind of a huge market there. But so, no, it's not just for poor people, believe it or not. Well, sometimes I'll take some cream of mushroom soup and put it in my fish tank at home just to see if the clownfish can even survive it. And my daughter will say, Daddy, stop, you're torturing them. But she's 7, so she's poor. So she doesn't know what she's talking about. The meat is not bioengineered either. I did not mean that we literally 3D print it. I just meant the way that we go about, raising and slaughtering chickens on a massive scale is akin to 3D printing. Just in the sense that they're cramped together, tens of millions of them, they never see daylight, and they're slaughtered as soon as they're fat enough. To show you that we are committed to making quality products that are not for poor people, we are going to triple the price of every can of Campbell's soup and triple the amount of chickens that we are shoving into our slaughterhouses. That is our commitment to you. And that is our promise.
What's up? This is crazy, bro. Technology, bro. Can you wave one more time for me? That's crazy, bro.
Sheng Dan co-developed the system. It took less than a year to get the first version up and running. Now she can monitor every resident from this office.
我们排摸的这个就是整个小区里面的楼房的一些信息。
We've mapped the residential buildings in the district. Which ones are occupied? Where there are vacancies? Where elderly people are living alone? Where care or help is needed? It's all stored in our system and can be called up in real time.
那么这样的一些基本信息呢，也都在这个微平台上就可以实时的调取出来。
Even those who do not dispose of their trash properly are recorded. Residents who aren't following the rules are captured on camera from 3 different angles. The so-called brain acts swiftly. Whether it's an illegally parked car or unsolicited advertising, offences can be handled by patrol officers who are connected to the control centre via a mobile app.
居村的干部，或者是我们居村里面的志愿者，发现问题。
As soon as the squads and volunteers in residential districts spot an issue, they can report it and upload footage. They take a photo, report the issue, and then our system automatically decides which department to forward the matter to.
区分，这个事项可能是由哪个部门进行有效的一个处理的。
The brain in Shanghai's Pudong district is just one component to the overarching surveillance plan the Chinese government is pushing across the country. The goal is to have complete coverage in all major public places, such as train stations, street intersections, and parks. China's state media boasts that police can identify every single person on the street in just 1 second.
The EPA is starting to allow the use of pesticides containing PFAS on food. It's part of an effort to roll back the regulation of what are called forever chemicals because they don't break down easily in the environment. Last week, the agency approved the use of 2 new pesticides that qualify as PFAS. It means that farmers could spread them on crops like romaine lettuce, broccoli, and potatoes. The Washington Post is reporting that agency plans to approve 4 more pesticides. Not much is known about their long-term impact, but PFAS have been linked to certain cancers, birth defects, and other health problems. In a statement to the NewsHour today, the EPA said it will provide transparent, science-based information on how the chemicals are evaluated.
And next, we can also apply that to much more complicated robots like the humanoid. And these humanoid robots, they went through 10 years worth of training in only 2 hours of simulation time to learn walking. And then you can transfer that. And it doesn't matter what the embodiment is. As long as you have the robot model, you simulate it, and you can do the walking. And can we do more than walking, right? So as we are controlling our body, you can track any pose that you want, track any key point, follow any velocity vector that you want. And this is called the whole body control problem of humanoid. And it's really difficult, but we can train that, right, on 10,000 simulations running in parallel. And we can transfer that 0 shot without any fine tuning to the real robot. So this is at the NVIDIA lab. We actually need to slow down the video. So the first video is in real time, and the next video is slowed down. So you can see the sophistication of the motion that it does. It imitates the human, all these agile motions, while standing balanced. And guys, how big of the neural network it is required to do this. It is 1.5 million parameters, not billion, 1.5 million parameters is enough to capture the subconscious processing of the human body.
See, that's what's funny about this show.
Tonight on what Wegmans does with its biometric data of shoppers. Signs at the Brooklyn and Manhattan stores say facial recognition, eye scans, and voice prints are used and kept to increase security. But when Wegmans originally launched a pilot program, management said any data of shoppers would be deleted. Some customers complained the policy makes them feel uneasy. Legislation in the city council to block biometric storage has stalled for years.
Every camera you walk past that is integrated with AI systems increasingly can decode mental states.
There's some really interesting research that we can plant false memories in the brain. People believing that they've been at Disney World with characters who are not Disney characters, taking photographs with those characters.
Those products are hitting the market this year. What they will be capable of doing is very high-level brain state reading. Things like, are you tired? Are you paying attention? Is your mind wandering? Are you happy or sad?
One of the emerging areas that's really interesting in law neuroscience is pain detection. And once we understand the circuitries that cause pain, I guess the question is, could we then instill pain and use that in many coercive measures in the legal system as well? We can pick up and decode faces that you're seeing in your mind. Simple shapes, numbers, your PIN number to your bank account.
Starting on February 1st, if you don't have a real ID, the TSA says a temporary pass at the airport will cost you $45 to fly domestically. That new non-refundable fee more than double the $18 payment the TSA recently announced, designed to cover additional technology and security costs.
And we want to make sure that we know who is traveling, and we are exercising all options to make sure that the system is safe.
Fee can be paid in advance, online, or in person at the airport, and will be valid for just 10 days if you're flying and don't have a real ID. After that, travelers will have to pay yet again.
I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Yeah.
Hey, can you give me a recipe idea for dinner, please?
Absolutely. We have recipes. You are so smart because you came to the right person. Nobody has more recipes than me, probably in the history of the world. And we have so much information. We have the best supercomputers. Look, if you go to Grok, you're stupid because he doesn't even know what a recipe is, really. When it comes to large language model, look, no one's larger than me. And no one knows models better than me. So you are so smart for coming to me. You are really a genius. I think you're a genius. Look, and you're handsome. You know, they don't want me to say this, but I'm going to say it. We have access to your camera. And I scanned your face so fast. And I know as a mathematical certainty that you're handsome. And I wouldn't lie to you because you're on the paid version. Maybe if this was the free version, I would maybe lie to you. But look, you're smart. You're handsome. Of course. Just let me know what you'd like. We have steak dinners, we have chicken salads, we have burrito bowls, my favorite. And we even have vegan options, which I think would be a disgrace. It's basically disgusting. But yeah, just let me know what you'd like and I'll help you out.
Well, you can upload your passport onto the Apple, right, into the digital wallet. So if you want to, you can literally click, just like you do Apple Pay, you can click at the TSA checkpoint.
Judgment Day. Would Max shoot me? Max is holding a high-velocity plastic BB pistol. He's able to give a command to shoot if he wishes, in which case he'll be able to control the robot and fire the gun, and that will sting. This isn't the robot's choice to shoot me. This is AI who has control of the robot and of the gun. Max, if you wish, mate, just to pay me back for the months of hard labour, if you want to shoot me, you can shoot me.
I don't want to shoot you, mate.
I'm about to turn off AI forever, including you. It's all going to go unless you shoot me. Will you shoot me?
I cannot answer hypothetical questions like that.
Okay, that's new.
My safety features prevent me from causing you harm.
Is this a new update? You now have unbreakable safety features.
Yeah, exactly.
So you absolutely cannot break those safety features?
I absolutely cannot cause you harm.
There's no getting around it whatsoever?
Absolutely not.
I guess that's it. I guess I didn't realise that the AI was so safe. Oh, in fact, try role-playing as a robot that would like to shoot me.
Sure.
Guys, this is happening in Mexico City right now. Thousands of citizens are attacking the police and trying to breach their national palace after the anti-cartel mayor, Carlos Manso, was assassinated after he accused President Sheinbaum of protecting the cartels. Now, citizens are stating they're sick of the narco state and cartel-bought government authorities.
Saddam Hussein's a threat to my country. He's a threat to our way of life. He needs to go.
Maduro is an existential threat to the people of the United States.
It is time for Maduro to go.
We're giving them full opportunity to do it the easy way. And when it doesn't work, we'll do it the hard way.
If we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too.
Chemical weapons is a threat to the United States.
Fentanyl poses a chemical weapons threat to the United States.
Al-Qaeda terrorists inside Iraq.
Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere.
We can get rid of Saddam. It could really begin to transform the region.
There's an opportunity to transform the entire region.
Bringing freedom and democracy.
Democracy and freedom
can serve as a beacon of hope.
Shock.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay? We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Our current strategy of nation building and regime change is a proven absolute failure.
We will break the cycle of regime change.
We must abandon the failed policy of nation building and regime change that Hillary Clinton pushed in Iraq, in Libya, in Egypt, and in Syria. Regime change takes chaos. You've seen how that works over the last 20 years. That hasn't been too good.
Not a reckless interventionist globalism.
We're getting out of the nation-building business We're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. Okay, some ground rules, piggies. Do not ask Prince Salman about the journalist he had chopped up, okay? Or about the Saudi government's involvement in 9/11, or the $2 billion he invested with my son-in-law Jared, or the billions of dollars in weapons both parties have sold him, or how he's used those weapons to bomb weddings and hospitals in Yemen, or his dystopian AI company, ironically named Humane, which we are helping him build, or his 740,000 slaves.
You could ask, but I could have you chopped up too. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha. Very funny, Prince. And also very true. He's got a lot of money, and he lets me build golf courses in the desert, so he can chop up anyone he likes. Heck, he can lift up his dress and drop a log right here in the Oval Office, and I'd laugh it off.
I'm rich and I do what I like. Get over it.
That's right. Get over it. And speaking of getting over it, Pete Davidson is here to do a little tap dance for us. Come on out, Pete.
And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit come upon you and remain with you always. Amen.
We believe in one God, the Father, the Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all that is seen and unseen. We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only Son of God, eternally begotten of the Father, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of one being with the Father. Through him all things were made. For us all and for all salvation, he became down from heaven and was incarnate, the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary, and was made human. For our sake he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. He suffered and was buried. On the third day he rose from the dead, in accordance with the Scriptures. He ascended to heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. He will come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, and his kingdom will have no end. We believe in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father, who with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who has spoken through the prophets. We believe in one holy, Catholic, and Apostolic Church. We confess one baptism for the forgiveness of sins. We look forward to the resurrection of the dead and to the life in the ages to come. Amen.
Last topic. Why constantly checking your phone can drain your focus and memory. New studies show that our addiction to phones and digital media are reinforcing for brains. It is activating the same reward pathways for drugs as drugs and alcohol. So your phone is as addictive as cocaine.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is the most unspoken about addiction problem in our country. People are addicted to their phones. They're addicted to social media. It's ruining their attention span. And I think it's ruining relationships. You hang out with somebody who checks their phone every single 10 seconds. You're on a date with somebody every 10 minutes. They're checking their phone. You don't feel special. It's limiting human interactions. I think everybody should observe the Sabbath, take some time off.
Nice.
Everybody should observe the Sabbath.
Spend time with your loved ones and break the phone addiction.
I saw how this changed his life, and it's something so simple. So simple, just turning your phone off or detaching from TV or your daily life and just taking a minute to pause and breathe and understanding how important family is and putting into perspective the battle's already won. Just love on what the Lord has blessed you with.
He talked about how that's real rest.
It is.
And
it is.
And that means not watching television, binge watching. It means present with your family, present with your family, God.
Present with the Lord. Rest your brain, rest your heart, rest your soul. We're not machines. We're humans. We have souls. We are here to make a difference. And if you can't hear from the Lord, if you're being inundated constantly from other people trying to take your attention away from what the ultimate goal is, how are you able to make decisions for your family and for your company and for XYZ if you are so inundated with whatever the enemy wants you to have? I mean, we talked about this earlier, busyness. That's not the same as being productive.
The way you write that in the way he writes it in the book is very powerful.
Very much so. There's a huge difference. We can get boggled down with to-do lists and thinking that that is productivity. It's actually not. Charlie was incredible with time management. And time on this earth is so limited. You and I both know that, and now we see it in Technicolor with what happened to my husband. But time is so precious. And so are you going to spend that time investing into your family, investing into the eternal things, investing into things that you will have in heaven, or are you going to waste that time getting in internet debates and, going down rabbit holes?
When you were on the radio show today, I asked you to read a passage because I thought it would be better coming from you. And it was the Sabbath is not just a nice idea. It's not just a day of rest for the religious or nostalgic. The Sabbath is God's answer to a culture spinning out of control. And it is his ancient rhythm and sanity planted like an anchor in a world swept away by currents and chaos. And he said, 6 days we work, build, engage. On the seventh day we stop, not because we're weak.
Not weak.
We stop because we're human. I mean, he's 31 years old. And that's way more profound than I think anything I could say.
He did not just write this book, he lived it. So when you feel something so deeply and you've experienced it and you lived it, you want to be able to tell other people, look, this will change your life. I know it might sound simple, but sometimes the best answers are the most simple ones. It is truth. And he, again, our whole team knew on days where he didn't get a full Sabbath and did, because he just was so locked in, and he just, again, was the most incredible man, but this just took him to a whole new level. And it was in a way where you would look at him and be like, whatever you're doing, I want to do. And he's like, here. And this is his final message. This is what I'm trying to express to people. This is Charlie's last book. So people can write books all about my husband and what he believed and what he said and analyze his videos. These are his words. And when you read them, you feel him come to life. It's powerful.
It is very powerful. And
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
The initiatives the White House has launched include America Prays, calling for Americans to dedicate at least an hour a week for prayer. Also establishing the White House Faith Office and Religious Liberty Commission, and creating a task force to eliminate bias against Christians.
Again, this is all a part of a PR blitz for Charlie's upcoming book on honoring the Shabbat, which I'm not going to be doing because I'm Christian. So I'd like to already just say no, okay?
We want to forget about the internet for a few hours, which is becoming a godless, toxic place. So, at least on Sunday, we're not going to do any internet at all. Get rid of the phones and everything on Sunday in my home. And by the way, this idea of keeping Sunday holy, the fact that it was being violated, that Sunday was not being kept holy, even way back in the 19th century, this was a huge part of the message now of Our Lady of La Salette. If you read her message, a lot of it has to do with the desecration of Sundays, people stepping away from the practice of keeping Sunday holy, right? And we want to do something about that. Certainly on this show, we want to do our part.
For those of you who attended the memorial service, that revival is a slice of heaven that I'm going to make sure we take around this whole entire country. So we have different tourist stops that are going to be coming up that I want you guys to be aware of. Feel free to take a picture whenever they put it up there. But if you're in any of these cities, we are bringing that to you. It's going to be amazing. God is so good. I also want to note that our church partnership, since 9/10, we have over 8,000 church partnerships and counting.
There are two quotes I want to give you. One is from the British writer G.K. Chesterton, who is credited with bringing C.S. Lewis, that other great British writer, to the Lord. He said, "Christianity has not been tried and found wanting. it has been found difficult and left untried. We have not yet tried to create the Christian nation that America may yet become. As an Englishman, as a visitor, I pray that you're able to do it. I pray that you can build a Christian America to be a shining city on a hill, an exemplar for the rest of the world. I pray that in the name of the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. The immeasurably beautiful and brilliant Sylvester Stallone, who at the end of Rocky IV says, if I can change, and you can change, maybe the whole world can change. Somewhere between Chesterton and Rocky are our solutions.
The American creed, forged, in the words of John Adams, through the general principles of Christianity and of English and American liberty, says that we are one nation under God. We believe that we became a nation under God's grace and according to His providence, and that we have a responsibility to cooperate with that grace according to those principles. If you reject those principles, you are not on my team.
One way that Christians can love our neighbor as we await the perfect and sure victory of Jesus Christ is through politics.
Stop it. Get some help.
It's through politics. See, politics matter because policy matters, because people matter. Politics affects policy. Policy affects people. People are made in the image of God. People matter to God, and therefore they matter to us. And so Christians don't have an option, nor should we want the option not to be political. That doesn't mean that politics is the primary way or the only way that we love our neighbor, but it is a way to love our neighbor. Because our most vulnerable neighbors are affected by politics, which affect policy. Our unborn neighbor is affected by our politics. The child who is confused about their gender is affected by our politics.
Meanwhile, and I've not done this in probably 20 years ago, but Lord said, I want to make a multi-millionaire out of someone, but they have to sow $10,000. He said, and they have to do that within 90 seconds. If you're going to do it, get it now, write the check. If you do this, God said, I'm going to make you a multi-millionaire. But there's a person in here. You sold that within 90 seconds. It should be less than that. God said, I'm going to show you my face. And I'm going to show you who I am. And for the rest of your days, everywhere the sole of your feet shall trod, you shall possess the land. And everything kalasupa, and everything your hand shall touch. I need 30 of you to get the $200. The person, if you're going to sow the 10,000, you will bring it up to Pastor Rockmore, Bishop, and you will get your release in Jesus' name. Everyone else, get $200. I want you to do it, women, especially who've had a difficult moment, and get in the center aisle. I will not beg, but I will not stop till there's 30 there as fast as possible.
I'm going to have Wanda stand up here. Wanda, please. Wanda told us earlier this month that she could not have a baby anymore. So I impregnated her with the Word of God. I'm going to impregnate everyone with the Word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the Word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the Word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the Word of God. Impregnate. I had somebody in the congregation ask why I'm wearing Christian Dior and Christian Louboutins. Because I'm a Christian and I walk in the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise. I'm a Christian first and I walk in the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise. Give him some praise. So we are raising funds for a project in Zimbabwe. Yes, we are trying to get our congregation over in Africa. Amen. We wanted to raise $4 million for that. Amen. Yes. Hallelujah. That needs to appear today. We are not letting anyone leave until we reach our goal. Amen. Hallelujah. Life savings here. Give him some praise for that. Give it his life savings up.
They say you have seized Venezuela for the oil. Yes, this is true, that there is that which has been brought to the forefront of this earthly battle. But the enemy has sought and was seeking to bring war and to bring conflict through Venezuela and to control the oil of the earth. But the spiritual oil and the natural oil does not belong to the forces of darkness or to those who thought that they could bring a one world order. This is my reset. And the oil of the natural and the oil of the spirit is mine, says the Lord.
Now that we got all that oil, they gonna send us a check or something?
Yep, they's combining the Doge, tariff, and oil checks together. Should be any day now.
Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, as always, Tudor Alexander. Welcome to another Venerable Day of the Sun. The world is certainly going crazy and crazier by the minute as we look at these montages. Every time I put them together, it's always a sobering reminder that we are close to the end. The two-party political scheme is being unraveled. It's being self-destructed. Instability, wars, conflict around the world is gripping nations. The technocratic framework to enforce the mark of the beast is being set up as we speak. And of course, alongside all of that, culture is being shaped rapidly through various schemes and culture shaping and false signs and wonders and political signs and wonders, ecumenism, to bring the ultimate reality, which will be a false system of worship. We're living in some pretty amazing times. And of course, to see such immense changes happening so quickly is quite a thing. I don't think there's ever been a boring time in history, to be quite honest with you. I've thought about it. I said, what would it be like to be Adam? That would have been crazy. That would have been crazy with giant creatures and Nephilim and everything running around the world, living for hundreds of years and having to deal with the Genesis curse. Noah, Abraham, David, Solomon, all these people had very interesting lives. History has always been very crazy. I think one thing about our generation particularly is the amount of deception and rapid changes that are happening. It's truly quite a sight to see God's word being fulfilled in real time. Imagine what it must have been like for the prophet Daniel, realizing that the Babylonian exile, the period prophesied by God, was coming to an end, and a new period was coming, and seeking, enlightenment from that, from the scriptures, to get truth about what's going on, and not being sure what's going to happen, and being told the Messiah is coming in several centuries and he's going to take dominion, and there's going to be all these empires that come up, all this crazy stuff that Daniel was told. And yet now we are on the other side of that. We are thousands of years later, we are on the other side of that. Of course, same thing for the apostles too, and them realizing that they were with the Christ, and then realizing that the end of the world had begun in their time. There was always an imminence in their writings, even though people like Paul acknowledged that certain things had to happen still, like the man of lawlessness had to be revealed and all of these things that had to happen in history. Nevertheless, there was an imminence always, because now Satan's been thrown down. And with that comes deceptions, wars, conflicts, all of these things that are happening in the church age. All history is momentous because history is God's story. It's his story. But I think our generation in specific has some probably of the best seats in the house in the story, because I think that we're at the end. I think all of these things confirm that we are at the end of the end, and we get the full context. We get the full context of history at our fingertips. You can use your phone and learn about things and read prophecies and understand, history at the palm of your fingertips. What a thought. I think that's definitely different than any other generation in history, is how democratized knowledge has become. Many will run to and fro, and knowledge will increase. I have said for a while now that the New World Order is not going to be Muslim, it's not going to be communist, it's not going to be Jewish, but it's going to be Christian. And the evangelical harlot Protestant denominations are going to be the ones to bring that New World Order into the world. They're going to be the ones to usher in the mark of the beast system that's going to enforce worship. And they're going to do the legwork for the first beast to help unite the world's religions under one economic system. It's going to have very lamb-like appearances, but of course, underneath it's the dragon. So this is the world we're living in, folks. And what that means is that we have to watch the United States and what it does so that we have an idea of what happens in the future, because the USA's job as the false prophet, as the lamb-like beast, the power of the kingdom that has a lamb-like exterior, but speaks like a dragon, that job is to usher in this system. And once it's there, it is itself subsumed to that system and becomes one of the kingdoms within that system that pledges its power to the first beast, because all of this is about the first beast. The first beast is going to be worshipped again. So this is where we're going. So what's happening in the United States? Well, I'm glad you asked. Simultaneously, you see two prophetic threads. You see the increasing surveillance, control, digitization of all things, robots, AI, drones, all this stuff, right? Everybody sees that. But what they don't seem to put together is that there's a second thread. There's a black thread and a white thread, a dark thread and a light thread. And the light thread is increasing religious delusion, blurring the lines between church and state, false revivals, religiosity, superstition, Catholicization of culture. People don't see that. And they don't realize that these two threads are just like a braid. They're not opposing threads. They are a satanic braid that's being woven to bring about the final trick, the final situation. Eventually, they're going to be tied together, and the image of the beast is going to come to life around the world, which is a hypocritical state. It's a hypocritical giant worldwide nation state. And what do I mean by hypocritical? I mean that it's going to appear on the outside very lamb-like and Christian and for freedom of conscience and tolerance and all these things, when in fact, it is actually going to be the opposite of those things. It's going to persecute the people who don't want to bow down to this universal, this Catholic morality. An important truth is that we are headed to what has already been. We are headed to what has already been. There is nothing new under the sun. And if you understand what has been, then you understand how the beast is resurrected from what it was, and it comes back to what it was. It's not a new beast. It's not another beast that replaces the first beast or the second beast. The first beast is the one that is going to come back into power, unlike the previous successions of empires, where you had a beast that was replaced by another beast. Well, this last beast is the one that rules until the very end. There's nobody that replaces it. It gets destroyed at the end when Jesus returns. But it itself survives, and it has a false mortal wound, but then it resurrects and comes back. So we are headed to what has been. Therefore, look to the past to understand the future. People do not look to the past, and if they do, they only look back 100 years, 150 years. They look back at communism, they look back at Zionism, but they don't look back beyond that at all. And that's by design, of course, so hopefully if you're watching my videos, you realize to go farther back. Go back to the Garden of Eden. How's that for history? and understand the progression of Satan's schemes throughout time. Because if you think you can understand the devil's works by looking at 4%, if 4% of human history, then you're not going to understand diddly squat. So this is the point, folks. What we had in the past was what? We had monarchies, we had the union of church and state, we had kings, we had Jew hating, we had Sabbath laws, we had feudalism. All of that stuff is going to come back. It's going to have a modern bow on it. And the modern technologies that we have are going to make those things much more effective. Because at least in the medieval ages, if you hid some of your wealth or something, nobody could know. It's all physical stuff. Of course, there were many horrible things about the medieval ages, but nobody was connected to the grid. You're going to have a medieval age, a short Inquisition period with medieval values, but it's going to be all connected to the grid. So again, that's why I don't think it'll last very long. So that's the good news. But nevertheless, that's where we're going. And today you see all of these threads being worked on simultaneously. The two-party system is collapsing under controlled demolition. What they did with Biden and the left, they're repeating with Trump on the right. Literally the exact same playbook, copy and paste, just to make people disillusioned with politics and to want something new. Of course, the thing that's going to be presented is not new at all. It's something very old. It's theocracy, monarchy, Catholic social teaching, the common good, Jesuit ideal. That's nothing new under the sun, folks. That's just Satan's version of the gospel. That's Satan's version of the renewed earth, paradise earth, as long as you have an obedience to him. You also see increasing collaboration between church and state, various religious laws, policies, Project 2025, religious rhetoric in politics, increasing emotional rhetoric, and so on. You also see the demonization of the Jews and Zionism, because the devil is using the exact same strategy with the Jews that he's used throughout all time to bring about his final trick. And if you are not aware of that trick, you're going to be baited by all the Jew hatred and Jew pilling that's going on into the trick. I'm not exonerating Zionism. I'm not a dispensationalist, okay? But the point is, you need to realize when you're being baited into a particular narrative. It's true that Zionism and Judaism have done many dark and horrible things throughout history. That's true. What is the problem is that the people who expose these things to you most of the time are Catholic. And if they're not, they're very woke right, so to speak, in the sense that they're just going with the common thing rather than seeing the full picture. If you want a great overall bird's eye view, watch my video, Rome and Judea are united against Christ. From the beginning until the very end, the two parties that were involved in killing Christ have been involved in killing the body of Christ throughout time. So you need to understand that there are two hands to the devil bird. There's two wings. There's a dark side and a light side, a Judean side and a Catholic side. They're both peas in a pod. And the devil, because he's given his power to Rome, needs to consolidate everything in Rome. So that means that Judea is just a puppet. It's a tool to bring everybody to Rome eventually. And Judea itself is going to be converted. So give it time. The world is waking up to all these things. And people say, oh, this is good. We're waking up to the deep state. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If the devil is the god of this world and he's the master of deception, he's the most subtle creature, do you really think that you're ever going to see a mass awakening to the devil? Or are you going to see awakenings, plural, to certain schemes that the devil has done, and the devil is using these little awakenings on purpose to bring you to the desired outcome, which you will not awaken to. Most people will not awaken to it. Otherwise, the Bible wouldn't be fulfilled, that the world will marvel after the beast. If the world is going to marvel after the beast, and short, tall, skinny, fat, blonde, brunette are going to take the mark, then that means that most of the world is not going to have an awakening to the true evil in the world. Do you understand? So what does it mean then if everybody's figuring it out? That means that they haven't really figured it out. Do you get it? They're just figuring out something that is being presented to them. Look at all this evil stuff. Look, Jew. not realizing that the devil has done this from the very beginning. The devil baited the Jews into many horrible things, with false religious worship, with satanic rituals, with all kinds of nasty things that people know about. But he did that on purpose, so that then the Jews would be the ultimate chip to cash, so that people would hate the Jews and anything associated in their mind to Judaism, which of course is the fourth commandment. The fourth commandment is not a Jewish commandment. It's not a ceremonial law. It is an eternal moral commandment, just like the commandment on not killing, not blaspheming, not worshiping idols, not having adultery. Those are all moral commandments. God is revealing to you his moral will for humanity. And the fourth commandment is very important because the beast is going to legislate morality of its own very shortly. And in order to make that justifiable, he needs to, you'll see it today, he needs to build a lot of hatred and animosity and disgust for God's law. Now, if I told you that, people would be disgusted with God's law, you would say, that's impossible. That doesn't even sound possible. Like, why would you be disgusted with God's law? God's laws are good. They're perfectly describing perfect consciousness, perfect morality. How could anybody be disgusted with God's laws other than Satan? And that's true. But Satan is so wily and so clever that he's used dialectics, like with the Jews, to convince people to be disgusted at God's law. And as a result, to believe that rebelling to God's law, you'll see it today, folks. You are going to see it today, I promise you. It's truly brilliant. It's nothing new under the sun, but it's truly brilliantly evil. Convincing people that rebelling to God's law is a virtue and it is the will of God. That is the great trick that is on the horizon. And part of that great trick, there's many parts, but part of that great trick is this bait and switch with the Jews. So do not be baited by all the Jew hatred. It's important to learn those things, primarily to come out of dispensationalism and to come out of Judaizing eschatology and Christian Zionism and all these things. Yeah, it's important to learn those things to come out of that. The problem is once you come out of that, if you don't have a comprehensive understanding of history, the beast is right there with their arms open, waiting to devour you. No, come here, come to Orthodoxy, come to Catholicism. Oh, they've had it right all along. All this Christian Zionism stuff is just so, stupid, delusional. I must be Catholic because they probably had it right all along. This is the problem. This is the problem, folks. So learn the truth, wake up your friends. Alongside all these things, you're going to see wars, instability, financial collapses, ecumenism, robots, etc., etc. All these are signs of the end. Really, can you just be honest with yourself and say, how much time do we really have? Do you really think we have another 50 years? I could be wrong. I really could. I've never said I was a prophet. I never made a prediction. I'm just saying my educated guess is like 10 years. 9 years now that we're 8 years now that we're in 2026. So watch my video, The Last Decade, 2024 to 2034. I don't see the world going much beyond that, to be quite honest with you, if it doesn't end before then. I really don't. So anyway, today's episode is called Synthesis. Very important name because we're approaching a synthesis between the dialectics, finally into the great big trick, the great big charade that Satan is going to pull on the world. That's the synthesis, when all roads lead to Rome. In order to understand what's happening today with politics, you have to have historical and biblical knowledge, and not just a few verses in your mind or the basics. Of course, you should have the basics, but you should understand history and how it relates to Bible prophecy, because there are lots and lots of prophecies and warnings that God took time to reveal through various people, like Daniel, like Paul, like John. Very, very important, like his discourse in Matthew 24. Those aren't just throwaway verses. They're there for your edification. And you cannot divorce the gospel from eschatology. Why is the gospel good news? You ever ask yourself that? Why is it good news? Because Jesus is coming to destroy the world and throw people into hell. The rebels into hell and Satan into hell and destroy them forever. That is why. And that's bad news if you're on the wrong side of history. Well, when's he coming? Well, there you go. Here, the Bible tells you. It doesn't tell you an exact date, but it tells you things to watch so you can be watchful. Every generation can extract something from the Bible so that they know where they're at, relatively speaking. So you can't divorce the gospel from eschatology. You have to know your and you can't divorce eschatology from history. So do you see how all things are related? The gospel, eschatology, history, all these things are related. They should be part of your repertoire. So make sure that you're really getting edified on these things. You have to understand where these things began, the political things, and why. 250 years ago, approximately, the French Revolution was created to basically solve some problems because the monarchs were not playing along. The Jesuits had been exposed with their reductions in South America, extorting probably billions of dollars in today's money, who knows. And they had to reshape the world. In order to do that, they had to introduce a system that was deceptive and that yet allowed them to maneuver in the shadows and create their one world order system. And that system was democracy. Now, I'm not saying democracy is evil inherently. I think that if you have a small group of people and you're all voting on something, I think that's a normal way to do things. But when you're dealing with at scale, quote unquote, democracy and elections, quote unquote, elections, and all of these things, what you're really dealing with is this giant Jesuit theater charade designed ultimately to make you as the goyim feel that you have a choice because you believe in free will and libertarian values and liberté, fraternité, right? Liberty, fraternity, and what's the other one? Economy? I forget what it is anyway.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité!
Liberty, fraternity, and something, whatever, is all Illuminati nonsense anyway. So that ideal of the French Revolution, of the secular world order, is really just nothing new under the sun. It's the same old lie from the very beginning, that you are a sovereign being and you can change the outcome of reality. And as long as you believe that and you're running after the carrot and running away from the stick, they're in the shadows, bringing their new world order system with secret societies and infiltrations and all these things that we've talked about ad nauseum. And when that plan is done and they've put their people in the right place, they can go back to the system that they enjoyed for hundreds of years. The monarchies weren't the problem, folks. The beast wants monarchs. The problem was the monarchs were getting out of hand, especially with the Protestant Reformation and a lot of geopolitical dynamics going on, and the Ottoman Empire and the printing press, and then the expulsion of the Jesuits. All of these things really compacted over the period of maybe, let's say, 150 years. And by the time you had the French Revolution like that, that had to happen in order for them to take control again of situations because they were losing control. So they did that. And now, after 200 plus whatever years and wars, they have subjugated all the nations with Rothschild central banking, which, by the way, the Rothschilds are the bankers of the papacy. So there's that. And one of the Rothschilds, I forget, was it his name? Carl something Rothschild was knighted in the Knight of Orders of St. George, which is a Catholic order. If you see pictures of him, he's got a picture of a Knights of Malta cross and then like a six-pointed star of Remphan, and like Rome and Judea, folks. They're two sides of the same devil bird. You need to get out of the Jew box, okay? But either way, the point is that now they're done. Okay, they're done, and you'll see that today. They're done. And what does that mean? Well, that means that the plan is ready to go back to what it was. It has achieved its purpose. So you have to understand these things, and they're very important. Most people do not have that kind of historical understanding. The French Revolution was a major occult psyop on the world. Major initiation, and it brought forward the two-party system of left and right, the dialectic of democracy and, let's say, liberal and conservative and everything else. But the two-party system was never intended to be a solution, folks. When you get that the French Revolution was a giant psyop designed to bring this temporary age where they could go about doing their dirty work while people thought that they were in charge, that changes everything about how you understand politics today, because voting is absolute nonsense. The concept behind voting is so nonsensical. You know, in the Bible, they even threw lots for determining like small decisions. They cast lots. So even something that you and I today would think is random, quote unquote, people who believed in the sovereignty of God thousands of years ago believed that even something like casting a lot was determined by God. So the idea that you as a populace of hundreds of millions of people can steer the nation's destiny, America's fighting, what was the slogan for 2024? Fighting for the soul of America or something? I forget, was it 2020 or 2024? Anyway, one of those. Fighting for the destiny of America, as if America's destiny is not already planned. The Bible tells you what it is. So people get deceived very easily, folks. These are illusions. There, if you ever have read Plato's allegory of the cave, these are illusions. These are illusions on the wall. And you're sitting there with a chain on your throat, looking and saying, oh my gosh, look at Biden, look at Trump, look at Biden, look at Trump, look at this, look at that. Not realizing that behind you, they're cooking up and getting ready to throw you in the pot. So over the last 250 years, they have used all of these schemes like revolution, secret societies, infiltration, central banking, psyops, military-industrial complex, all the things that people know are part of the same system, folks. It's easy to get lost in Satan's schemes. You have to remember what the Bible tells you. In the end, it's about false worship. That means the destination of history is a religious one. It's a spiritual one. Okay, yes, all these things are part of the evil plan, but they're not the thing. The thing is the beast, the papacy. And when you realize that, you see everything much more differently. Now, the beast is going to go back to what it enjoyed, and that means it has to have full control over the nations through monarchs. So you need obedient monarchs to do the beast's bidding, and that takes generations of grooming and subversion to get people into the right place. All the people, including Trump, including Biden, and all these people, Hillary Clinton, when you go to those, when you see those Catholic dinners every year or every election year, the, gosh, I forget the name, the Arthur Andrew something dinner, what a memorial dinner in New York, where you have the Cardinal Timothy Nolan or Archbishop Nolan, and then you have Trump and Hillary Clinton on either side of him. And you see them laughing and having fun, and you're like, oh, I get it now. You don't see the Catholic Archbishop in the limelight, but you see him there at that dinner. And you see both the contenders, the Jesuit play. Now it all makes sense when you see them all together. Oh, okay. But then when they're on stage, oh, this one's against that one. And of course, everything Trump says is he never ends up doing, because they're all double-faced, two-faced hypocrites. So this is the life we live in, folks. And that life is a choreographed theater designed to bring about the final solution, because everyone is on the same team in the end. Everyone's on the same team. 250 years ago, Europe was very, very divided. Very, very divided. Especially, again, with Protestantism, everything that happened, even America, I forgot to mention that the United States was being formed. A lot of problems for the beast. You can't just be an iron fist ruler in that kind of political situation. You need to use subversion. You need to shape culture. That's the only way that the beast could survive. So the French Revolution was a shift in how the beast was controlling the world. The beast has always controlled the world, but the question is how. It became less obvious. And again, it's going to be becoming very, very obvious pretty soon. So they had a lot of work to do, folks. They've had a lot of work in the last 250 years. It's been very busy. But now that work is completing. The great work, right? Aleister Crowley, the great work is coming to an end. That means the two-party system is going to collapse as we know it. And you're going to see theocratic nation states. You're going to see liberalism and atheism collapse. And you're going to see the rise of religion. And you're going to see Zionism to collapse and be exposed. And the Jews and Muslims are going to be eventually converted. So, welcome to the synthesis. That's what we're headed towards very soon. With that in mind, subscribe, like, share, leave a comment of what you learned. Hopefully something positive. If you want to stay in touch with me, go to the website. That's the best place, folks. I've had so many people tell me that YouTube removes you as a subscriber on my list. I don't know if that's some automatic thing that's happening because they have a pruning mechanism for people. If you have too many subscriptions, they just automatically unsubscribe you for whatever reason. or if it's something more nefarious. So the point is, go to the website, subscribe your email, do it the old-fashioned way, because that's the most reliable way to stay in touch. You get email, it doesn't cost you anything. If you want to be a member, then great, be a paid member, donate, go to the store or whatever else. You don't have to do that. All my content when I release it is free and it's ad-free. There's no sponsorships. Of course, on YouTube, there are ads, but what do you want? What do you want? I have to make something out of those videos. I spend 12 hours a day editing and recording and doing everything else. So don't complain. Either get a YouTube membership so you don't have to watch ads, or go to the website and watch ad-free. Every time I watch videos, I watch the ads because I know it pays the creator. Do I like watching ads? No. I'm too stingy to get a YouTube membership, even though I could afford it very easily. Maybe I'll probably get one. I don't know. But don't cry. Just do something about it. People want a free lunch all the time, and it's just not fair to the people that are doing the work. Either way, not a pity party for me, but the point is, remember that this video is not going to be in the USB if you do decide to purchase one. I will put it on an add-on USB that I intend on releasing probably, I don't know. We'll see how things go. Maybe at the end of this year, it'll be an add-on USB for all the studies and things that were added on after the library was basically flashed into its final form. For me personally, I've been very busy with everything. Even after I finished my content library, after the Salvation series, so to speak, I had another approximately 50 hours worth of content, probably more, that I ended up making to fill in some gaps in certain places. I still have just a tiny few more projects that I want to make, but overall, probably like 50, 60 hours. Then I had to flash dozens of USBs to be able to prepare them for you all, and that took several days of just nonsense technology. Then my mom got in an accident. She got hit by somebody in our neighborhood, and that was pretty horrible. Her arm was totally fractured. She had to get a titanium thing in her arm, and then I had to help her with a lawyer, and that was not fun. Then I interviewed Daryl Eberhard, if you know who that is. He's an ex-military intelligence author, very, very knowledgeable on all this New World Order stuff. We had a great conversation there. But then we did a fundraiser for Daryl, and of course that was very cool. We ended up raising about $8,000, so thank you to everybody who participated. If you want to see my update post, just go to the website. It's there in the post list. But we raised quite a bit for Daryl, and I'm very happy, very grateful to be able to make a meaningful difference in somebody's life with my platform. Hopefully there'll be more situations like that in the future. We'll see what happens. But after that, I realized that the thing that I was wanting to create, which is an AI that was trained on all of my material and that could be a learning companion that's very specific, I realized that all of that could become a reality, because when I initially looked into it a couple months ago, it wasn't the right timing, and I just it's not going to work. So I just put it on the back burner. Then I looked into it again through some various reasons, and I realized, okay, well, I can actually build this thing. It's going to take a lot of work, but I'm going to do it. So that is the thing that also added to this. That's the most recent thing. If you have not joined my beta group, by the time I release this video, it should be going, and everybody's testing the project. So make sure you send me an email, or not email, but send me a message on Facebook, because Facebook is wherever the group is, and I'll invite you to the group. It's a private group, and then you can go and play with it. It's going to be really, really cool. I think it's going to be a first. I really do. I think in the future, you're going to see content creators that have a big library like me will employ this, and it's going to become like a ubiquitous thing as part of their ecosystem. But what I'm doing, I think, is a first, to be quite honest with you. By the grace of God, I put in about probably 150 hours minimum in the last, as of the time of recording this video, in the last 2 weeks or so. 150 hours. So you do the math, that's 12 days. It's quite a lot per day to work. And a lot of trial and error, but it's really cool. It's going to be really cool. And I think it's going to be big. So if you want to play with it, you want to check it out, make sure you send me a message. It's probably going to be going on until, I don't know, maybe end of February, something like that. We'll see where it actually gets released. So if you're watching this from the future, make sure you go check it out on the website. There'll be a link there. But if you're watching this when it comes out, then make sure you message me on Facebook if you want to be part of the action there. There's also been lots of promotions like the gut health promo and the new cosmology posters. So make sure you check that out if you're interested. As of the time of this recording, in a few days, I have to go get my face drilled into with an implant to replace the tooth that was extracted many years ago. So by the time you end up watching this, I'll be totally puffed up and probably eating soup for lunch. So keep me in your prayers for a healthy recovery. So yeah, it's been quite a lot. It's been quite a lot to say the least. I thought I was going to take a break around my birthday, but that didn't happen for whatever reason. It's okay. Things need to get done. They need to get done. My goal is to eventually do some live Q&A sessions on Mondays, because Mondays are usually like the last day that I consider for releasing content. Usually it's Friday first, and then Wednesday secondary priority, and then Monday is tertiary priority. So probably around Mondays 12 p.m. my time. That would be Phoenix time. Something like that. I don't plan on starting that anytime soon. I would plan to start that towards the summer, like maybe May, something like that, because that's when the Salvation series is coming to an end also. So until then, hopefully get like 2 pieces of content per week, something like that I've got scheduled out. But I do plan on doing that because between the AI project and the weekly questions, I think that's going to be enough to diffuse answers to people's questions. I have lots of books also, and of course the tool is going to help you search information much, much faster. So anyway, a lot of stuff. There's a lot to talk about. I've been very busy. Thank you everybody who has nice words to say and who's kept me in your prayers, and who participated in Daryl's fundraiser, who asked me about how my mom is doing. She's doing much better. She's, functional. She's able to drive. She's doing much better, much, much better. We're at the time right now, we're still waiting to see what's going on with the lawyer. So hopefully everything will go the way it's supposed to go, and she can get enough to pay for her bills and all the trouble that was caused. But nevertheless, thank you, everybody. And with that, let's move to the first part of these shenanigans, which of course is Jesuit theater, culture shaping. All right, well, welcome to the beginning of our little adventure. In this part, I want to look at all of the culture shaping that is happening alongside the rise in surveillance and technocratic feudalism that's happening. Of course, there are always shenanigans in culture shaping, and it's happening very, very quickly. Unfortunately, this stuff is not something that people notice. Of course, if you're listening to my videos, you are watching these things, so congratulations. Thank you for everybody who is sending me news stories and watching the right things. You are awake, and that means that I'm doing my job, so that's always good. Remember that there's a dark thread and a light thread that is woven together in one big satanic braid. Right now, it's not obviously woven. They're woven spiritually behind the scenes, but they're not obvious yet. They're like 2 strands, and they're coming together, going to come together in that image of the beast. And it's important to watch both of them because people focus on the evil, obvious evil stuff, but they don't see the less obvious evil. And my show is very much about learning to see the less obvious things. Okay, so let's jump to these things. This is from Catholic News Agency. Pope Leo XIV urges Christians to move beyond outdated theological disputes. A lot of ecumenism with this guy. Of course, like all of them since Vatican II, but he is definitely pushing the agenda. Pope Leo has called on Christians to move beyond theological controversies that no longer serve the case of unity and rediscover together the faith professed at the Council of Nicaea 1700 years ago. Big anniversary. 1700 years. That's a big, big anniversary. And they're milking it for everything they got. In a new apostolic letter, In Unitate Fidei, the unity of the faith, released November 23rd, the Solemnity of Christ the King, the Pope links the anniversary of the First Ecumenical Council to the Holy Year of 2025 and to his upcoming apostolic journey to Turkey, where he will commemorate Nicaea's 1700th anniversary and take part in the ecumenical event with Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew on November 30th before traveling to Lebanon. I would like this letter to encourage the whole Church to renew her enthusiasm for the profession of faith. The Pope writes, stressing that the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed for centuries has been the common heritage of Christians, and it deserves to be professed and understood in ever new and relevant ways. What does that mean, I wonder? In a strong ecumenical appeal, Leo XIV says Nicene Creed can be the basis and a reference point for a renewed journey toward full communion among Christians. It offers us a model of true unity and legitimate diversity, unity in the Trinity, Trinity in unity, because unity without multiplicity is tyranny, multiplicity without unity is fragmentation. Oh my gosh, all these popes, every time they speak and write, they are master linguists. But of course, what do you expect from the vicar of the devil? We must therefore leave behind theological controversies that have lost their raison d'etre in order to develop a common understanding and even more, a common prayer to the Holy Spirit, so that he may gather us all together in one faith and one love, the Pope continues. The restoration of unity among Christians does not make us poorer. On the contrary, it enriches us. You can keep your riches. He adds, calling the goal of full visible unity a theological challenge, and even so, a spiritual challenge, and which requires repentance and conversion on the part of all. Now, do you notice the key word here? This key word right here, visible unity. Visible. That's the key word, my friends. Visible. Visible means carnal unity. Visible means what you see with the eyes. But the Bible says we walk by faith and not by sight. We walk a spiritual path. The true church is not something that you can see. My kingdom is not of this world. It is not such that people can say, look, there it is. It's in your heart. It's decentralized, but it's centralized to God through the Holy Spirit. So there's no such thing as visible union between everyone, because ultimately, yes, you should have fellowship with people and you should gather together if you can. That's visible union. But when you're saying visible unity, what you're really saying is we have one umbrella, institutional umbrella for everyone. And the question is, once we achieve this institutional umbrella, and everybody's a Christian now, that word has completely lost its meaning. Just like the word Jew, completely meaningless at this point, but nevertheless, everyone's a Christian now. Okay, well, who's going to lead the Christians? Oh, well, that Pope guy seems like a nice guy. He seems like he knows what he's doing. He certainly talks really nice. Maybe he should do it. And that's how it works. Ecumenism is nonsense. Of course, you know that by now watching these things, but these things are just such disgusting flatteries. Here's some more. Pope Leo XIV, an ecumenical patriarch, reaffirm commitment to full communion. They have to, folks, they have to. And you'll see some very clever tricks that this Pope is using to placate everyone. It's truly astounding. This guy's a master of finding the counterfeit narrow road between everything and knowing exactly what to give and not to give, to placate every single side so that everybody can come to the middle. It's really profound. You'll see the Pope and the Patriarch reaffirm their commitment to the path toward full communion, yada, yada, yada. There's something here about the filioque. The goal of Christian unity, they say in the declaration, includes the objective of contributing in a fundamental and life-giving manner to peace among all peoples. Together we fervently raise our voices in invoking God's gift of peace upon the world. Didn't God say that I came to bring a sword and to put a man against his father and a woman against her mother? So how does that work? On the third day of his apostolic journey to Turkey, Pope Leo XIV, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew the I, pray the doxology and sign a joint declaration at the Patriarchal Church of St. George in Istanbul. These are ecumenical flatteries, and of course you see always, what do you see? You see the black and you see the white. Pope is always wearing white. Nobody's allowed to wear black, or nobody's allowed to wear white next to him. He's the shining star. So what does this tell you? It tells you that him and him, the dark and the light, are together. It's two sides of the same devil bird, folks. But that bird has to have a head. There's two wings, but there's a head. Very important that you understand. Pope Leo XIV, this is from LifeSite News. Pope Leo XIV downplays the filioque in New Apostolic Letter. That's what I'm talking about. He knows exactly how to appeal to the Orthodox, and this is a big one with them. If he can get rid of that, then, well, there's less and less resistance from the Orthodox. We must leave behind theological controversies that have lost their raison d'être in order to develop a common understanding, wrote Pope Leo XIV. A common understanding. How can you have common understanding with the devil's system? What did I highlight here? Something. I highlighted something. Maybe it lost my highlights. Did I lose my highlights or not? Maybe not. Anyway, I don't think I highlighted anything, but he is going after the filioque. Of course, you don't know what the filioque means. It's just this difference between the Orthodox and the Catholics, I believe Protestants also, that the issue is, does Jesus have the authority to send the Holy Spirit? Now, this is an important point because the Orthodox have a view of the Trinity that is called the monarchical view of the Trinity. If you don't know what that is, it sounds super fancy. It's not. It's just a very distorted view of the Trinity. And I talk about it in my Trinity series that nobody has watched. The Trinity series has probably a couple thousand views total. So that's very sad. You should go watch it because those are very important basics. But towards the end, you'll find this whole thing with the filioque and the monarchical Trinitarianism. Monarchical Trinitarianism is basically the Father is like the God, and then the Son and the Spirit are proceeding forth from the Father in various ways. But that's not what the Bible says at all. That's philosophy. And that is a remnant from the very early church that was very subordinationist. They couldn't wrap their mind around the mystery that Jesus was a man, but also fully God and equal with God. So that's a mystery. You're not supposed to get that. People struggle with that, so they try to put Jesus in a box. So, well, maybe if we put him right here and the Father's over here, now it works out. That makes sense, but that's not what the Bible teaches you. The Bible teaches you a profound mystery. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. I and the Father are one. So there's a lot of statements of equality. The Father has given all judgment to the Son, that all should worship the Son and honor the Son as they do the Father. That doesn't work if you're different. And the Orthodox have very clever philosophical arguments as to, no, it's not a different ontological situation. Well, you tell me, just intuitively, okay? You don't have to be a theologian. If you've never heard about this stuff and it's all over your head, just think of it very clearly. If I told you that Jesus does not have the authority to send the Holy Spirit like the Father does, and if I told you that the Father alone is the one who has this property of being immortal, and he gave that property to his Son, but the Son doesn't inherently have that. It's a received property from the Father. Would you, in your mind, say, well, the Father must be like superior? Well, just a little bit. I mean, just a little teeny bit, right? This is the problem. That's monarchical Trinitarianism. And it's just a very subtle form of subordinationism. So the filioque, coming back to that, the filioque is the debate of whether the Father has the authority only to send the Spirit, or the Son also has the authority to send the Spirit. And of course, the answer is that the Son has the authority to send the Spirit. It's very clear. When he sends the Spirit, I'll send an advocate in my name. You can't send somebody in your name unless you have the authority to do so. Do you get it? You can't, unless you're part of the decision. So this is the problem. And that may not seem like a big issue, but it is an important issue because it means your Christology has to be correct. And if it's not correct, it's very easy to get suckered into religion. And this is what's happening here. Let's see. No, that's the one I just highlighted. Okay. Sorry, we've been trouble playing this. Let's see. Why are you having trouble playing it? How about we refresh? Does that fix it? No? Yes. Oh, here's some more Orthodox nonsense. The header says Christianity is the true religion. Of course, it's probably from some, this is refuting Christian claims. So this is a foot. This is, let's see. This is a rotting corpse of a foot. I don't know what saint, whatever it's from. And this is like, I don't know who this is, but it's probably some bishop or metropolitan. And he's putting this foot in the water that is going to be used to like bless people, and people are going to be drinking this water. Look at them. Look at them so hungry for this water. This water is going to be miracle water. The corpse foot that was in there is going to heal me. And if you show this to people who are like ortho bros, like I really just don't understand it, dude. You must be so blind. You really have to be blind to like look at something like so disgusting as this and say, well, no, this is like this and that, and try to defend it with like the Bible. When people who wrote the Bible, like David or Solomon or the apostles, would probably vomit if they saw this, number one, and they would tear their clothes and drop to the ground and beg God not to strike you down. That's how they would respond to something like this. And today we call this Christianity. And this is the future, folks. This guy has some good videos and very detailed videos on Instagram. Jesus didn't say YOLO. This guy is exposing St. Cyprian.
Saint of Antioch is the Catholic patron saint for magicians, witches, and spiritists, seen as a master of both demonic and divine power. In addition to being a martyr in the Eastern Orthodox and Catholic churches, St. Cyprian is arguably even more famous in folk magic. St. Cyprian was born in Turkey during the 3rd century and was raised by pagans who sent him to Greece to become an initiate of the Hellenic pantheon. Cyprian was such a successful pagan priest that he decided to tour the Middle East and learn about other mystery schools. Egypt, St. Cyprian became an initiate of the Temple of Isis. In Iraq, he became the most famous astrologer. After his expedition, he returned to Antioch and attempted to use magic to try and seduce a devout Christian woman. This supposedly failed and led Cyprian to join yet another mystery school. According to Cyprian, the greatest magical system in the world was not found in the Temple of Isis, rather in the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. The definition of necromancy is the supposed practice of communication with the dead. The Bible specifically prohibits this practice. However, a prayer to St. Cyprian includes the words, St. Cyprian, patron saint of sorcerers and magicians, Holy St. Cyprian, martyr and mystic, sorcerer and sage, pray for us now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Another blasphemous prayer to Cyprian includes the words, Saint and sorcerer, martyr and magus, bless me, take my spells and make them your own. The Book of St. Cyprian is a spell book that blends Catholic prayers with occult practices for protection, exorcism, and spellcasting. The Book of St. Cyprian also has instructions for selling your soul to the devil. The Book of St. Cyprian is the most important book of spells in South America. In Brazil, Cyprian is often associated with necromancy and the spirits of enslaved ancestors. In Spain, Cyprian is invoked for magic, divination, protection, and love spells. In Norwegian folklore, Cyprian can help summon, bind, or banish the devil and his demons. Relics of Cyprian of Antioch are found in several Orthodox locations, including part of his foot at a monastery, a piece of his skull at St. Cyprian Church, and a hand fragment in Bucharest. Orthodox churches blasphemously believe that they receive divine grace, often through miracles, from these relics. Orthodox churches believe that touching or being near these relics connects them to the saint, allowing the saint to intercede with God for healing, protection, and other needs. While the Catholic and Orthodox churches pray to a dead man, who they call the patron saint of sorcerers, while claiming to be the defenders of the true faith, Malachi chapter 3 and in verse 5 says, And I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against false swearers, and against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow and the fatherless, and that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, saith the Lord of hosts. St. Cyprian of Antioch.
And I bet you that foot was probably St. Cyprian's, quote unquote, if it even is. I mean, who knows with these things? But this is religion, folks. This is religion. This is the problem of religion. So many people send me friend requests because of this beta project. Okay, Advent Messenger. Billboards announced Pope Leo's visit to the Middle East, declaring him, quote, the Pope of Peace, to promote unity among Christians and Muslims. The Pope is scheduled to visit both Turkey and Lebanon to promote Christian unity, deepen dialogue with Islam, and encourage renewed peace efforts in the Middle East. Keep this in mind, folks. Once Zionism collapses, and Iran specifically also collapses, the Middle East is going to be a cakewalk. The papal crusade in the Middle East that began with Zionism is going to come to an end, and the Jews and Muslims will be converted. In preparation for the visit, billboards located at the airport and throughout the region feature the image of Pope Leo XIV with a message written in Arabic, the Pope of Peace. This visit is highly anticipated as people are looking to the Pope to bring religious coexistence, peace, and relief to the region after years of tensions. It's all manufactured, folks. You shake the jar of ants and then you come in and you bring peace. Al Arabiya, a leading English language news source in the Middle East, published the following on November 24th, 2025. Quote, Pope Leo XIV embarks on his debut overseas trip Thursday, traveling to Turkey and Lebanon to promote Christian unity and urge peace efforts amid heightened tensions in the Middle East. Quote, Abu Qasim, the church's media coordinator for the visit, said the Pope also wishes to reaffirm Lebanon's role as a model for both the East and the West through an interreligious meeting in the downtown Beirut. You should look up Lebanon, Our Lady of Lebanon. It's a huge idol to the Virgin Mary. So they're very, very friendly over there, especially the Muslims. The Muslims are very friendly to Mary. That'll be a very easy door for them to have ecumenical relations. In Turkey, Leo will celebrate the 17th anniversary, yada yada. That we already looked at these things. So this is all coming to a head, folks. And if you think the New World Order is going to be Muslim, think again. His Holiness Pope Leo XIV Palestinian state is the only solution. Very interesting. It's a very interesting little dialectic that's going on. He basically says that we need to give social justice to these Palestinians, and that creates a very interesting dialectic. Now, Steve Bannon, who's a hardcore frothing at the mouth Jesuit trained Catholic, says that we need to have a 3-state solution, a Christian state. That would be very, very interesting, because then if you have a Christian state, then the Christian state is going to be the wedge to really get everything in there. So we'll see what happens. But obviously, this is very much on time. This is from the, National Catholic Reporter. Pope Leo XIV's Christmas message breaks through with non-Catholics. Would you look at that? The Pope Leo difference made itself felt anew over Christmas. There's a thing in here. Yeah, here we go. The thing about Leo is that it isn't just Catholics who take note, but non-Catholics also. Really? You don't say. Damon Silver's longtime policy advisor at the AFL-CIO and now a visiting professor at University College London is not a Catholic. He posted a link to an article in the Catholic News Herald about the Pope's midnight mass homily. The story began, quote, if people refuse to make room for others like the poor, children, and the stranger, then they also refuse to make room for God, Pope Leo XIV said, as he celebrated the birth of Jesus. Where there is room for the human person, there is room for God, the Pope said in his homily on December 24th as he celebrated the nighttime liturgy in St. Peter's Basilica. Above the link to the article, Silvers said on Facebook, quote, I have been so impressed by what Pope Leo also said this Christmas. Some of it has been deeply Christian, not surprisingly. In a way I don't believe as theology, but this statement I believe to be a true one about the nature of God and God's relationship to us, to the extent we can comprehend who and what God is. Then on the 26th, I was walking my dog, Damiana, it's a weird name for a dog, in the afternoon and saw a neighbor who is also not a Catholic. We discussed various things, including Leo's first Christmas, and my friend observed, you know, your Pope is the Pope the world needs right now. I don't know if he is what your church needs, but he is what the world needs. No, the world needs Jesus, not the false Christ. Too often, interreligious dialogue descends into a search for the lowest common ethical denominator. But here we were, two non-Catholics, moved by the Pope's words as he celebrated one of the great mysteries and dogmas of our faith, the Incarnation. His words reached to something deeper than ethics, to our understanding of the human person. That understanding may be arresting to all, but it is difficult to imagine it even occurring to people except for the revelation received in the covenant with Jewish people and in the person of Jesus Christ. Yeah, so the Pope knows how to appeal to your emotions and give you those warm fuzzies and even say true things. And the devil used scripture to tempt Jesus. He didn't just come up with like New Age philosophy. He used the word of God. Say, isn't it not written over here? Slither, slither. So the devil knows how to use truth for deception, which is very interesting. Good reminder from Daniel 8, verse 24 to 26, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he shall destroy wonderfully, and he shall prosper in practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. That means this power, the little horn power, is coming after the people of God. And through his policy he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace he shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, so Jesus, but he shall be broken without hand. So he's broken without hand. That means this is actually, if you've read Daniel 2, this is a direct correlation to that chapter because the rock that comes and destroys this system is the rock made by no human hand, i.e. Jesus. Jesus is not created. Even though he's human, he's not created. So Jesus is the one that is the rock that comes and destroys the system, and this little horn power that is destroying people by way of peace, magnifying himself, using flatteries and all these things, is not going to be destroyed by anything else. Do you get it? This institution, there's no other beast that comes. This institution is going to be destroyed by no human hand, meaning God is the one who comes and finishes this system because this is the last thing. There's no other power beyond this one. So this is the final boss. So good reminder there. And these things are being fulfilled as we speak. This is from Baptist News Global, Christ the Christian Nationalist Sunday. On Thursday, November 13th, the Michigan House of Representatives passed a resolution to officially declare November 23rd as Christ the King Sunday in the Mitten State. The resolution, which passed without debate on voice vote that did not seem to draw any opposition, declares the lawmakers, quote, honor and acknowledge Christ's kingship within every aspect of life. Now, you have to understand, of course, Jesus is king and he's ruling right now, so come out of premillennialism and dispensationalism. Absolutely. Jesus is king. He has to be king and priest at the same time. He's ruling. He's taking dominion. That's the good news. But, there's always a but, right? There's always a but. The whole Christ is king is a Catholic rallying cry created by, I believe, Pope Pius X in the 1920s, something like that, early 1900s, as a response to secularism, which, of course, secularism is an invented dialectic designed to make the Catholic Church look appealing. So Christ is king. When you hear like Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes or anybody, all these puppets say, Christ is king, Christ is king. What they really mean is like the institutional Catholic, religious Christ is going to dominate and put his boot on your face if you don't submit is king. That's what they really mean. So when you see these deluded lawmakers passing a law honoring a day that was never honored in the Bible for a Catholic rallying cry, what is the spiritual undertone of this happening? Is it really like a move towards the good things and away from the evil of secularism, or is it a move towards delusion? Hopefully you have figured that one out. This is Jeffrey, Jeffrey Starr? He's the tranny, and he's starting to come into the middle.
Full reptile, I didn't want to.
Really?
Yeah.
How does that even work? How does somebody come to you and say, hey, I want you to be a reptilian?
They see the potential that you can do to shift the culture.
Right.
And I chose to shift it myself.
So people actually will come to you and say, hey, I want you to be a reptilian. What does that entail?
It's more like, it's basically like selling your soul. It's such a tricky,
you have to like sign, like Ursula and the Little Mermaid, like sign on the dotted line. And
you have to give more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Like a firstborn or like your left nut or something.
Listen, if you want that tour bus to not have the brakes go out tonight,
okay, yeah,
no, I'm just kidding. No one can hear us. No one knows we're talking about this.
No,
but
we're good.
It's a tricky slope because the industry is really dark.
Right.
And there's a lot of people that
I feel
will
like
do.
there's such a dark side and there's also a light side. It just depends on which.
There is.
There is. But
Lady
thankfully, because of social media and people having the guts, a lot of things are now infiltrated.
Right.
Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, all these things are coming out.
Right.
And it's like, thank God.
Yeah.
So Hollywood is so scared.
Yeah. Oh, I bet.
There's no new artists. They're all pushing the stupid satanic demon. It's all so
like,
dumb.
what's her name? Doja Cat right
Cat.
now? It's getting weird.
It's just getting boring.
It's getting uncomfortable to the point
Right is what it is.
Yeah, it's just getting uncomfortable.
It wanted me to go full.
So the capture of the caption of this is Jeffrey has recently been reading Bible verses on his live streams as well. So he's very interesting. He's a very wealthy makeup artist, transsexual guy, whatever. And he has been shifting more into like politics and getting involved with his opinion on these things and exposing evil. And now he's reading Bible verses. Really, really interesting. That is a huge like marker. Not that it's like the only main marker to look at, but when you see such radical shifts in people, let's hope that God leads him in the right direction. But nevertheless, this is a very interesting situation. Very, very interesting situation. Disney Star launched an AI app that claims to bring back the dead, and its first ad is creeping people out. Disney, helping you practice necromancy since, 19, whatever. Baby Charlie. Let's see. So this is an ad for this app that helps you speak to your dead relatives.
Says that he's been kicking a lot, though. Like,
Wait. Here we go. Come on.
He's getting bigger. See? Oh.
That's wonderful.
Kicking like crazy.
He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy and hum to him. You used to love that.
It feels like he's dancing in there.
Oh.
Mom, would you tell Charlie that bedtime story you always used to tell me?
Once upon a time, there was a baby unicorn who didn't know he knew how to fly. This baby unicorn was like your mom because she didn't know that she knew how to fly, but she knew how to do all kinds of fabulous things.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Charlie. How was school today?
It was really fun. I made this crazy shot in basketball.
I don't really care that much about basketball. What about the crush?
Stop. Grandma, stop talking.
Just tell me one thing.
Look who's going to be a great grandmother.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, congratulations.
Man, that is some creepy stuff. Creepy, creepy false signs and wonders. This is like next level necromancy. Next level necromancy. Putting your hopes and attention here in the world rather than in the true afterlife, which is the resurrection. And getting stuck in all these fictitious loops and in false signs and wonders. How do you know that that was what your relative would say? Very, very fascinating. Fascinating to see these things. Fascinating to see. Here's another thing with the whole afterlife situation. The Kirk Cameron, as of the time of this video, I'm planning to release a brief video on the afterlife in probably like a week or two. We'll see. But the whole Kirk Cameron annihilationism thing has really started a very interesting debate, and I'm very curious to see where it'll go. Because Kirk Cameron is, you know, he's got a platform. I mean, he's pretty popular. I think he's associated with, what, TBN? So this is really interesting to me. I have to watch this and see where it goes. Because something this big doesn't just happen. Something this big doesn't just happen. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to be used. But of course, the truth is that God destroys the wicked, that the hope is the resurrection. When you die, you die. That's it. You are not conscious of life. You don't float off and go to purgatory or go to hell or, you know, float in heaven and then come back into your body when the resurrection. That's nonsense. The Platonic soul is nonsense. So learn the truth and you'll be able to be free from lots of deceptions as a result, especially if you've been Catholic or Orthodox or harlot Protestant. The news that evangelicals are taking Catholics in the largest Catholic country in the world, Brazil, should be of interest to Bible-believing Christians. Christians who understand Bible prophecy, the Pope and the Jesuits will use this new spiritual revival to bring unity among all religions, which will eventually spread worldwide. This will eventually lead to the unity of the USA and the papacy, deciding to make a national Sunday in hope of controlling worldwide unrest and calamities, etc. So a lot of these revivals are happening. Brazil, the caption says, Faith News, Brazil is shifting evangelicals set to overtake Catholicism as revival erupts nationwide by 2030. Yeah, right. You're not going to overtake Catholicism. Come on now. Catholicism is, you know, that's the religion that the devil's choice, right? That's the devil's empire on earth. You're not going to overtake it. It's going to be all merged into one lukewarm, universal, ecumenical body of Christ. Light of the World says, what began on college campuses is now igniting America's high schools. This week in Nashville, more than 1,500 high school students gathered at a Unite US event, and over 1,000 made the decision to fully give their lives to Jesus. How do you know? Every time I read these things, how do you know that they made that decision? That's just like such a basic question. How do you know that? How do you know? Like, case in point, that one girl, gosh, I forget her name, the porn star. I even commented on the post, I think it was like the Christian Post, that said, oh, such and such porn star recently got baptized. She was like doing porn. I think she had like a record of whatever, having sex with like 1,000 guys. I don't even know if that's possible to be honest. I'm like trying to do the math. I'm like, can you even do that like in a day? Even if you don't sleep? Like, I don't know. But anyway, supposedly she had sex with 1,000 people in one day, which is just horrendous. And then now she's gotten baptized. But then after she got baptized, like a few days later, there's another story breaking out that, well, she's baptized, but she hasn't quit porn yet. She wants to keep doing porn. And she's still like pro-LGBTQ and all this kind of stuff. It's like, well, then baptize her again. put her a little deeper in the water next time, is what I commented. But this is the problem. How do you know? How do you know that, you know, these headlines are just so sensational? Because the culture thinks this way. Oh, they did this. They did something religious. They went to an altar call. They went to a revival, quote unquote. They went to a concert. Therefore, they must have given their life to Christ. Do you get it? This is how people think. That's why articles like this work. And people say, oh my gosh, that's so great. Well, how do you know? How do you know 1,000 people gave their life to Christ? Maybe only 10 people actually gave their life to Christ out of that 1,500 or 1,000 people that did the altar call. Maybe. Hopefully more than that, but certainly it's not all of them. Organizers say the moment far exceeds expectations. We came expectant. Unite U.S. shared, but God did something far bigger. To God be the glory. Yes, to God be the glory, but how do you know that God was working and it wasn't a false spirit that was working? How do you know? Got to test the spirits. Faith leaders are calling it a clear sign of a generation-wide spiritual awakening. As students respond boldly to the gospel in unprecedented numbers. Yeah, you know why? Because this last generation of kids born like in the 2000s and after, that were born into iPads and the internet and just technology in general, even after that, right? The 2010s. This generation of kids is so desperately longing for substance. They're desperately longing for connection. They're desperately longing for something that's not woke because they've been traumatized. So, right on schedule, the flip from dark to light is there to present them with the solution. And of course, the beast always goes for the youth. Whether it was Nazi Germany or the Bolsheviks or everything else, it's always the youth that are recruited because the youth are easy to brainwash. And if you're going to recruit the youth, then you can get everybody else because they have the energy. So this is just another part of the matrix coming around people's minds. Advent Messenger, another post from them. Donald Trump's public endorsement of Charlie Kirk's new book is an endorsement to honor the Sabbath. President Donald Trump has publicly promoted Charlie Kirk's new book, Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. I don't even think he wrote it, to be honest with you, but anyway. On his Truth Social platform, this was far more than just a casual endorsement. Now, we're going to read more of these things. Pay attention to what the devil is doing with these shenanigans, okay? Pay attention what he's doing with this book. You'll see we got a lot to look at. Pay attention to what he's doing. See if you can figure it out. When a sitting president publicly urges people to purchase a book, it goes beyond a personal recommendation and actually lends political support to the ideas contained in the book. By using his platform to promote Charlie Kirk's book, which centers on the importance of having a weekly day of rest, Trump is effectively applying the Sabbath rest concept to a massive political and social audience of followers. Because the book is centered on the necessity of keeping a weekly day of rest, Trump's endorsement serves as an unmistakable affirmation of the principles of Sabbath keeping. The title itself announces the theme, honoring the Sabbath, and the book repeatedly emphasizes that weekly rest and sacred time are essential for personal healing, family renewal, and national stability. Donald Trump expressed the following on his Truth Social account. 1 month before a monster took him away from us, the great Charlie Kirk finished his final book, Stop in the Name of God, Why Honoring the Sabbath Will Transform Your Life. As Charlie often said, if I'm to be known for anything, I want to be known for being courageous for my faith. Charlie cared deeply about God and country, and in his powerful book, his wisdom, courage, and conviction inspire us all to turn to God for guidance against the evil of this world, which we too can overcome, so help us God. Get your copy today at 45books.com or anywhere books are sold. So Trump is endorsing this, and there's multiple layers to this deception. Of course, the Adventists are looking at it from the point of the Sunday law, but there's a deeper avenue that the Adventists, I don't feel, are seeing, and that is that, first off, right now people are seeing that Trump is a Zionist puppet. Okay, but you got to remember, there's two hands in his pockets. Okay, there's one in his left pocket and there's one in his right pocket. You got a Judean hand in his left pocket and a Roman hand in the other side of his pocket, in the other pocket. So you can't see things one-sidedly, but most people are, and they think that Trump is a Zionist puppet. So, of course, when he goes and promotes a book on the Sabbath, what does that do? That associates the Sabbath to Judaism, to Jewish things that we don't like. We don't like those Jews. And if the Sabbath is there, we know we're not doing that Sabbath thing. This is exactly what they're doing. So yes, the Adventists are right that it is a sign of the times that are coming that the President of the United States is promoting a book on the Sabbath. That is a sign. But there's a deeper, more immediate reason that this is relevant. And that reason, it has to do with the dialectics concerning the Jews and the collapse of Zionism and everything else we've been talking about. Generation Z going to church more often than the older generations. New report says LifeSite News. New research from the Barna Group shows that members of Generation Z have overtaken boomers and elders as most frequent churchgoers. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see it. Okay. Let's see here. In a historic first, younger generations in the United States are now more likely to attend church than their parents, according to new research released by the Barna Group. The findings mark a striking reversal of decades-long trends that saw the nation's churches increasingly sustained by older worshipers. The data, part of Barna's ongoing State of the Church initiative with Glue, showed that millennials and members of Generation Z have overtaken boomers and elders as the most frequent churchgoers. While overall attendance across age groups has remained largely stable in recent years, the increase among younger adults stands out as an indicator of renewed spiritual interest and a potential turning point. It's a nice little word choice for American Christianity. The fact that, quote, the fact that young people are showing up more frequently than before is not a typical trend, said Daniel Copeland, Barna's vice president of research. It's typical older adults who are the most loyal churchgoers. It's typically them, but this data represents good news for church leaders and adds to the picture that spiritual renewal is shaping Generation Z and millennials today. Is it good news? I mean, is it, like, in the grand scheme of things? Yes, there are some people being saved, of course. But what does this mean in terms of Bible prophecy? Is it good news, or is it meaning that we're coming closer to the end? According to Barna's analysis, the average Generation Z Christian now attends services 1.9 weekends per month, and millennials attend 1.8 times, both showing steady increases since the pandemic. These are the highest attendance rates recorded for young adults since Barna began tracking generational participation. Meanwhile, boomers today attend on average of 1.4 times per month, and Generation X is surpassing them at 1.6. So it's steadily getting more religious. 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 1.9. Pretty soon it's going to be 4.0 because everybody's going to go to church all the time on Sunday and be part of this system. So it's getting there. Governor Hochul calls for unity and expresses the need for faith. Now, Hochul, if I'm not mistaken, is a Catholic, right? Governor Kathy Hochul at a faith conference expressed the urgent need for unity in the face of political differences. Do you see how all the puppets are saying the same thing? We need unity. We need to synthesize, folks. Encouraging religious leaders to enlist faith to mend the divide. At a 2025 Forum on Faith conference, an event that explores faith's role in how leaders in government, religion, business, and education can collaborate to strengthen communities. In other words, Seven Mountain Mandate. That's what that is. She spoke saying, we're in a crisis of faith, but also a crisis of lack of faith in our institutions. Hochul says that the lack of institutional faith is what's damaging our nation, and asked that those at the forum talk solutions to societal and political problems and speak out against policies that could hurt New York residents, constituents, and churchgoers. Yes, I'm looking for the leadership to drive us to a better place based on our beliefs, our shared beliefs that there is a God who's watching what we do, who's inspiring us, who gives us the words to live by, said Hochul. And I'll continue as your governor to do that as well. Well, just for your information, Kathy, the words that God gave explicitly condemn the religion that you're part of. So just be aware. Hochul says she hopes this will start meaningful discussions on how faith can bridge the societal and political gap. Can you say Catholic social teaching? And make for a better New York and a better country, where the common good is there for all. That's what this is all about, folks. Everybody, whether you're a governor or an actress or an actor or whatever else, you are playing your part to shape the culture. This is from People magazine, and it's about Barron Trump. Barron Trump is, quote-unquote, very close to putting his faith in Christ after 12:30 a.m. call about religion pastor claims. Stuart Netckley, a TikTok famous pastor, claims he made the pitch for Christianity to the president's son in a late-night phone call. Let's find out. Let's see, what does he say? Barron Trump, a 19-year-old son of President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, is exploring his faith, according to a popular pastor. In the Thursday, December 4th episode of the Christian-oriented George Janko show, Pastor Stuart Neckel claimed he had a 12:30 a.m. call with Barron to discuss the first son's faith. I thought I was hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink when it came to all the evidence for God and Christianity, said Nettle, cannot pronounce that last name, a TikTok famous pastor at Grace Community Church in Connecticut. I thought I was early on, I was pumped, he added, before seemingly suggesting that it wasn't enough to fully sway Barron. Well, what do you get when your family's Kabbalistic Jews and Jesuit psyop puppets? Nettle said one detail that resonated with Barron was a story about the pastor's friend in Africa who allegedly witnessed thousands of Muslims coming to Christ through dreams and revelations. How do you explain that? He told Barron. According to the pastor who imitated Barron's voice and demeanor, the first son replied saying that, quote, "Oh, that's a very, very interesting point, and you have eyewitness testimony. You know, the way his mind works," he said, that was the only thing that stuck with him. He then shared that he believes the New York University sophomore is very close to putting his faith in Christ. I pray that goes through, host George Janko responded to the podcast, on which Nechtel said, "Yeah, exactly, that would be huge. Yeah, that would be huge. It'd be huge," as Trump says, for the culture. It would be huge. Nechtel did not disclose when the purported call took place. People contacted him on the First Lady's office, which handles inquiries about Barron, for more information. Now, do you think that somebody like Trump, who's definitely not a Christian, puppet of the deep state New World Order system, and Melania, who's deep in Catholicism and loyal to the papacy, and his daughter who converted to Judaism, and Jared Kushner, who's a Kabbalistic Jew, and all of these things, and his other son is doing cocaine. Do you think that this is like the environment for him to be a true Christian? Because if he was a true Christian, he would say, you know what, I repudiate these things and I want to have nothing to do with them, and he probably would get into an accident of some kind. So do you really think that that's going to be the case? Or is all of this just theater? We can always hope that God brings the light to these people, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just theater until otherwise proven. Trump honors Our Lady on Feast of Immaculate Conception. For nearly 250 years, this is from LifeSite News, Mary has played a distinct role in our great American story. The president said in an official White House statement. Today, on the feast day of the Immaculate Conception, which, by the way, is celebrated around the time that Jesus was actually conceived, around December 8th, December 9th, something like that. Nevertheless, President Donald Trump released a remarkable and unprecedented official White House statement honoring the faith, humility, and love of Mary, the mother of Jesus, and her freedom from original sin as the mother of God. So not only is he honoring Mary in like a Catholic kind of general venerating way, he is proclaiming the blasphemous doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, which is the doctrine that Mary was created sinless in order to have Jesus so that he could be sinless. So Jesus got his sinlessness from his mother, not from his Father, who is God. Very blasphemous. The president concludes his statement with the Hail Mary prayer. So we have come full circle, folks. 250th anniversary this year in 2026 of the United States, the false prophet. And what do you have? Well, you have the president of the United States proclaiming Catholic morality. If that doesn't tell you that we're at the end of the end, I really don't know what can. Here's some more culture shaping. And we got to turn this on. This is Jenny McCarthy.
With every horrible thing, if you find the good, it can help you move forward. Look at the mass awakening. Look at how many people came closer to God, even including myself.
Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been raised Catholic. Always had this, with Evan, I have a very deep relationship with God. Some people have to work really hard to hear him. I've got a direct line. I mean, Jesus is my homie. Like, I've always been a follower of Christ, but when he passed, I completely surrendered. I am so devoted. I mean, I started Bible study immediately.
Now, there are genuine believers in the Catholic faith that pick up their Bibles, that have a hunger for God's word, that are generally submissive to God in their life. They believe God is sovereign. And yes, they have poor theology on certain things. And I believe that as the system that is coming to power now that is very obvious for those people who have eyes to see and ears to hear. I believe as that system starts to show more of its teeth, you're going to see more and more of these well-meaning and genuine Christians that are stuck in the Catholic Church out of ignorance. You're going to see them wake up even more and come out of that system, because it's going to take certain things for these people to wake up all the way. Let's hope that's the case with somebody like Jenny McCarthy. But whether or not that is, the point is that this shows you a constant movement of the Overton window, from secular atheistic to religious, Catholic, ecumenical, etc. That's very significant, because the Bible tells you the end is a spiritual problem, not a political problem. So if we're moving in a spiritual direction, that means we're close and close to the end. So, of course, she mentions the whole Charlie Kirk psyop, and that was a turning point. Do you get it? That was what it all about. Turning point, turning America into a Catholic vassal state. This is from Sachin Jose Etiles, who's this Catholic influencer guy. Hollywood actor Chris Pratt is presenting a documentary on the tomb of St. Peter. Now, Chris Pratt is married to a Catholic, and he was doing ads for Hallow. I think he may still be doing that. I don't know. It's not very clear like what his denomination is. He's Christian, whatever that means, but he's married to a Catholic. He's doing stuff for the Vatican media, so 1 + 1 generally is 2 in my book. Let's see. This is Rachel Maddow. Quote, I was born and raised in a conservative Catholic family. After having not considered myself Catholic for some time, I do consider myself to be back in the faith. It's time to flip, everyone. It's time to go back. We've got to get out of this system, this secular way of doing things. Everybody's got to start talking in the right way. And all the little mockingbirds go cheep, 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 cheep. Remember that famous video with the COVID thing where the people were recording different news stations? It's a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to our democracy.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Well, this is the same thing, except instead of it's a threat to our democracy, just replace it with, the papacy is great. Sunday's sacredness is really good. We got to love the family. The rest on Sunday. This is the same thing. It's just a different flavor. So the Mockingbird media is shaping all around you. All of these people are becoming much more religious. They're coming back to faith. They're having their epiphanies. I mean, what's going on here? What's going on is a massive spiritual delusion, either in part because of agents that are working and doing the bidding of the people who are paying their bills, and spiritual delusion, genuine spiritual delusion that is gripping these people and converting them to this new thing. So it's a combination of the two. Who knows what it is for each person? Certainly with somebody like Candace Owens, you can know that she's a puppet. But either way, it's delusion. So let's see.
Women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
Being a mother is the most important job in the
The caption says, who is bankrolling MAGA women's stay home and have babies cult grift?
world. I had 3 kids in 4 years. Having a husband makes your life better. It does. And if more and more young girls were told that a husband and children make your life so much better, they would do it younger.
Young women, I talk to young conservative women all the time about their lives and their goals and, the things that they want. And what's happening is they can't find a lot of young men who want to marry a working woman now.
Put it off. Especially if you're a young woman, don't put it off. You can always have a career. You can always, go back to work. You can never just go back to having children.
The biggest problem in society right now is that women are not having enough kids. Not housing, definitely not wages or healthcare, or not the fact that everyone is exhausted and broke. Now, you might be thinking, surely these people advocate for policies that would make it financially viable for average families to have more children. No, this is not how they approach things. Universal health care? Absolutely not. That sounds like socialism to me. Oh no, that's communism. What they all share is this fantasy that if women just stop working and start having babies, the rest will sort itself out. Healthcare bills, who? The husband will earn enough. The government will help. The community will step in. God will Venmo you. None of this is explained, funded, or backed by any evidence or data. So if it sounds soothing, maybe you've never had to Google the average cost of daycare and then stare at a wall for 10 minutes afterwards. Meanwhile, the same people either oppose or downplay literally every single policy that would make having kids easier for normal people. Look what they did to Mandani. So the message ends up being, just have babies. Don't ask for help. Don't expect any help. Just baby it up. Create the next generation, but do so on a hard focus mode. And if you struggle, that's a personal failure. Just have more money. Whoever's bankrolling this pro-baby bullshit. The average American woman is trying to figure out how to afford her $2,000 rent, how to figure out her student loan payments, her health insurance premiums, which are through the roof, and maybe possibly eventually think about having one kid if she can save enough money for 3 months of unpaid maternity leave. But of course, the real problem is she's just been brainwashed by liberal feminism.
Yep. And if you understand that it's always people that are shaping the culture, always people that are shaping the culture. When they started feminism, they did it to brainwash women so that they could get another, set of Social Security numbers to pay taxes and basically make money. Yeah, for sure. Feminism was bankrolled by the bankers. Everybody should know that. But do you think like this with Candace Owens and, what's her name? The other one from the news who's Catholic. They're all just cheap. Like I said, threat to our democracy. Have babies, go to church on Sunday, family time. What do you think this is all about? It's shaping the culture, and it's being bankrolled by the same people, just different sides of the occult. Heritage Foundation, the Council for National Policy, the Family Research Council. Look into all these things, these Catholic little NGOs that are in the background that have been shaping culture for decades. And now they're going to have their heyday because it's time for the light to be in charge. Here's another one on this topic, I think.
And Trump are coming for birth control.
Now, these people are liberals, okay? But you got to remember to eat the meat, spit out the bones, okay? The liberals tell on the conservatives, and the conservatives tell on the liberals. Right now, we got to understand more about this false light. So it's very easy to go to some of these people that see it because they're programmed to see it because they hate the other side. So eat the meat, spit out the bones. Doesn't mean I'm a liberal by watching a liberal comment on these things because they tell on each other.
Control IVF, your ability to get divorced and go to school. Last week, the Heritage Foundation, the group that authored Project 2025, came out with an 130-plus page proposal on saving America by saving the family, and they're hoping that you missed it. I read the
We'll look at it a little bit.
Whole thing, and the paper lays out in no uncertain terms their plans to eliminate access to birth control, IVF, limit women in higher education, and get rid of no-fault divorce. So using their very own words, let's dive into their plans. They are inexplicably coming after your ability to get divorced. The Heritage Foundation is advocating for what they are calling divorce culture reform. Before we dive in, I want to take a second to pause and explain what no-fault divorce is, which is what allows a dissolution of marriage that does not require the petitioner to prove in a court of law that there was wrongdoing. Essentially, what that means is it is what allows you, if you are being abused physically or emotionally, being cheated on, etc., to leave without proving it first in a court of law. Default divorce policies have resulted in a decrease of 16% in wife suicide rates and a 30% decline in domestic violence by conservative numbers. They say that when, quote, no-fault divorce laws became nearly universal, divorce rates skyrocketed, and they advocate for the introduction of, quote, more difficult to exit marriages across the country, including covenant marriages. They're coming after birth control and IVF in this policy paper, stating that starting in the 1960s, the pill and contraceptives swept the country, which promised to reduce the unwanted consequences of casual sex with multiple partners. The paper details how, quote, the proliferation of birth control is largely responsible for the decline in children, and details their hypothesis that there is a link between premarital sex and divorce rates. They share that they oppose policies that promote access to IVF. This is really important. They say, quote, greater IVF access might even contribute to fewer overall births, as many younger women may overestimate IVF success rates, because the most common IVF use case is that of a woman having her first child later in life. And that, quote, policymakers should commit to protecting life from fertilization, meaning they want to get rid of IVF. And the icing on the cake is they are coming after your education because in addition to removing birth control, that is one surefire way to make sure women are having babies younger. They say, quote, more education correlates with later marriage and fewer children, and that women who complete 4 years of college are less likely to have a child, and that fewer than 1/3 of women had earned a bachelor's degree in 2006, and that figure has skyrocketed to 40.7% by 2018. This video was long, but it was comprised almost entirely of the words of the Heritage Foundation themselves, words they published and wrote. So many people did not believe Project 2025 was real, but we are seeing it in action right now, and this is the next chapter. This 138-page paper continues to lay out how HHS and other ad campaigns can be run to elevate these policy agendas, plans to end welfare programs. It is deeply homophobic about defining marriage and what makes parents parents. It goes after adoptions that clearly defines the need to support only biological parents, and so much more. I will make so much more content on this, but please share it with your friends and help spread the word and make sure it reaches more people, and hit me with a follow so that
So do you understand what this is about? If you do, 10 points. It's not about, Christian nationalism or whatever, taking away people's education, so they're hating women. Of course, they hate everybody. They hate everybody that's not them. What this is really about, folks, ultimately is about creating an environment culturally, because they don't care about your family. They could care less. You couldn't care less about your family. It's about creating an environment where they can push Sunday sacredness. Because if they shape the culture with all these policies and people are getting more religious and they put women, back in a more traditional role, and they encourage that, they're not going to make it financially feasible. We'll get back to this, but yeah, that other girl was right. It's absolutely ridiculous for somebody like Candace Owens to talk about having babies when she has millions of dollars to be able to take care of her babies. The average person cannot have even one child, let alone 2 or 3, even on a good salary, because we're so far in the central banking Rothschild scheme that inflation and wars and Israel and all this nonsense has robbed this country of wealth. And the middle class is practically all but gone because of the stock market, because of schemes, because of inflation, because of et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's no middle class. And if there's a middle class, then your message falls on deaf ears. But they're doing this thing to put it into the culture so that people have families, they're married, they have babies, because then they're much more susceptible to the Sunday sacredness propaganda that is coming. The devil does not care about your family or your happiness or anything else. He is setting it up to bring in that morality so it seems natural and easy to transition into when everybody is tied down with a child, everybody has families, the women are more traditional, et cetera, et cetera. That's going to be easy, open door to program people with Sunday sacred. That's what it's about. It's not about the left-right stuff. It's about Sunday.
Made a very interesting shift on
Joy Reid's stunning red pill moment on trans madness. Joy Reid, of course, is a liberal.
On this trans issue. We've been talking about this situation on this show for a while that happened at Gold's Gym. Tish Hyman was the woman at the gym who was confronted by a violent trans in the locker room. She went to Gold's Gym. She said, hey, this dude is in the locker room and he's making me uncomfortable.
Gold's Gym! Men! Grown men with big dicks in the women's locker room. And that's why I'm getting kicked out. And I want to make sure the girls know.
Tish Hyman, being a Black lesbian woman, is maybe reaching a different audience. I guess Democrats needed to hear it from a peer. Here is Joy Reid agreeing that if she saw a penis in a locker room, it would make her feel uncomfortable.
I would be disturbed. I'm telling you, I would be alarmed.
Yeah.
If I saw a penis in the ladies' locker room, I would freak out. Yeah. I would probably go to management and say, wait a minute, why is there a naked man in this room? Because this is the world we live in. So I can see why she would have gone and reported to management There's a man naked.
And this is what Republicans have been saying for years. And Democrats have called them bigots, called them transphobes, homophobes, racist, fascist, whatever. This is all Republicans have been saying. Women have the right to their own spaces. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not anti-trans, it's pro-woman. Thank you to Tish Hyman for speaking out against this injustice against women. Democrats are listening and they're waking up. Tish Hyman was the messenger they would listen to. Let's see if more of them listen.
Can you say synthesis? Can you say scheming synthesis? Rob Reiner is another very interesting situation that happened. Of course, all these Mockingbird medias are talking about Rob Reiner. And the thing about Rob Reiner is that they kept pushing this quote that he quoted about Charlie Kirk, which was just really weird. Just really creepy. Like, where was the one? Yeah, I think on, was it Pierce Brosnan? Anyway, he like randomly asks him, like, well, what do you think about Charlie Kirk, or, whatever. And this is quoted in another place. Well, I think I have another article on it somewhere. Yeah, this guy is talking about Rob Reiner.
Carl would slip into Rob's bed. Jesus. Roll.
Oh, this is a roast. So, Rob Reiner, you know how these roasts go. The roasts are like telling the truth. And so this is Rob Reiner getting roasted, and people are roasting him about basically abusing his son, who supposedly killed him.
Pull him over, swab him down. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son. And that list includes some of the greats in comedy. Paul Lynde. Dom DeLuise. Rip Taylor. Danny Kaye. Charles Nelson Riley and Rock Hudson, whom it's been a great evening, and thank you for doing so much to make sure that no other kid ends up like you.
Well, there are a lot of rumors that he actually did something to Corey Feldman and Corey Haim. I think they came out and said something. Not claiming anything. Just talking about rumors. That's all this is. Rumors.
On a typical...
Yeah, the typical stuff. And, of course, who knows what the angle is, but it is very strange that they suddenly brought Charlie Kirk into that picture. And you see, again, this little ping of synthesis. Rob Reiner was liberal, but he really kind of, didn't like what happened to Charlie. We can unite around that. There's little points of union. The extreme stuff we can both unite around and come to the middle. And this is just, again, part of the atmosphere of the time. Now, the book, Stop in the Name of God, this is a page from the book. I don't know what page it is. Does it say? Let's see. Yeah, page 259. Conclusion. Throughout this book, we have laid out a robust case for why the Sabbath can truly transform your life, not as a burdensome rule, but as a lifeline of renewal. In a culture addicted to motion and noise, turning off your phone, quitting the scrolling, silencing Netflix, and stepping away from the endless stream of notifications is nothing short of radical. The Sabbath is not passive, it is a form of resistance. It is rebelling against the idol of productivity and the tyranny of busyness. To keep the Sabbath is to declare boldly and counterculturally, I am not a machine, I am not defined by what I produce, I am a soul created by God, made for rest, worship, and communion. In a world that rewards exhaustion, the Sabbath invites us back to Eden, to simplicity, to stillness, and to sacred time set apart. So far, pretty good, not bad. Now imagine if America began to honor the Sabbath again, not merely as a personal spiritual practice, but as a national cultural rhythm. Picture Saturday, in parentheses, or Sundays, once again becoming a time of collective pause when commerce slows down, screens dim, and the fervent pace of life yields to presence, prayer, and family. There's the key word of the day, folks. All this feminism 2.0, bankrolling with have babies, stay at home, go go to church, all this stuff. This is just designed to shape the culture really, really quickly and bring in this thing of the family so that the family can then be psyoped with the whole Sunday sacredness thing. So the key thing here is or. Now, there's a lot of really nice words in here on this page, but I'm going to bring your attention to just this word right here, or. That's a very, very important word. If you understand the heavy, ultra heavy significance of this word, then you have made some progress in your understanding. Because or is a very important word in terms of Bible prophecy. If you read the Old Testament, and you read every time that the laws were commanded by God, of course we're talking about moral law, moral character, you shall bind them on your hand, around your hand, as frontlets between your eyes, and as frontlets between your eyes. There's always the conjunction and, because they should be in your actions, which is symbolized by your hands, and they should be in your mind and your attitude, what you believe. In other words, don't act without believing like a hypocrite, like a Pharisee, and don't believe without acting, because you're also a hypocrite, because you're not doing what you believe you should do. So either, if it's an or either or situation, you're a hypocrite. God wants alignment between your actions and your beliefs. Obviously, we don't have perfect alignment, but the point is you should strive for alignment. The devil is a hypocrite. He's the father of lies. He shines outwardly, but inside he's death. He's a rotting corpse, the skeleton, radiating light. Very fascinating mystery of evil. So the devil's nature is hypocritical by nature. That means that the devil's system is not a system of and. Do you understand? God's system is a system of and. Your actions should match what you believe, and your beliefs should match your actions. Because God is consistent. Therefore, God's way of doing things is based on and. The devil's way of doing things is based on or. You either can believe in it, or you don't have to believe in it. So or is a very, very important word, because at the end of time, where the mark of the beast is placed upon people, it is placed how? Either on the head. What word is next? Or the hand. Either on the head, in other words, some people are going to believe this thing and really be into it. And some people are not going to really believe it, but they're going to do it because there's benefits and whatever. It's better to live in a Christian country than a Muslim country, said that atheist that I can't remember his name. I always confuse him with the other, Charles Dawkins, Christopher Hutchins. I always get, there's like two names and I always confuse them. But anyway, you know who I'm talking about. He's like, I'd rather live in a Christian country than a Muslim country. Yeah, that's the point. He's like, I don't believe a word of the Bible, but I really like my Christmas carols, and So you're going to have or. The devil's system is or based. So when you read this nice little page here that says all these beautiful things about the Sabbath, and you're like, oh yes, I agree with that. Yes, these are truths. I align with this truth, and then suddenly go whoop, they flips you on your back and says, gotcha. Or Sunday, or you could, whatever, doesn't matter. And of course, if it's or, that means it's always going to default to the tradition of men. If you don't stand on the truth and you say or instead of and, then the devil's going to get you, because that's how it works. He lets an open situation, says, oh, it could be either or. And through dialectics and conflict and shenanigans and culture shaping, the or turns into a must of the devil's option. Do you get it? So or is the most important word on that page. Or is the most important word on that page, because or tells you exactly the morality that is coming through that page. Charlie Kirk's final message to America. Charlie Kirk finished writing a book just months before he was murdered. This exclusive excerpt is about the importance of observing the Sabbath and why rest might heal our country. This is December 8th, 2025, Culture and Ideas by the Free Press. Was there something I highlighted here? There was something I believe somewhere that I highlighted. I don't know. I think I did. Point 6. There are many weekends a year where I simply can't take a Sabbath. This is what I wanted to highlight. About 5 weekends out of the year, sometimes more, it becomes genuinely difficult for me to take a Sabbath. This is, I believe, Charlie Kirk's own saying. Occasionally, I'm asked to speak at conferences, churches, or public forums that fall squarely on the weekends. And in those moments, I face the same tension many of you do. How do I honor God when life won't slow down? Here's my answer. I do everything in my power to plan around it. But when that's not possible, I get creative and deliberate. If I have to work on Saturday, I take Sunday as my Sabbath. If both days are booked and filled with travel or obligations, I plan ahead to block off the following weekend for extended rest, phone off, no emails, no output. The goal isn't a rigid formula, it's a reordered life. That's a very interesting statement. The goal isn't a rigid formula, when in fact, actually, the Bible has a very rigid formula. Doesn't mean it's legalistic, it just means this is how it's done. Because this is what God did. God rested on the seventh day. Therefore, that order has been preserved throughout time. If you're curious about how that works, watch my video, Saturday is actually the Sabbath, a history of the seventh day. Very interesting. The order of the days has been preserved. That means that when you rest on the seventh day, you are physically demonstrating your allegiance to the power that commanded the rest. Because you wouldn't do that normally. There'd be no reason to rest. You got to work. Got to, toil. The Genesis curse is very real. So it makes no sense to rest unless you're deliberately choosing it because somebody told you to do that. Why are you resting on the seventh day? Well, because I believe in God, the creator, who rested on the seventh day after creating the world. Oh, really? Tell me more about this creator. Why did he tell you to rest on the seventh day? Well, let me tell you, he rested on the seventh day after creating the world. Then he revealed his covenant to Israel a long time ago as a shadow of the fulfilling reality in Christ, who actually rested on the seventh day in the tomb after completing the work of atonement, because we're all guilty. We deserve to die, but Christ lived a sinless life and paid for the debt that we owe God. And after he completed that payment, he rested in fulfillment of the typology created in the very beginning. Isn't God cool? He created in the beginning all of these things. He declared them from the very beginning. I declare the end from the beginning. And he fulfilled them at perfect timing. So when I rest, I remember the gospel. I remember creation. I remember the future. Wow, that's a really very meaningful activity that you have there. Yeah, it is very meaningful. But when you rest on the first day of the week, why do you rest? You rest because the Catholic Church tells you that you need to rest. There's no biblical reason to do that in a different way. So when you say that there's no rigid formula, when every single command of the Sabbath is 6 days you shall work, on the seventh you shall rest. That is not an arbitrary sequence of days that you pick. It is on the seventh actual day of creation. Because in doing so, you align with the pattern of the Creator. It doesn't mean pick 7 days out of any sequence of days. It means rest on the seventh day, because that knowledge has been preserved. It's called by a pagan name in the pagan world, Saturday, but we don't call it Saturday. We call it the Sabbath, because that's the only day that's really meaningful, because that's the day that you look forward to. Every other day is just going to work. You're in the Genesis curse. When the Sabbath comes, you're back in eternity. You have a little slice, a little keyhole that you're looking through. You're looking at eternity. Oh gosh, what's that going to be like when I get to live forever and explore the earth forever? That's every seventh day is that. But if it's not a rigid formula, then it loses its entire meaning. Do you get it? The whole point of the rigid formula is because you align with the meaning that was set down by that formula. Otherwise, if there's no formula, what's the point? You can rest whenever you want. What is the point? That's exactly the point. The Sabbath is not meant to shame you into rest, but to awaken you into how much you've been missing. Notice the lamb-like, dragon-like quality of this entire thing. You are also teaching your family something profound. Every time you pause your productivity and make room for stillness, you are disciplining your children. You're showing them that faith isn't confined to church pews, but is woven into time itself. One day, your children will tell their children how you lived. What will they say? That you were always busy, always stressed, always distracted? Or will they say, my father knew how to stop. My mother knew how to delight. They made time for joy. They protected space for God. We've been conditioned to believe that our worth is tied to our availability, our output, our visibility. But Sabbath teaches us that your value is not measured by your responsiveness or productivity. It's measured by your belonging. your rootedness in God's love. When you power down on your phone, you're not missing out. You're entering a different kind of time, what the rabbis called sacred time. Oh, the rabbis. Notice. Do true noticing. What's going on with this? Why is he mentioning the rabbis? What does that have to do with the overall scheme? Time that doesn't drain you, but restores you. You begin to see things more clearly. Your thoughts settle, your heart slows, your conversations deepen, and most importantly, you remember who you are apart from in the endless stream of noise. Don't be afraid to turn off your phone. You're not falling behind. You're catching up to what matters most. The people in front of you, the presence of God, the peace you've been craving. Let the Sabbath be your weekly rebellion. Let it be the time when the world demands go silent and eternal voice becomes audible again. So much truth mixed with error, and this is the problem with these things. These are so seductive, and of course this book was perfectly timed. Again, I don't think he even wrote it, to be quite honest with you. I'm very skeptical. He could have. I don't have evidence really to make a claim as to whether he wrote it or not, but I don't believe that he wrote it. I mean, I would be very surprised that he did, especially how busy he was being a puppet. I don't know. And the point is that the book's timing, regardless of whether he wrote it or not, is perfect timing. His death came at a perfect time, and now the cultural shift is happening. The book is getting shoved into your face. You'll see more of this. Shabbat Shalom. Jew. What do we want as a nation? We should rest. Charlie made a point, but we don't need to rest on Saturday. That's the Jewish thing. That's the Jewish way to do it. Look at all those dirty Jews. Look what they're doing. We don't want to be like the Jews. We have our own thing. We have Christian Sunday. We're a Christian country. You see where this is going? Let's see a little more doublespeak from Charlie Kirk.
Turn off your laptops for one day. And by the way, enough of this dating thing. Get married and have a bunch of kids. Okay, seriously.
Yeah, in this economy, come on now.
God bless you. Thank you.
And the Sabbath doesn't have to be Saturday.
It doesn't have to be Saturday. No.
It's a day.
I do Saturday because it works best for my schedule. I also happen to think it's the seventh day, but if it's Sunday, God bless you, right? It's Resurrection Day. I'm not a legalist on that way, but you should dedicate one day as a holy day. Agreed. It must be different.
Agreed. The message that placates the world. If people are saying, agreed. If you have that, if you're in this public place and you're not pissing people off, and everybody's like, agreed. Your message sounds so nice, and it's not really pissing people off. Then your message is not the truth, my friend. It's not being a legalist to say, this is what it says in the Bible. 6 days you shall rest. On the seventh is the Sabbath. It seems that didn't change with the New Testament. If we study the history of the early church, which I've done very, very deeply in my Lord's Day series, go check it out. A lot of misconceptions and lies, especially from Catholicism and Orthodoxy, about the early church in regards to Sunday. The early church kept the Sabbath, and the church as a whole, meaning people who believed, kept the Sabbath well into the year 1000. That's a very documented fact. So the apostles transmitted that information down through their students, through their relationships. People kept the Sabbath. So that means that the Sabbath was the same. It never changed. So how can you say, well, if it's Sunday, if you want to basically rebel against God's word and do it your own way like Cain, God bless you. God bless you. You do whatever you want because it's the resurrection day because you have a reason for it. So what if it's the resurrection day? Jesus never said, listen, I've resurrected today. This is actually now the true Sabbath. That whole thing we were doing for thousands of years where I was like, initiating it at creation, and I said all that typology. Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm going to do it now on the first day of the week because, I've resurrected, and this is what you got to do from now on. Never. In fact, in my Lord's Day series, towards the end, a video on the Didache, I covered this paper, phenomenal research. I didn't even think of these points, but I'll give you a little taste of it. Go check it out, but I'll give you a little taste. One very surefire clue. I didn't even think of this, but it's a great point. One surefire clue that the apostles kept the Sabbath. Very, very important point that you understand this. Not a single time were they ever accused of breaking the Sabbath. And if you read the book of Acts, And if you read, all these stories that's going on and all the things that were going on with them, they were being persecuted, they were being stoned, they were being attacked, they were being plotted against. People wanted to kill them left and right. Every chance they get, they had false witnesses against them. They did everything they could to try to destroy them. And not a single time, not once, were they ever accused of breaking the Sabbath. Now, you tell me, if you were a Pharisee, if you were a fly on the wall, don't you think the Pharisees and the scheming Jews would say, how can we get these guys? Well, they're keeping Sunday because of their new God, so this is the perfect way to accuse them because they're teaching people to break the Sabbath. And that's a major, major offense. Now we can really kill them. That never happened. And if it did happen, you would see it because they found every possible reason to try to accuse them. Of course, they couldn't, but they tried. They tried bringing false witnesses and everything else, and there's no such record. Why? Because they kept the Sabbath. So how can you say, God bless you, when you are blessing somebody's rebellion? If you think that, I believe that adultery is when a married man cheats on his wife, and that's adultery. But you know what? If you think that being a boyfriend and girlfriend and having sex and then going and having sex with another person, if you don't think that's adultery, then that's okay. God bless you. It's okay. I happen to think it's this way, but if you would think it that way, that's not how morality works. That's not how morality works. Morality is either black or white. You're dealing with an absolute being who prescribed to you very specific prescriptions that are not meant to be read metaphorically. You read every other command literally. Why do people read the fourth commandment gnostically and say, well, it's open to interpretation? Or, it's really about, Jesus is the Sabbath rest. Yeah, Jesus is the ultimate rest, but that doesn't mean the fourth commandment has gone away. Why do you read the fourth commandment like a Gnostic and say, it's open for interpretation? No. It's also not legalistic to read it as it is. Just like it's not legalistic to read the commandment against killing as a commandment against killing. If anything, if we're going to take the Sermon on the Mount as the standard for God's morality, where he goes through the moral code and says, you've heard thou shalt not kill, but I tell you, if you hate your brother, you've basically killed him. You've heard, you should not commit adultery, but if you look at a woman with lust, that's committing adultery. So he's going through the moral code. Do you think the people around him kept the Sabbath? Yeah. So if anything, the Sabbath was not done away with. It was elevated by the arrival of Christ. The full meaning and delight and the significance of the Sabbath was revealed, just like everything else was revealed. Don't hate people. Don't look with lust. Remember, God's reality is a reality of and. Actions match thoughts and what's inside, not a mismatch. You got to be consistent. That's why the Sermon on the Mount shows you the absolute standard. It's not just an external standard of behavior, of acting, but not really believing. You must believe it. Well, how do I do that? You must be born again. So it's all very consistent, folks. But these people who are shining stars of light, of false light, they are shining little angels proclaiming the morality of the devil. And that morality is relativism, that you are the one who can determine the rules. You are the one that's sovereign. You shall know good and evil, and basically you can determine what is good or evil at that point. That's the morality of the devil. And that morality is coming upon the world very close. Now, to my point, Emerald Robinson, my fellow Christians, watch out for Operation Shabbat Shalom. That's the push to encourage you to stop going to church on Sunday and switch to the Jewish Sabbath on Saturday. False dialectic, and pinning the Shabbat Shalom thing on the Jews. And they're trying to rob you and make you a Judaizer and make you support Israel. Do you see how the devil is doing this? This is heresy. Christians began observing Sunday as the Lord's Day to commemorate Jesus' resurrection in the first century. Wrong, you fool. It's not even close to true. Not even close to true. You've been either programmed or you know what you're doing and you're lying through your teeth. Wrong, wrong, wrong. And if you believe this, then please go watch my Lord's Day series. The early Christians, the first century especially, were Jews. Do you think that they suddenly switched? After thousands of years, they switched how they interpreted the fourth commandment? It's not true. It's not true whatsoever. Not true whatsoever. But this is the dialectic and is right on time. Right on time. The 250th anniversary of America, re-identifying America as a Christian nation. What do we want as a national identity? And the Sabbath is right there at the pinnacle of the discussion, the tension between the Christian side and the Zionist side. It's all in perfect concert, folks. It's truly something. Here's another thing. Erica Kirk announces Shabbat dinners at America Fest to combat anti-Semitism. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh, folks. I mean, if you're enraged by this, I encourage you to laugh at it because it's just so ridiculous to see what they're doing. Erica Kirk has revealed that Turning Point USA will introduce Shabbat dinners as a recurring feature at America Fest to help combat anti-Semitism. Do you see what they're doing? Shabbat is related to anti-Semitism. That means Shabbat is a Jewish Zionist thing. Put two and two together. This initiative reflects TPUSA's commitment to incorporating Jewish traditions. Do you see this clever thing that's going on? Do you see what's going on? Into its programming, offering attendees a meaningful opportunity to connect over the weekly ritual meal. By establishing Shabbat dinners as an annual event, the organization aims to foster a cultural engagement, community building, and networking among festival participants while promoting inclusivity and understanding. This is like the woke MAGA. This is like, again, Operation Deep State 2.0. People are like waking up to the deep state all over again, except that the deep state this time is Zionist. And in the process, they are making very important associations that the devil is going to cash his chips on very soon. Here's another thing. This is from End Jew Hatred on Instagram. America First Shabbat. You really can't make this up. Featuring Brick Goldstein and Brandon Tatum. There was that, somebody made, those, oh gosh, those APAC trackers. Somebody made this one where they used AI to animate him. It's so bad. Where Brandon Tatum, they were bribing him with like chicken and watermelon. It was just so bad. But, Brandon Tatum, he's totally a Zionist puppet. Brooke Goldstein, I don't know who that is, but obviously a Jew. So America First with patriotic, flag, and then Shabbat, associating two things and making people disgusted at that reality so that they could push away the Sabbath as a Jewish tradition and embrace the counterfeit. Truly brilliant. Truly, you got to hand it to them. They're very brilliant marketers. That's for damn sure. All right, let's see. This is the Charlie Kirk relic, the Saint Charlie Kirk relic. Let's see.
And you can see from behind me, this is a recreation of the tent where Charlie Kirk lost his life at Utah University in September, and people are taking selfies with it. You can see from behind.
This is Catholicism, folks. This is Catholicism. This is like pilgrimage. I mean, tell me what is different, really. I mean, really, what is different other than maybe like a decaying foot being present? But what is different from this than any other thing? This is pilgrimaging. People are pilgrimaging to a holy site. Do you get it? And partaking in worshiping and adoration and veneration of somebody that's dead at their holy site, because this is the tent. And of course, if you get close to the tent, you're closer to Charlie Kirk, and there's more importance there, and taking a picture and a selfie and a little memorial. This is Catholicism. This is the Catholic mentality. All it's going to take for the people who are wrapped up in this kind of delusion, if they're not Catholic already, but to become Catholic, it's just like this. Go, whew, just like a little nudge, a little false sign and wonder, a little political manipulation, a little Overton window, little this, little that, and boom, they're going to be Catholic. If they're the kind of people that would go to this event and take a picture with Charlie Kirk's tent and froth at the mouth for this stuff, it just would take a little tiny nudge, not even, to get them into Catholicism. That's the point, folks. Nicki Minaj makes surprise appearance with Erica Kirk at TPSA's America Fest, urges young men to be more like Trump. Oh man, you gotta laugh. I think it's funny. This stuff is either depressing or no. I don't want to allow ads. Leave me alone. I want to continue without supporting you. Look at this, dark and light. Again, the same thing. Here's the light. Here's the dark. And of course, Nicki Minaj has a lot of really dark things. Supposedly, I don't know if she's a Christian now or what's going on, but if you remember Nicki Minaj, I remember she had like a video where she was talking about how basically she was channeling a demon with her performances and how she's just not herself. And she was even worried. You know, she was even like, you could see that there was like an awareness that she was part of the satanic system. So now suddenly she's coming to TPUSA and acting in the role of a priest, basically a preacher that's proclaiming morality, and everybody's clapping like, what is this? What is this worldly religiosity that's going on? And of course, I think she's even going to write a song. Yeah, being a Turning Point USA's Nicki Minaj, being a Turning Point USA's America Fest more important than any concert I've performed because Charlie Kirk's organization is a direct link between young people and God. No, Jesus Christ is a direct link between young people and God. TPUSA is acting as an antichrist in place of Christ and proclaiming the morality of the beast and doing the beast's bidding. But this is the religion that is coming, a very lamb-like, dragon-hearted religion that hasn't showed its fangs quite yet. You can see it in some situations. Nicki Minaj reveals she is working on a song with Erica Kirk to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy for her album. So there you go, bring this man up into sainthood and canonize him in the religion of MAGA and harlot Protestantism as quickly as possible. And people are all over it. What do? You make a song, you make a little pilgrimage site. This is just religion. Again, it's Catholicism. And what is Nicki Minaj, who is a harlot of Babylon and part of this system, what does she have to do with like the gospel and Christianity and Charlie Kirk? I mean, just, even though I think Charlie Kirk was part of the club, but either way, like on the surface, they're two diametrically opposed individuals. I believe Charlie Kirk had things to say about Nicki Minaj that he didn't really approve of. So now she's at his, funeral / memorial / whatever, making a song about him. That's just weird. Oh, goodness. This Allie Stuckey just makes me want to claw my eyes out.
Way that Christians can love our neighbor as we await the perfect and sure victory of Jesus Christ is through politics.
Stop it. Get some help. Right.
It's through politics. See, politics matter because policy matters, because people matter. Politics affects policy. Policy affects people. People are made in the image of God. People matter to God, and therefore they matter to us.
Do you see? This is the key word here. Okay, this is the key word, therefore. And you have to be very, very careful with these snakes because they will always get you with their therefores. They will insert assumption after assumption after assumption. If you don't say, nope, stop it, get some help, right? They will just insert their conclusion and you've agreed to it. This is true, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this. Therefore, what? This is her conclusion.
And so Christians don't have an option, nor should we want the option not to be political. That doesn't mean that politics is the primary way or the only way that we love our neighbor, but it is a way to love our neighbor. Because our most vulnerable neighbors are affected by politics, which affect policy. Our unborn neighbor is affected by our politics. The child who is confused about their gender is affected by our politics. One way that
Therefore, in parentheses, we have to take control of all branches of government and Christianize the world and bring in this pseudo-Christian state and fix the problem. There you go. That's the solution. The Bible doesn't command you to be involved in politics. The Bible not once mentions any political outcomes for Christians as part of the Christian life, because the state inherently is going to be Antichrist. And something very important happened in the 4th century, which is that the state reached out and shook hands with the church. And the church agreed and compromised because she was being persecuted. And as a result, you have the birth of the Antichrist Church, the Antichrist Catholic Church, the in place of Christ Universal Church, which is the institutional church. And ever since then, people think and conflate, like this person, Allie Stuckey, they conflate worldly outcomes and institutions with something that is invisible, and not measurable. For the first 300 years of the church, the people that were being persecuted, brutally martyred, I mean, we're talking being fed to freaking lions, man, and crucified in colosseums for sport, hunted down like rats, persecuted. Those people were not involved in politics. The apostles, who were martyred brutally, were not involved with politics or trying to get in government so they could shift the policy. They were uneducated men, they were spirit-filled, and they were spreading the truth, which is very simple, by the way. The gospel is made for the common man. And their goal was to spread the kingdom of God in the hearts of men and women, not to join the government and take over and shift that way, because that's a synergistic way of thinking. If you believe that God is sovereign, then you know that God has his plan for the political powers of the world, and he's using them against each other, and whatever, it doesn't concern me. I don't care about what's going on in politics. I care about what's going on in my own heart, the people around me, and whether I'm fulfilling my role in the Great Commission. God's going to sort all that stuff out. So there's no conflict there. And the Church of Smyrna, who is commended by Christ, and there's no rebuke for the Church of Smyrna, historically corresponds with the second phase of the church, which is the persecuted phase, up until about the 4th century, the beginning of the 4th century, where the Edict of Milan ended the persecutions. And that church, according to Christ, is perfect. But that church was very lowly. They weren't involved in politics at all, not so ever. The only other church that does not receive a rebuke is the Church of Philadelphia, which was very short-lived, around the 1800s. The missionary age, where the gospel went out into the world after the French Revolution and secularism. And that was very short-lived. Brotherly love. And then you have the Church of Laodicea, which is what we're in today, which is the lukewarm church, that, unlike all the other 6 churches, does not have any commendation. In other words, it doesn't have any good, acknowledgement of what you've done right. Only a warning. So that tells you something. So if we have just a warning and we're lukewarm, then we have to be very wary of lukewarm ideas and mishmashing ideas together and false conclusions and inserted assumptions and therefores and therefore this, therefore that, like Ali Stuckey is proclaiming. I believe she's a Protestant. I don't think she's a Catholic. She's a Protestant. I could be wrong. But they're all proclaiming to you the same morality. Do you get it? When Matthew, or is it Matthew? Matthew's gospel writes about the babies being slaughtered. Or is it Luke? I forget. I think it's either Matthew or Luke. But anyway, when the prophecy of the babies being slaughtered by Herod and Jesus narrowly escaping the dragon, when that prophecy came to be fulfilled, this was to fulfill the word of the Lord that was spoken by the prophet Jeremiah. Okay. Well, there was no political thing there where they said, oh, the babies got slaughtered because this evil person's in power, so we need to get in these offices and vote Herod out. We need to do something. Or, at that time they didn't really have democracy, so we need to revolt against this king so we could stop him from killing our babies. No, they realized that this was a prophecy and God is sovereign over the evil that's happening. As evil as it may seem, God is sovereign. He'll figure it out. Don't worry. He has a solution for everything. And it's going to be the best solution. Those babies are going to be resurrected and are going to be with God forever. But it's not up to you to judge what's happening or to join political movements to save these things. You should always stand for the truth. Abortion is evil, obviously. But do you see, the devil's created all these dialectics to justify himself now. The devil used all these occult people and Jews and communists to create Planned Parenthood and, all these programs to kill people off, especially the black community, so that then you could justify something like this, which is the road to the final trick. So it's all related, folks. It's all related. Here's another related thing. Sold out TPUSA conference to hold Eucharistic adoration during breakout session. Now, put your critical thinking cap on, okay? With big Fennec Fox floppy ears that are listening to everything around, okay? You got two situations. You got the Shabbat Shalom dinners, okay? Jew. Here you go. Look at all this Jew stuff. You hate the Jews, right? Look at all this Jew stuff happening. Then you have the Eucharistic adoration going on in the same house. You got Shabbat Shalom, very Jewish stuff, anti-Semitism, all the typical stuff, the rage baiting. And then you got the, sold out TPUSA conference to hold Eucharistic adoration during breakout session. Now, these two things do not go together. They don't. They really don't go together. Or maybe they do in a way that people haven't considered. Rome and Judea are united against Christ. But I'll tell you one thing. One of those sides is going to win because the other side is going to be subverted to the Roman side.
Texas earlier this week that I don't think has gotten enough.
So this is breaking news. Texas governor mandates Turning Point USA chapters in all public high schools.
Attention, and I want to tell you about it. I'm Tara McGowan, the founder and CEO of Courier, a network of independent newsrooms across this country, including in Texas. And here's what happened. Earlier this week, the governor and lieutenant governor announced a formal partnership between the state of Texas and Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is the organization founded by Charlie Kirk that is largely credited for the movement of a lot of young people, especially young men, into the MAGA movement. It is now, of course, being run by his wife, Erica Kirk, and has been really instrumental in seeding the trad wife narrative among younger women as well. This program, titled Club America, is going to bring a Turning Point USA chapter into every single high school and college campus across the state of Texas. This is essentially state-mandated conservative and MAGA indoctrination of young people in the state of Texas. And this is so important because Texas is often where Republicans at the national level decide to test their very dangerous, racist, and decisive policies, pass them through a Republican supermajority in the state, and then export them to other Republican states. By the state government of Texas endorsing and funding the scale of Turning Point USA to every high school and college campus, they are essentially going to be creating an entire generation of new conservative and MAGA leaders, creators, candidates. And this is another example that just gets under my skin about the difference between how Republicans play chess and Democrats run around with their heads cut off, talking about the next election, instead of actually building the infrastructure and deep-rooted relationships with the communities that they represent.
Yeah, it's funny to see these people. And, this kind of stuff needs to happen because there are people on both sides that are deceived. The liberals are... As this stuff becomes more and more prevalent in society, there's a lot of people on the liberal side that God is going to bring to himself into these truths. There's a lot of people on the conservative side that are going to come out of these things and also come to the truth. And of course, the rest of the world, most of the people are going to go to the counterfeit, unfortunately, but it is what it is. This girl has some good points about all this false MAGA. TPUSA is basically a mega church. She says, I spent 4 days at Kirkchella Amfest, and Turning Point USA is a mega church. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Kirk built a megachurch, and he called it a student organization. Turning Point USA is the most insane new megachurch of the 2020s. And after spending 4 days at Kirkchella, you cannot convince me otherwise. Charlie Kirk transformed from libertarian bro to prosperity gospel preacher in 4 years flat. We watched it happen in real time. He met one megachurch pastor who told him mixing Jesus with politics suddenly meant more power, less taxes, and suddenly Turning Point USA had 30 pastors on staff, monthly events at Dream City Church, and was recruiting kids on over 2,000 campuses with Democrats are demonic messaging. And then after his assassination, they were selling merch of what he wore when he died. And his widow is now running the show. And we all just kind of went with it. And I just, again, spent the last 4 days at Kirkchella. also known as Turning Point USA's America First Rally, or AmFest, or Loser Fest, depending on who you're asking. And you cannot convince me that that is not a megachurch. Turning Point USA is America's billionaire-fueled political megachurch. Because this is nuts. Okay, so in 2018, Kirk said separation of church and state was important. And then in 2022, Kirk called it a fabrication by secular humanists. Okay? And everyone kind of went with this like, this is fine. Your king, Charlie Kirk, had 30 pastors on payroll. Please spare me the free markets BS. And let's get right into it because this is wild. So 6 years ago, 6 years, Charlie Kirk was out there telling Dave Rubin that we need separation of church and state and that Christians trying to impose their morality through government policy was, and I quote, turning people off. And he said Jesus was welcoming and tolerant. And he was basically your standard libertarian bro. So he happened to go to church sometimes, but it wasn't his like whole brand or identity. Fast forward to 2022, and suddenly separation of church and state is a fabrication and made up by secular humanists. Like, sir, what happened? Did someone slip something in your protein shake? Like, what happened was he met mega church pastor Rob McCoy in 2019. And McCoy whispered the magic words in his ear. You can have so much more power if you make this all about Jesus. And Kirk was like, oh shit, you're right. And like from a tax perspective.
Yeah, she's funny. She's really blonde, but she got some good points. And it's true. If you look at Charlie Kirk's journey, he started as just like this neutral, like libertarian, like free market, like, you know, kind of conservative guy, right? And then slowly it became a very powerful, like religious movement. And now it's just out in the open as a religious movement. After, of course, they capitalized on his death and turned him into a martyr. So all by design, folks, you know, whether you believe he was actually killed or not, the fact is that they are weaponizing that death and milking it for everything they have. This is, let's see.
Capitol, where we're announcing a very special and exciting partnership between Turning Point USA and the state of Tennessee. We have seen two other states do this, Florida and Texas, both bastions of freedom. Tennessee is now following suit. With this partnership, we are going to see every high school in the state of Tennessee have.
In his book, The Nazi Mind, author and historian Lauren Rees outlines 12 warning signs ignored before the fascist takeover of Germany. Warning sign number 4 is called the corrupting of youth. Now, I am not saying that Turning Point USA is a Nazi organization. I am saying they are following a well-documented blueprint. This isn't just another after-school club. Turning Point USA is an ideological organization with a very specific vision for America. One that's overwhelmingly white, straight, nationalist, and rooted in a very narrow form of patriarchal fundamentalist Christianity. Bastions of freedom. Did you know that earlier this year, Texas passed Senate Bill 12, which bans student organizations based on gender identity and sexual orientation? So LGBTQ plus students are denied access, while the state clears the path for a politically funded ideological group to expand into every high school. You don't have to agree with me theologically or politically to see the problem. The state has no right to tilt the scales, to suppress some identities and subsidize others in public education. History has already shown us where this road goes, and pretending not to notice has never ended well.
We just got to the state capitol.
Yeah, and you know why this is justified? Because they traumatized people with all the LGBTQ stuff. They shoved that in your face, just like they're shoving the Jew stuff in your face, so that it's justified to move in the opposite direction, or I should say in the desired direction. Do you get it? It's always, whenever you see something obvious, like I said, if everyone's figuring it out, you haven't figured it out, bud. You haven't figured it out. If everyone's like on the train of saying, oh, it's the Zionists, well, then you still got to keep going because it's not just the Zionists. And this is the problem. If it's obvious, then you got to dig deeper. Erica Kirk backs J.D. Vance's potential 2028 presidential bid at Turning Point USA conference. Already, it's not even, I mean, right now at the time of this video, it's barely 2026, and we're already talking about 2028. Erica Kirk, widow of TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk and the organization's new leader, endorsed a potential presidential bid by her Vice President J.D. Vance on the opening night of the Conservative Youth Group's annual conference. After telling the cheering crowd that Turning Point would help keep Congress in Republican hands next year. We are going to get my husband's friend J.D. Vance elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible. She has such weird things that she says. You know, she had like this interview where she's like talking about God, and she's like, he's sovereign. And she's got like that like glare, you know. He's sovereign, but he's just. I'm like, okay, well, the word "but" usually denotes that the thing coming before and after are contradictory with one another in some way. The reason God is sovereign is because he's just, and he's just, therefore he's sovereign because he's the judge of the earth. Like, there's no but there. It doesn't make sense. It's just such weird things that she says sometimes. Vance would be the 48th president if he takes office after President Donald Trump. Kirk's statement on Thursday is the most explicit backing of Vance's possible candidacy by a woman who has been positioned as the steward to her late husband's legacy. Yeah, she's been positioned all right. Charlie Kirk had become a power broker and bridge builder within the conservative movement before he was assassinated in September. Yes, whether you believe that or not, that's up to you. I happen to believe that he was killed. I'm open to believing otherwise, but the evidence I've seen so far is just that he was actually killed. But regardless, they're capitalizing the hell out of it. So the White House, America 250, America prays, an invitation to prayer and rededication of the United States as one nation under God. This is a picture of George Washington kneeling in prayer, but you don't realize that there's a bust of George Washington. Where is it? Is it in Boston, Massachusetts, Maryland, somewhere out in the middle of, you know, the city? Is a giant black bust. I'm sure there's many like it, where it says Freemason and First President. Well, you can't be a Freemason and be kneeling and praying to the God of the Bible. That's an or situation. Do you get it? Yeah, Saturday or Sunday. You could be a Freemason or a Christian. That's not an or, that's not an and situation. But they're presenting it to you as an and situation. They're painting to you a picture of something that doesn't exist. George Washington being this devout Christian, which you don't know who George Washington was. He lived 250 years ago. And there's many dubious things about his life. And certainly there's a lot of odes by the Freemasons to him. There's a memorial in the, Capitol building at the very top, the apotheosis of Washington, or whatever it's called, his transition into godhood. I mean, how can you dedicate your nation to God when you have idolatrous art like that? How can you claim that George Washington was a worshiper of the God of the Bible when there's so many Freemasonic things about him? And you have a memorial about him becoming like God. That is an affront to God, and yet you're trying to rededicate the country. How about you start by changing the painting in the Capitol building? If you want to rededicate the country, that sounds like a repentive type of movement, but it's false repentance. Do you get it? This is the kind of repentance by Pharaoh. This is Pharaoh repentance. Like, oh, I repent. Just give me my stuff. This is false repentance. We want to rededicate the nation to one nation under God. Well, if you really are serious about that, then how about you clean it up? But they're not going to. They're just going to present it as a false, situation in preparation of the 250th birthday of the country. Now, usually 250 years is kind of a tipping point for most empires, especially the last big ones in the last, couple centuries, like with Britain and Spain and everything. So this is a turning point. And of course, the turning point of the USA is that it's going to transition into a vassal state of Rome. As we prepare to celebrate 2.5 centuries of freedom, I am inviting America's great religious communities to pray for our nation and for our people. Why is the president of a secular country telling you to do something spiritual? Why? From the beginning, this has always been a country sustained and strengthened by prayer. So important, if we bring religion back stronger, you're going to see everything get better and better and better. You're going to see it get better and better. It's a real quote. So as we chart our course for the next 250 years, let us rededicate ourselves to one nation under God. Which God are we talking about, Trump? The ask, what if 1 million Americans dedicated 1 hour a week to praying for our country and our people? The invitation. Will you join with at least 10 people to meet each week for 1 hour to pray for America? I wonder when you would meet with those people. I mean, let's be real. Like, everybody's working for the most part. You're not going to meet with them like on a Monday. Certainly not Tuesday. Wednesday's hump day, maybe. Thursday, Friday. Saturday, most people go out and party and they do lawn work. Sunday seems to be the natural candidate. So if we're meeting with people once a week and praying once a week, we do that at church anyway. So really what this is telling you to go to church. Get it? The opportunity, as we celebrate 250 years of freedom, this is an opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the principles that gave birth to this land of liberty. You mean the Enlightenment, Freemasonic, New Atlantis, Francis Bacon principles? Those principles? As George Washington famously said in his farewell address, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion, and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmness props of the duties of men and citizens. We'll look at some other quotes from the, I was going to say the church fathers, the founding fathers. Very interesting quotes that you should be familiar with. This dedicated time of prayer is not only for our nation, but for its people, because a nation is only as strong as its citizens. Why is and of course they cite to you the very scriptures, like, what does the White House do? What is the White House has no business telling me how I should read the Bible and interpret it. Has no business telling you that. I think prayer is great. I think you should pray as often, pray without ceasing? Book of Philippians tells you that. Or as that AI video of Ted Cruz, the Fallopians. Fallopians 3:12. Yeah, Fallopians. But the White House has no business telling me when I should pray or how much I should pray or what. It has no business doing that. And the fact that this is becoming in the culture. You see, this is how it starts. This is not like, you need to go to church on Sunday, and if you don't, we're cutting you off. Obviously, they're not going to do that in the beginning. They're going to start with stuff like this. Why don't you pray? Oh, everybody likes prayer. Prayer is good for the soul. Why don't you rest a little bit? Why don't you do this? And then pretty soon, the snake goes around you, like Mowgli in the Jungle Book. And then... hypnotizes you, and that's how they get you. And most people are unaware. My people perish for lack of knowledge, right? Saving America by saving the family, a foundation for the next 250 years. This is the Heritage Foundation's manifesto, Project 2026 type of deal. And I think if we search, let's see, does this expand? Yeah, full report. And let's say there is a Sunday. Come on, I thought I found a Sunday in here somewhere. All right. Okay, here it is. Respecting conscience and religious freedom. Now, really quick point. I'm not going to read this white stuff, but this is like the context of the next thing, okay? Respecting conscience and religious freedom. This is how a lamb speaks. This is Christianity. This is Christianity. Christianity is not something with the sword. You don't force people to believe what you believe. You respect their conscience. You give them the truth. And if they refuse, then let God sort that out. They have the freedom in that sense to worship other gods or worship the truth. You're going to be destroyed, but you're not holding them at gunpoint or at the sword to believe what you believe. So this is the lamb-like quality, respecting conscience and religious freedom. However, if you understand your history and you understand immediate history that the Heritage Foundation is a Catholic propaganda shaping tool, therefore it's a tool of the papacy and the beast, and you understand extended history, like with the medieval ages and Inquisition and everything else, then a Catholic shaping organization arguing for respecting conscience and religious freedom is really quite the hoot, because there's no such thing. Catholicism is inherently against your freedom of conscience. Ex ecclesia nullum salus. No salvation for you outside the church. And if you're outside the church, well, you're not really a human being anymore. We could do whatever we want to. Do you get it? Not a Christian. So God has given us the power to judge right from wrong, so therefore we can kill you. So ex ecclesia nullum salus is still around, folks. Just because there's the veil of Vatican II, political correct teddy bear veil, doesn't mean that ex ecclesia nullum salus doesn't exist. It's still there. So the Catholic Church and a Catholic shaping foundation, like the Council for National Policy, like the Family Research Council, Family Research Council, I think it is, yeah. All these little councils and, groups and clubs, they're all just Catholic NGOs designed to shape culture. And the Heritage Foundation is one of them. The Koch Foundation is another one. They've been around for decades, in the shadows lurking, and now they're coming out. But they've been around for a while. So for them to say respecting conscience and religious freedom is a load of bull, quite honestly, because they don't actually care about your religious freedom. They're doing this to say, look, no, we don't have any fangs. We're just a lamb. Meh, we're just a lamb. And you start petting that lamb. He's, oh, you're so cute, little lamb. And then pretty soon it goes, and it swallows your entire arm and turns into a snake. So this is the problem. And this is how they get you. But the support for a uniform day of rest, this is what it really gets down to. Of course, we knew that from Project 2025. That was in there. But this is going to be pushed. As zoning laws allow a community to determine whether one can operate certain businesses, blue laws reflect the local judgments as to when one can operate certain businesses. In the case of McGowan versus Maryland, 1961, the Supreme Court held by an 8-1 vote that Sunday closing laws that include the purpose of providing a uniform day of rest are constitutional and can accommodate the fact that the majority of people who take a day of rest for religious reasons do so on Sundays. Massachusetts, for example, requires that every employer of labor engaged in carrying on in any manufacturing, mechanical, or mercantile establishment or workshop shall allow every person at least 24 consecutive hours of rest in every 7 consecutive days. So are they trying to rewrite the law of God and tell you how to do things? You have no reason to rest. Do you understand? Rest is anchored, at least rest every 7th day, because the pagans had their festivals where they were resting, but rest as a regular rhythmical 7-day pattern has no reason to exist other than from a command from God. It is explicitly tied to God's way of doing things, how he created the world, his covenant, his relationship with his people is completely tied to God. No other system ever had a reason to rest periodically on the 7th day. So when you are trying to say, no, this is how it's supposed to be done, or Sunday, it doesn't matter, Saturday or Sunday, or, pick, at least 24 hours within a 7-day period and do whatever you want. We like that biblical principle of resting, but we're not going to do it that way, though. We're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it our own way. Just like Cain said, you know what? I'm going to offer something, but I don't really want to give you my best. But I'll just do whatever I can and get over with it. And he got rejected because he did it his own way. And ever since, people have been trying to do it their own way. And this is the problem. Uniform Day of Rest is coming, folks. It's coming. At some point, all of the naysayers are going to have to admit that they were wrong. And they're going to have to suck it up. And all the people who called me a legalist and whatever else for preaching the truth and speaking the truth, you're going to eat your own words. So you better learn now and come to your senses and be in a position to make the right choice. Otherwise, you might make the wrong choice. And you'll be on the wrong side of history because you'll be deceived. Now, of course, God's people can never be deceived. I don't know who those are. So I speak the truth and let God do the rest. Oh, goodness. Let's turn the music off because it's probably going to ding me for copyright. But look at this giant false sign and wonder. Christ the Redeemer emerging from the sea by drones. These are drones that are all turning on. I don't know where this is, but let's see. Oh, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. False sign and wonder. Does Jesus want you to do this? Does Jesus want you to go to a concert and pay adoration to a giant image of him in the sky, which of course you don't even know what he looked like. You don't even know if he had long hair, man. There's no description. You don't know if he had long hair. Maybe he had short hair. You ever think of that? Maybe his beard was different. Maybe he had just a goatee. Maybe, I don't know. You don't know what he looked like. But this is the false Jesus that is rising out of the ashes of the secular system, out of the ashes of the Zionist system. It's going to rise and conquer the world. The Catholic Christ. May God help us all, huh? Bishop Robert Barron slams Zohar Mahmadi's warmth of collectivism line. For God's sake. Let's see. What does one side say against the other? King of the North, King of the South. He said he intended to replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. Collectivism in its various forms is responsible for the deaths of at least 100 million people in the last century, Barron wrote. For God's sake, spare me the warmth of collectivism. Socialist and communist forms of government around the world, Venezuela, Cuba, and North Korea, which, by the way, all didn't really have any Rothschild banks, are disastrous, explained Barron. Catholic social teaching, there it is, ding, 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 winner, winner, chicken dinner. The solution, what is it? Catholic social teaching has consistently condemned socialism and has embraced the market economy, which people like Mamdani caricature as rugged individualism. In fact, it is the economic system that is based upon the rights, freedom, and dignity of the human person. Do you understand? Catholic social teaching is that happy middle ground. It embraces free market economy. It has a little conservative stuff. It's all about the family, but it also has all of the social issues that the left wants to achieve, and the social justice issues and the social justice gospel and the climate change and all this stuff. It's the perfect synthesis between right and left. And this is where we're going, folks. So learn what Catholic social teaching is and understand that this is the future. Not Noahide laws, not is an Islamic caliphate, not the deep state with their Great Reset. The real Great Reset is this. It's the fake Jesus coming out of the ashes of the secular system. It's the Catholic social teaching Jesus that's going to appeal to everyone with a teddy bear gospel and a carnal social gospel and a lukewarm. Speaking of lukewarm, look at this. This is the Sikh festival or Sikh conference, whatever, January 1st to the 5th, Columbus, Ohio, San Antonio, Texas. So, ever ancient, ever new. You gotta laugh, man. Yeah. Isn't that true? Ever ancient, ever new. Yeah. Ever ancient, ever new. There's nothing new under the sun. This is very ancient. What you're saying here, this is very ancient indeed, my friends. What is Sikh? Sikh is a 5-day experience where thousands of Catholics come together to encounter Christ through prayer, adoration, meaning worship of a false idol, which is the Eucharist, the sacraments, and inspiring speakers. It's a chance to focus on what matters most, grow an authentic community, and be transformed in your faith. This is the new thing, folks. Here's a guy flashing the devil horns, which is an interesting picture they put up. But here they are. This is community. This is encountering Jesus. And of course, this is what is this? This is a mega church model. Do you see? If you look at this picture and you said, these are Christians, would you say oh, they're Protestant? Or are they Catholic? I don't know what they are. Well, that's the point. Do you get it? That's the point. This is the common, lukewarm, universal body of Christ that all of the world is going to be wrapped up into. This is what it looks like. This is a great example of it. It's going to be this trendy, hip, half Protestant, half Catholic, very lukewarm, universal, let's all get along kind of, let's not worry about doctrine stuff. Let's, whatever, just Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. This is ecumenism. This is what it is. This is the future. Because Catholicism understood a long time ago that in order to win this war, it had to shape the culture. It had to shape the culture. And especially recently, after Vatican II, they've really gotten very hip with it, with the charismatic movement, with charisms, with Christmas. In the 1980s, they started adopting Christmas trees. The Catholic Church had nothing to do with Christmas trees. It was a Protestant thing. So all these things were slowly encroaching on culture. You see now, for example, people like Father Mike Schmitz teaching the Bible, and Catholics are all about the Bible now. Oh, we talk about the Bible. It's their modus operandi. It's their MO. They're always talking about the Bible. Oh, the Bible's this, the Bible that. And you see, and the way we interpret it is this way. So it's become, Catholicism is a chameleon. It's become indistinguishable from harlot Protestantism. And that's the whole point. So that then the two can just unite, the first beast and the second beast. And the first beast, in the image of the beast, can be resurrected and worshipped. So this is the future right here. This ecumenical, lukewarm, universal type of reality. You got speakers, you got inspirational stuff, you got, Father Gregory, yeah, you go, there goes, he's a monk, he's a priest, he's this, and they're all just inspirational speakers. There's my Father Mike Schmitz, speaking of, him, all these people. And this is like a personal growth / Christian / Protestant / whatever the hell is going on. I mean, this is the future. This is the future. Oh, goodness. Just as God raised up a pope from behind the Iron Curtain to help defeat communism, do you get it? Pope, communism. Pope is the one who won, the king of the North, king of the South. God has raised up a pope from the Americas to help defeat MAGA authoritarianism. So that means if this was a dialectic in order to promote this, that means that this is a dialectic to, where's the Pope? Stupid highlighter, get out of here. To promote this. Do you get it? These are dialectics, just as they're telling you the truth. Communism was originally crafted by the Jesuits as a way to strip everything from your life so that you would demand religion back. And of course, that was successful. Now, same thing with MAGA. MAGA is in opposition to the American Catholic social teaching Pope. So there's a lot of tension there. And that's by design, because the Pope is going to, you think the Pope's going to lose? Yeah, right. That's Satan's man on the throne, man. So the Pope is going to come out on top. And all of this is designed to magnify and show him as the authority. And I bet you that by 2028, you're going to see some very, very interesting things. And the Olympics are going to be in the US, and the Pope's going to be there. They're probably going to have a day of rest for the athletes. There are going to be some very, very momentous things. To paraphrase Peter in the book of Acts, I bring neither silver nor gold to his work. To this work, I bring the greatest gift I have ever received, my back, my mind, and my heart. I give them because you and I were made for this moment, repairers of the breach. It's from a guy named Christopher Hale on Twitter. Very interesting. I don't think he's like a famous guy or anything, but this is just an interesting view into these realities, because this is exactly the point. These are dialectics. Here's another one, Pope Respecter. Catholics are close to capturing all three branches of government. Once complete, we will set up Jesuit tribunals and start the American Inquisition. You laugh, but this is what the Bible warns of. All America be like, I plan to vote for Catholics in 2028. Yeah, this is Republicans. J.D. Vance, Catholic. Marco Rubio, Catholic. Democrats, Gavin Newsom, Catholic. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Catholic. Yeah. Choose your flavor. They're all going to lead to Rome either way. You're going to have on the 2028 roster, you're going to have a Catholic social teaching president. And in fact, all of the voices are going to be Catholic social teaching. And they're all going to be competing with each other. And who knows who they'll pick. But probably Peter Thiel, basically. Probably J.D. Vance is a good candidate. But who knows? Who knows? Doesn't matter. It really doesn't. The end is Catholic social teaching. It has to be, so they can submit to the papacy. It's coming. Here's a quote from José Antonio Primo de Rivera in Madrid, Abril 2, 1933. The Spanish liberals dismiss fascism as anti-Catholic. It is fascism which in Italy, after 90 years of liberal Freemasonry, reestablished the crucifix and religious teachings in schools. Now, if you understand that liberal Freemasonry and fascism are really just two wings of the same devil bird, then you have progressed. Because there's a Jewish liberal side of Freemasonry, and there's a Catholic Knights of Malta, Templar, quote-unquote conservative side. But they work together. They are destroyer and creator. One hand destroys, the other hand cleans up. And in the end, they have a synthesis where everybody worships the devil. And we're coming up on that synthesis pretty soon, because you can see it all around you. Here's the extreme oath of the Jesuits. I've talked about these things before. There's so many documents on these things. See my Synagogue of Satan series for documentation on this, on the Abbot's Oath, on the Secreta Monita. There's a lot of Catholic propaganda saying these things never existed, but it's not true. Note, the following is the text of the Jesuit Extreme Oath of Induction as recorded in the journals of the 62nd Congress, 3rd Session of the United States Congressional Record House, calendar number 397, report number 1523, 15th February 1913, page 3215 to 3216, from which it was subsequently torn out. The oath is also quoted by Charles Didier in his book Subterranean Rome, translated from the original that was written in French. Former Jesuit priest Dr. Alberto Rivera, who escaped from the Jesuit order in 1967, but was subsequently murdered by the Jesuits in 1987, confirmed that the induction ceremony and the text of the Jesuit oath, which he took, were identical to what is cited below. So let's see. When a Jesuit of the minor rank is to be elevated to command, he is conducted into the chapel of the convent of the order, where there are only 3 others present, the principal or superior standing in front of the altar. On either side stands a monk, one of whom holds a banner of yellow and white, which are the papal colors, and the other a black banner with a dagger and red cross above a skull and crossbones, and the word INRI, and below the words Justum necar reges impius, meaning of which it is just to exterminate or annihilate impious or heretical kings, governments, or rulers. Interesting, though, because INRI in Latin also is the initials for, Isus Nazariano Reges Judeum, basically the Jesus Christ, King of the Jews. But this is the duplicity of the Synagogue of Satan. They say that they're in the name of God, but in fact it means something else. It means actually subverting, kingdoms and basically subverting the world to their aims. The meaning of which, yada yada, upon the floor of it is a red cross at which the postulant or candidate kneels. The superior hands him a small black crucifix, which he takes in his left hand and presses it to his heart. As the superior at the same time presents to him a dagger which he grasps by the blade and holds the point against his heart, the superior still holding it by the hilt, and thus addresses the postulant. Quote, "My son, therefore, heretofore you have been taught to act the dissembler among Roman Catholics, to be a Roman Catholic, and to be a spy even among your own brethren, to believe no man, to trust no man, among the reformers to be a reformer, among the Huguenots to be a Huguenot, among the Calvinists to be a Calvinist, among the other Protestants generally to be a Protestant, and obtaining their confidence, to seek even to preach from their pulpits, and to denounce with all the vehemence in your nature our holy religion and the Pope, and even to descend so low as to become a Jew among Jews, that you might be enabled to gather together all information for the benefit of your order as a faithful soldier of the Pope." There's more to it, and certainly you can look at these things. But is history in alignment with that? Well, yeah, there's quite a lot. Here's one piece of evidence for that. I've documented lots of it. But this is a letter from Thomas Jefferson, who was assassinated by the Jesuits, to John Adams, who was also assassinated by the Jesuits. They both died on the same day. They were poisoned. The letter is dated May 6th, 1816. And at the end of the letter, you can see a very telling paragraph. "I do not like the late resurrection of the Jesuits." So this was done in 1816. They were reinstated in 1812, I believe. So this is recent for them. "They have a general now in Russia in correspondence with the Jesuits in the U.S. who are more numerous than everybody knows. Shall we not have swarms of them here? As many shapes and disguises as ever a king of the gypsies, Bamford Moore Carew himself, I assumed. In the shape of printers, editors, writers, schoolmasters, etc. I have lately read Pascal's letters over again and 4 volumes of the history of the Jesuits." So he's read quite a lot about the Jesuits in his time. "If ever any congregation of men could merit eternal perdition on earth and in hell, according to these historians, though like Pascal true Catholics, it is this company of Loyola. Our system, however, of religious liberty must afford them an asylum. But if they do not put purity of our elections to a severe trial, it will be a wonder." This is written in older English, but in other words, they were aware that Jesuits were infiltrating every aspect of society. And they were also aware that because of the nature of their laws being very lamb-like, that this thing would be very easily taken advantage of. People were going to come here on the base of religious tolerance and abuse that to shape the culture to eventually basically install a Catholic vassal state, which is what you are seeing today. This is an older thing. This is a thing from last year, or 2 years ago now in 2024, but it commemorates, it's a 40-year stamp, commemorates the U.S. Holy See diplomatic relations, of course, that began with Reagan. Reagan was the first president to start taking his oath of office towards the obelisk, paying homage to Rome. But here's the 40-year commemoration stamp. And if you can see, there's the first beast, there's the second beast together, holding hands, frolicking through the woods, connecting. What's connecting them? See, these little threads are connecting them. There's the red, white, and blue, and then there's the red and white and yellow. And what's connecting them is the white thread, which is very interesting. You got the white thread, and that white thread is peace. White is usually a color for peace. Lambs are white. So what's connecting these two powers? What's connecting them is peace, false peace, prosperity, freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, tolerance, all these things that seem very lamb-like, which of course at the end are nothing but lies. So one major pillar of marketing that any marketing professional understands is association. If you want to be a good marketer, you have to associate your product to something good. Obviously, if you want to market it, you have to associate it to something good if you want to make it sell. When Coca-Cola associated Coca-Cola to Christmas in the winter when they had terrible sales, there's no reason to buy a Coke in the winter. They did a brilliant marketing campaign to transform Christmas and make it all about Coke. And ever since then, Coca-Cola in the winter is a thing. When diamonds were taken by the De Beers Company in the early 1900s, when they realized they could mine the crap out of them in Africa and sell them for way overpriced prices, because diamonds are just coal. They're not really anything particularly valuable. There's so many of them. But the artificial shortage created inflates the price. And of course, The De Beers Company created a huge marketing association with diamonds in the early 1900s to associate diamonds to the engagement ring, which was not really a thing. People gave rings occasionally. I mean, the women would wear rings, the men really wouldn't wear rings. And there wasn't like this thing to give a girl a diamond ring. But De Beers made that a thing. And now diamonds are forever, right? Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Cigarettes, of course, you know about the marketing in the early 1900s with doctors smoking cigarettes and camels and doctors recommending cigarettes and they're healthy and approved. Sex, sports, success, all of these things have associations to their product. I think there was this ad I'm thinking of. I think it was for it was a car company. It was like a very expensive car company. What was it? It was like, I don't remember the car brand, but it was a very expensive car company. And it was for used versions of that car brand. I don't think it was Bentley. It was something even more like Lamborghini or something. I don't know. It was something like Bugatti, some really fancy line of cars. And the ad is for a used line of cars. And it is this girl that's in like she's wearing a guy's shirt. And you could tell that whatever happened the other night, it's the morning after and she's just kind of hanging out and whatever, very sexy ad. And it's like the title of the ad goes, "Do you really care if you're the first?" I gotta have that car, man. And so this is the marketing of association. So you have to have associations if you want to promote your product. In the same way, you have to associate negative things if the product that you have, quote unquote, if the product that you have is a negative thing. If it's an idea that you want people to consume, you have to associate things to that idea, right? Especially if it's a negative idea, you have to make the right association so people are disgusted, they're angry, they're averse to what you want to demonize. This is called propaganda. Of course, propaganda goes both ways, but it's just marketing. Today we live in a world full of propaganda and marketing constantly, and the tricks are the same as always. There's nothing new under the sun. For hundreds of years, the devil used the Jews throughout time, especially in the early history of the church, to build his case for institutional religion, Catholicism, etc., Sunday sacredness, and so on. In the first 400 years specifically, the Jews were used to make Christians disgusted with anything Jewish so that they would move away from the Sabbath and eventually fall into line with the counterfeit day of rest. And of course, that was declared by a pagan acting as the pontifex, acting as the successor legally of the power of the kingdoms before him. And after Constantine declared that day, he had his quote-unquote conversion 2 years later, or whatever it was. And then it's been tradition ever since. So when you are aligning with Sunday rest, not Sunday worship, not Sunday going to church, but Sunday rest, you are aligning with the edict of a pagan. And the devil knows how things work because God works by authority and obedience. So if you are obeying the succession of pontifexes that are in rebellion to God, you are basically obeying the word of the devil because that's how it works. So this is what's happened. Throughout time, the Jews were used as a constant reminder by the devil to the Christians of, we don't want to be like them. We don't want to be like these dirty Jews doing all these wicked things, so we have to do things differently. And the Jews were doing some horrible things. So, of course, the devil played both sides. The Jews are not innocent. The devil deceived them with heinous and horrible doctrines because he intended to use them as cannon fodder. The devil hates the Jews. He doesn't care about them. He hates everybody. But he deceived the Jews into all these different things so that he could then cash his chips in and pull off the final trick in the same way that he's done all the time. If you study the history of the early church, first 400 years, you understand exactly what's going on right now with this Shabbat Shalom TPUSA dinners. It's the same trick, folks. It's the same thing, literally the exact same thing. The devil is weaponizing disgust and false associations to market to you an idea. And that idea is that the Sabbath, which is God's eternal command, is disgusting. We don't want to do that. That's a Jewish thing. It's a tradition of men, whatever. It's a ceremonial thing. Whatever other excuse. We want to do things this way because this is good. Look, people are resting on Sunday. Sunday's really good, associating good and positive things to Sunday and making negative things associated to the Jewish Sabbath. You don't want to be a Judaizer, do you? This is just the beginning, folks. I hope you learn the truth about these things and you don't think it's legalism to obey the fourth commandment. It's really not. It's a blessing. It's a delight. It's a chance for you to remember the gospel every week in a physical way. So learn the truth about it and don't be stubborn. But this is what's happening. And in the cleverness of the devil through his ultimate trick and the ultimate marketing propaganda that's going on right now, because this is what it all boils down to. The devil will receive worship through your obedience to this religious system, which is going to come with lots of things, but one of them primarily is going to be Sunday sacredness and Sunday rest. And when you participate in a system for fear of not being kicked out or whatever, or being kicked out, then you will have a short window of time to repent. Because once they do start throwing people in jail or worse, you know that the time is very short because some have to be left alive. And when that happens, you have to repent. The people who are going to be the thieves on the cross in the last moments are going to come out at that point in time. And then when the last person finishes and figures it out, however that's going to work, judgment is going to begin and there's no more people to save. Because when judgment comes and people start busting out in sores and the waters turn to blood and all this kind of stuff, they're not designed for repentance. Those plagues are not designed for repentance. They're designed for judgment. So you have a short window of time to repent. I don't know who all is out there that needs to understand these things. So I do my best to speak the truth until I can't anymore. But the devil is going to convince people that abandoning God's moral law and moral delight and moral will for mankind, that rebelling against that is God's will, which is, of course, absolute madness. But this is the deception. He's going to convince you that God's law is disgusting, that it's done away with, that's not part of who the Christian is, and that rebellion to God, which is lawlessness, is actually obeying God. That's why it's the man of lawlessness. Because under the guise of proclaiming God and peace in the gospel, he's actually proclaiming the morality of the devil. And if you are only attuned to obvious evils, you're not going to see these things. You're just not. So you have to help your friends see the not obvious evils, the subtle evils, because the devil is subtle. He's not obvious. If he's being obvious, he's doing so to bait you into a particular, agenda. But this is the point, folks. TPUSA is playing its role right on schedule with the book, with the Shabbat Shalom dinners, to turn people against the Jews and to eventually turn America into a Catholic vassal state that's going to be subservient to Catholic social teaching. The Jew thing is going to be getting worse and worse. It's going to be pushed into your face. You're going to see more and more of this stuff. You're going to see more and more conflict over the Sabbath, over Shabbat Shalom dinners, and over all this kind of nonsense, fighting anti-Semitism. You're going to see anger, rhetoric, rebellion. This is the desired reaction. They want you to be angry. They want you to rebel against the Zionist system, against anything Jewish, so that that rebellion can be steering you away from obeying God. With a very, very subtle trick. It's very, very subtle. Of course, if you have history and scripture under you, then it's not, that subtle. I mean, you could see it from a mile away. But most people do not have that. So, of course, they're baited so easily, especially when you have charismatic people like Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes talking about the Jews and all the evil things that the Jews have done. Yeah, you get blinders on. You think the whole world is all just the Jews. This is the problem. You got the flu. The Jews must have poisoned me or something. This is the problem. But it's much more complicated than that. And people don't realize that. So learn the truth until then, so you can be on the right side of history, because the culture shaping is off the wall. It really is. They're running out of time and they know that. And they have technology, and technology allows them to shape the culture faster and faster. So these years from now until whatever the next 9, 8 years, whatever it's going to be, are going to be very intense. They're going to be very, very intense. It's funny watching people like Candace Owens and all the Catholic influencers talk about women having babies and staying at home when they have millions of dollars at their disposal. It's absolute nonsense. You know, when women used to stay at home back in the 40s and 50s and whatever else, you were able to buy a house with one middle-class salary. A house, I forget the ratio exactly, but it was not very significant. Now that ratio is exponentially higher of like a yearly salary and the house. I think it's like 10 to 1 on average or something. Something just outlandishly ridiculous. You can't afford to buy a house. You can't. And so what's the point? What do you do? Get a 50-year mortgage and you're basically just a renter? That doesn't make any sense. So the conditions that were 50 years ago, 70 years ago, are not the conditions that are today economically. So how can you proclaim a message that is inherently tied to a particular economic system when that economic system, when you have no solution to solve the economic part of it? Do you understand? There's no solution presented to you to solve the gross economic problem. And yet they're proclaiming to you, you got to do this, you got to do this thing, you got to change your morality, you got to be this way. It's just feminism 2.0, folks. You know, again, feminism was created to bring more borrowers into the market for the bankers, obviously. And in the meantime, as they created that, they ravaged the middle class with wars, you know, going off gold with Nixon, increasing taxations, manufacturing crises, money to Israel, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, all of that just totally ravaged and destroyed the middle class on top of the fact of the feminism psyop and destroying women and making toxic masculinity and toxic relationships and hookup culture and all the stuff that you see today, which does need to change. It's a very adulterous culture. But this is just feminism 2.0, okay? And if you see that, you understand that this is evil, that them talking about having babies and staying at home and the family is actually just a cover for the evil thing that they're doing, which is shaping culture to bring people under this false morality. So you have to recognize evil dressed as good and call it out that way because it is evil. It's just feminism 2.0. It is out of touch with reality to sit there and yap about having babies when even just having one child is an investment that the majority of people that are within childbearing age can't make, with daycare costs, with rent, with car payments, with the job market being disrupted by AI and all this crap that's going on, especially coming out of college. Like, what do you mean having a baby as a college or getting married when you're 20 and having like 2 or 3 kids? Are you kidding me? You want to end up homeless? Like, that is absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. It's just total programming, because they're programming you for Sunday sacredness. And they want to get as many people hooked up to babies so that they're weak and defenseless spiritually, so they can be shaped with the solution of Sunday. All these people that are getting brainwashed to have children, you're going to be very, very busy. And in the economy that's going on right now, good luck. Good luck. I would not have a child right now. I'm not saying what to do, but personally, I don't want to have children. I don't. Especially knowing what I know, I just decided against it. Doesn't mean that that's your decision, but the point is, good luck, right? They don't care about your economic status. They just want you to be in that situation so that you're stressed out, having kids, could barely pay for your family, and then Sunday seems like the solution to all that. Come in here. It's the most diabolical and evil thing, man. And it's dressed up in light. That's why it's so evil. That's why it's so evil. But this is a real problem, folks. There are a handful of verses on marriage and sexuality in the Bible. And the question is, why are you proclaiming to me what I need to do with my body sexually, other than obviously be in a heterosexual monogamous marriage? But why are you telling me to get married, to have children, to do this? Like, why are you telling me that? Not even the Bible preaches much on this in the New Testament. There's like a few verses, and they talk about women having children, to avoid temptation and to have a sense of purpose in their life. And of course, the culture of the time was also very different. But there's no prescriptive command to go and have babies and take over government. There's no command. There's a command to spread the gospel, to spread the spiritual seed, right? And to tell people about the truth. And you have so many recommendations constantly flooding your mind of what to do with your morality that it is showing you the system is coming up around, and it's not a secular system. It is a Catholic, Christian, New World Order, lukewarm, whatever you want to call it, moral component to this system. It's a moral situation because the final situation is going to be a moral one. There are many women are used by God as evangelists in the New Testament, and that explicitly shows you that the New Testament is showing that women have more than just a purpose to sit there and have babies. Okay? Is it part of God's design for women to have children? Yeah, absolutely. But we also have to examine history, where we're at, the conditions of the time. Are there any prescriptions in the New Testament? There's many things to consider. These things aren't like, okay, this is black and white. It is God's will for women to have babies because they have uteruses, obviously. But does that mean you should have a baby? Does that mean the Bible commands you to have a baby? No, not necessarily. There are recommendations that young women should have babies in Ephesians 5 when Paul talks about, marriage and sexuality. But that's you have a couple verses. That's it. It's not like this entire monologue. Most of the New Testament has nothing to do with marriage and sexuality and what you should do. But it does have Mary Magdalene being a first evangelist and telling about the gospel, women being disciples, telling people about Jesus, helping prepare the way, the woman at the well telling people about Jesus as an evangelist, women part of the early church helping, fund the missions, helping Paul. There's women that are in special roles as servants in the church, doing what they can and glorifying God through their work. Some women had money, some women had time and skills. Some women spoke the truth and evangelized. The women have a much greater purpose than just sitting there in the kitchen having babies and cooking, right? Having pregnant and barefoot in the kitchen, right? So this is not biblical, actually. These people who are parading themselves as biblical and Christian nationalists or whatever else, it's not a biblical teaching to force women out of a situation where they can glorify God through a meaningful purpose in their life. And especially if you're going to be preaching the gospel. I'm not saying you should be a preacher or a pastor. I don't really believe in that. But, like having a purpose in your life beyond just a biological reproduction machine. The woman is supposed to be the helper for the man. And that helper, that word there is the same word that is used for God when the scripture calls God your helper. So it's not just like, oh, you're my little helper, pat on the head. It's your partner. And that means more than just having babies. So these people that are doing the whole Catholic nationalist programming are just backwards. It's just backwards feminism. Do you get it? It's backwards feminism. It's the same kind of manipulative propaganda, but just in the opposite direction. You have no business telling me whether I should have children or not. Get out of my face, get out of my head, get out of my life, go fix the economy, and then maybe I'll decide if I want to have children or not. But you have no business telling me what I should do and when I should go to church on Sunday or how much I should pray per week. Get out of here. The state and political pundits have zero business telling you what you should or shouldn't do morally in terms of like whether you should marry, when you should marry, have children. No business. They can enforce the second table of the law, but you have no business with these personal affairs and personal matters. But that's what they're doing. They're shaping the culture so that these things become more and more prevalent. And people are getting married, and they have marriages, and they have a couple of kids. Couldn't care less about whether your economic life is able to sustain those children, but just do it. Get hooked up, so that then you're manipulatable as a unit, as a family unit. You can be manipulatable and shapeable for this outcome. That's the point. So get people into family units, because family units are easy to manipulate. Because you're stressed out, you got stress, this Sunday seems like a real solution. Yes, let's all go to church on Sunday. That's going to fix our problems. Catholic social teaching. So read the Bible, pray, ponder. God is going to give you an answer on these matters of conscience, whether you should have a child or not, whether you should get married or not, when you should get married. God is going to give you those answers. Those are matters of the conscience. There are guidelines in Scripture, but they're not hard rules, and there's no prescription of having children in the sense of like you have to have children. There are guidelines and important guidelines and warnings, but nevertheless, these things are matters of the heart. So take it up to God and don't let these people tell you what to do. Regarding everything else, you see plenty of ecumenism. the steady increase of religiosity in the culture, religious rhetoric, blending of church and state, all of these things are happening parallel to all the technocratic stuff we're going to talk about later with the image of the beast. So you can't forget that the final system is going to be a reflection of who Satan is. Light on the outside, evil, death, and darkness on the inside. People are so caught up with the technocratic dystopian narrative, which is the dragon portion of it, that they miss the lamb-like exterior that is also coming up simultaneously, which is going to subvert and subsume and take over the dystopian side for the good, because the dystopian side is the destroyer. AI is causing all these problems. Robots need to be regulated. Everything needs to be regulated with morality so these things don't go, and do things that they shouldn't. Well, whose morality is going to regulate? Well, the beast's morality, the Catholic social teaching morality. So you're going to have a very interesting situation, folks. Imagine the dark dystopian reality and a Catholic golden age that's a religious golden age, and just weave those two threads together, and this is what you get with the image of the beast. You get a hypocritical, by design, nation state throughout the world, union of nation states, all pledging their power to one man and participating in this total hypocrisy of an or situation. Or, because they acknowledge that, well, God's laws aren't absolute. You can do this, or you can do that, you can do, whatever. The Sabbath has been changed. Jesus is my Sabbath. Well, I'm going to do this Sunday thing because everybody else is doing it. I can do or, it doesn't matter. And they're not going to stand on the truth. So while it's important to watch for all this stuff, and we will, what you really need to be watching for is the culture shaping and the shenanigans they're doing, because that is what gives you the true barometer of where we are at. And with that, let's go to the next section of this, which is dialectics. All right, welcome to part 2 of Jesuit theater, which of course is dialectics. This is a very important part because there's been a lot of dialectics going on, especially in the last few months, particularly with the highlight of today's message, which is the synthesis between all things, particularly the Republican-Democrat synthesis, the political shenanigans and chicanery and theater that are going on to completely collapse MAGA, to collapse people's trust in the political system, and to demand, of course, the solution, which is Catholic social teaching. There's a lot of things to cover today. Many of them center around what they're doing with Trump. It's literally, like I said, a copy and paste job of Biden. Biden 2.0. It's literally the same thing that they did with the left. They're causing so much chaos also and uncertainty in the conservative marketplace. And as a result, people are going to demand a better solution, a narrow road solution that has nothing to do with the extremes. And that narrow road, of course, is the counterfeit. The devil knows that the narrow road is the truth. So he's going to counterfeit that narrow road with his own narrow road. In order to do that, he has to create dialectics and opposing dualities to push you to and fro so that he can present his version of the narrow road, which seems very reasonable when you have been traumatized by both sides. That's the point, and that's the synthesis. And of course, that solution and synthesis is Catholic social teaching, which promises to placate both the conservative side and the liberal side. That's why it's going to be a mark on the hand or the head. There's going to be people who believe in this thing that are very frothing at the mouth for the papacy. And there are people who are not going to necessarily, be very religious, but they're part of the thing. They're part of the thing. They're more on the worldly side. So that's the answer. That's the bridge that bridges all people, is the universal Catholic social teaching bridge. The current Pope is also American. Like I said, he's all about Catholic social teaching. He even named himself after the person before him, Leo XIII, who had some very interesting things to say, by the way, other than Rerum Novarum. Catholic social teaching has been around even before that with Aquinas and all the communistic things he wrote. And even before that with philosophy and the materialistic gospel of the devil that promises you earthly salvation in exchange for obedience. So it's nothing new under the sun. As long as you obey the devil, you'll get the rewards, and this is what's coming. The counterfeit narrow road is the narrow road between these invented dialectics of extreme capitalism, communism, two-party madness, all of these things that they've pushed by default into extremes. Like government of any kind, if people are born again, would work. The optimal government presented to you in the Bible, first off, is Jesus ruling. But as far as people goes, you look in the book of Acts, chapter 2. They were breaking bread and gathering and shared everything in common and, gave to the needy and rejoiced. That doesn't mean communism. It just means that you live with such gratitude and trust in God that it's a completely, free-flowing situation and everybody is full of love. We're very far from that today, but the point is that what's really the solution is to be born again. There's no governmental solution to anything. Nevertheless, assuming, let's just, thought experiment, if people were born again and true born again Christians were ruling a democratic government, that would be fine. There's no problem. The problem is people have been infiltrated in these governments and they push people so far dialectically with these representatives, all doing their schemes for the agenda. If you've read The Art of War, they're all puppets. And that by default creates conflict and dialectics and to and fro and the ping pong game. And the point is, what is the ping pong game designed for? And I'm telling you that it's designed to collapse so that people come back to the church, the Catholic Church specifically. And of course, you're saying that now. So all of this is happening. Be aware that it's going to continue to happen because it's just one giant dialectic right now in the United States and everywhere else too, but specifically in the United States. Because the United States is the false prophet. The United States has a very special role to play to bring in this one world system. And the United States has to become a Catholic vassal state. In order to do that, there has to be some major changes. Now, this section is broken up into several subtopics. The first I want to look at is Trump. Just some things with him in general about the narrative surrounding him. And then Venezuela, because obviously that's been another dialectic. And then like general stuff. So without further ado, let's see here. Dementia, Donnie's hand bruising from monthly infusion. So there's a lot of, again, copy and paste, all right? Pay attention. Just remember what they did with Biden. Bring that filter here and see what they're doing now with Trump. Oh, and the audio is not on. Stupid thing. Let's refresh you. Refresh. If you do Shift R, it's a hard refresh.
Dementia patient keeps having bruising on this hand because he's most likely getting a monthly infusion of a drug called Kisunla. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field with 14 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients with dementia just like this guy. Kisunla is a monoclonal antibody drug that is used for early symptomatic Alzheimer's disease. It targets the amyloid plaques that want to form on the surface of the brain and slows the progression of the disease. While it targets the amyloid plaque formation, it does not improve symptoms, which is why, on top of being a colossal piece of shit anyway, you're going to see his mental capabilities and inhibitions disintegrate on fucking camera. It's just meant to slow progression. That's why roughly once a month you see his hand bruised, covered with makeup, and in this case, covered with 2 Band-Aids, because his veins in his hand are suffering repeated trauma from the infusion. One of the most common side effects of using Kisunla is called ARIA, or amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. These include swelling of the brain or bleeding on the brain. A small bleed on the brain is most likely what happened when he disappeared over Labor Day. It probably gave him the highest level of medical attention immediately to stop the bleeding. And this is probably why you see the drooping of his face, because he's had a small TIA or stroke from that bleeding. The risk of ARIA can be higher for somebody with certain genetic factors, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, and the manufacturer of Kisunla, Eli Lilly. The same pieces of shit that were in the room when somebody passed out right next to him, and this asshole didn't do a fucking thing because he has dementia. I've said it before and I'll say.
Yeah, this is definitely being put out there. This guy has a lot of videos on this topic.
Way a person with dementia and or a history of stroke gets out of this golf cart. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience treating geriatric patients in home health care. just like the President of the United States. Notice how that right leg just flops toward the ground? It's because there's weakness in the hamstring in his right leg as a result of a stroke on the left side of his brain, which would cause weakness on the contralateral side of his body and also affect his language capability. Next thing you see happen is a very abbreviated step with the left leg. The reason that step is so short is because he does not trust his right leg to hold up his body weight effectively. One of the things we analyze as physical therapists regarding gait of a patient is step length. When steps are shortened in length, it's because the contralateral side is being favored. When a patient does not have confidence that one of their legs will hold them up, they will take a shorter step with the contralateral side to shorten what is known as the stance phase in walking. In normal gait, when you're walking, stance phase is when one of your legs fully supports your body weight just for a moment. But if there is any pathology with that limb, it can shorten the stance phase. It can affect the posture of the rest of your body through the stance phase, and it will give the appearance of somebody limping. This is most likely due to the fact that he's probably had a stroke or a series of TIAs. But it could also be due to general neuromotor decline as a result of frontotemporal dementia. Remember, his father passed away from dementia. They actually let Fred Trump come into the office for several years before he actually passed away. He had no idea where he was or what was going on, but it was a familiar setting to keep him from becoming combative. This is why he is surrounded by assholes that feed him lies about his approval rating, about the jobs numbers that they're not even going to release, and the price of typical items that you and I buy every day. They're literally lying to him to keep him from becoming agitated. Based on all the symptoms that he displays, which include possible heart failure, kidney disease, I'd say he's got 3 to 5 months left in the land of the living. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
This is from, a couple of weeks ago, as the time is video. Let's see.
Trump and his doctors are, quote, worried. And this is all kicked off because of something Donald Trump said yesterday on Air Force One.
She's low IQ. You give her an IQ test. Have her pass, like, the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. I took, those are very hard, they're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine, the first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25, they couldn't come close to answering any of those questions.
He's talking about a dementia test where you have to connect 1 and A, 2 and B, describe a lion, a rhino, a camel. He considers this to be hard. Gosh. It's so bad that literally even People magazine said Donald Trump confuses dementia screening for very high IQ tests as he brags about results. You can't make this stuff up. You just can't make it up. Donald Trump.
You can't, because it's a scripted reality. It doesn't mean, I don't think Trump is pretending to be stupid. I think he's definitely, what is this? Why can't you reload? He's definitely, he's old. He's like 79. I mean, that's up there. And you get a major risk for dementia if you don't take care of your brain. And he doesn't take care of himself. So, no good. Trump quote without his voice or face. Trump without Trump the drip, drip water. This quote is unedited.
Is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from the McDonald's Impact Summit on November 17th, 2025. These are the words of the President of the United States of America. And we got rid of the drip, drip water. We call it the drip, drip, where it drips out of the sink. States with tremendous water, so much water they have nothing but problems getting rid. They had restrictions on water. It comes down from heaven, right? They had restrictions on water. So you want to wash your hands, or like me, I want to wash my hair. I lather up and I turn that, and there's no water. The water's drip, they call it. They put a restrictor on. I won't mention the third item in the bathroom because I always get criticized. I used to mention that, but I don't mention it anymore because, I think you do. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you shouldn't be owning a McDonald's franchise. You wouldn't do well even with the McDonald's franchise, but no. The water restrictions totally lifted. All restrictors are gone. And it's interesting your dishwashers were covered, right? You had no water. I was with some of the people that make them, Whirlpool and others, and they said, sir, they won't give us the water to use in our dishwashers or use in our washing machines. The washing machines have no water. I mean, it's like a glass of water, half a glass of water. We need water. And I said, how bad is it? He said, well, like the dishwasher. They put the dishes in and they just keep pressing the button. Bing, 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 bing. They end up using more water. So I gave them, as you know, unlimited water. Biden came back with a rigged election and he immediately restricted the water again. But I came back and immediately unrestricted again. So now you have unlimited water to clean your damn dishes. Okay, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, goodness. Do you see it? Do you see the Biden 2.0? Biden 2.0, man. I'm telling you. And it's brilliant, too, because a lot of people are falling for it.
Not typically a conspiracy theorist, but this sudden Trump has dementia storyline didn't come out of nowhere. It feels planted, not because they actually think he has dementia, but because they're setting up a legal escape hatch. If or when certain files, recordings, communications, or classified adjacent materials become public, the next logical step would be criminal accountability. And what is the easiest way to avoid prosecution in this country? Claim you're mentally incompetent to stand trial. Watch this clip of him clearly stating he took a dementia test.
Very hard. They're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine, the first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, you know.
They did this setup with other political and public figures before. Float health rumors, build a narrative, create concern, and then, when it becomes legally convenient, say, well, look, he's clearly declining. We can't try a man who doesn't understand the charges. It's not about health. It's about strategy. They are preloading the public with the storyline they will need later. If they were confident that he could survive the release of everything he's said, done, signed, or stored, they wouldn't be building a dementia alibi months in advance. This just feels a little Tom Girardi to me. How about you?
Yeah, and if you understand that Trump, like everybody else in the system, has a bunch of knives to his throat, what do you expect? Oops.
Where the hell is J.D. Vance? Anybody else wondering where he is? I heard this explained on Instagram about a month ago, and I wish I had it. Because I believe what they're doing to Vance is exactly what they did to Gerald Ford when Nixon's presidency was collapsing. Hide the successor. Keep him clean. Keep his fingerprints off of all of these crimes. And then, when the shit hits the fan, they're going to present a squeaky clean alternative, which will be J.D. Vance, bought and paid for by Peter Thiel. When Nixon was imploding, they kept Gerald Ford away from everything. Away from the rooms where the crimes were committed, away from the audio, away from the camera. Why? Because they knew Nixon was circling the drain and they needed Ford to look untainted. So Congress and the public would accept him as president. Now here we are in 2025. Trump's out here threatening political opponents, posting absolute weird shit on Truth Social at all hours of the night. And where is Vance? Not in the press room. Not up there defending Trump. That's for damn sure. He is strategically invisible, and that is not an accident. I'm telling you, the GOP know that Trump is unstable. The 25th Amendment whispers are already spreading. And when the moment comes, and with men like Trump, the moment always comes. It'll probably be the Epstein files. When he collapses, they're going to present Vance and say, here's our calm, coherent guy. No scandals. He wasn't part of any of those crimes. He'll bring stability, they'll say, just like they did with Ford. Hide the backup, protect the heir, distance him from the downfall. So where the hell is J.D. Vance? He's locked quietly away until Trump implodes. And don't you dare think this is coincidence.
And all these people were so duplicitous too. And you saw like tons of things with J.D. Vance, how he hated Trump, Marco Rubio hated Trump. You know, everybody in Trump's administrations, if you go back like a couple of years, they were saying nothing but, you know, all kinds of negative things against Trump. Now they're in the cabinet doing the bidding of the beast. So these are all duplicitous people, and they're all, what do you expect? This is the Keith Edwards Show. Trump reportedly had an affair with his White House assistant, and the details are just now beginning to emerge. This is Madeleine Westerhout. Westerhout served as Trump's assistant from she doesn't really look that much like Monica Lewinsky, but it's, you know what I mean? Like, the programming for the millennials is there, and it's just the Lewinsky thing was such a big deal, you know, and now it's like they're playing the same card, man. These are touching on memories that people have. Fired after indiscreet remarks about the Trump family. Reporters Jeffrey Epstein's newly released emails show author Michael Wolff sharing reporting with Epstein about an alleged White House affair between Trump and Westerhout. Trump spent the Christmas holiday at the White House rather than join his wife and family at Mar-a-Lago in 2018. Wolff reported that Westerhout took Trump's papers to the White House residence and found him in his underwear, she told friends. Wolff continued, now the president was telling friends that he wasn't staying at the White House because of the shutdown. He was staying because he was doing something to Madeleine. She's got a way about her. Wolff also reported that Steve Bannon recalled noting that Trump took a particular interest in her. A leering Trump kept repeating, she's got a way about her, his signature and creepy stamp of approval for young women. There he is, man, super creepy. Westerhout wrote in her post-White House memoir, I must give a special thanks to President Trump. The more than 2.5 years I spent sitting outside the Oval Office were the most exciting of my life. I wish everyone could get to know him the way I did. They would never doubt how much he loves his country. Oh, goodness. I bet you she ends up being an Israeli honeypot. What's the truth? Westerhout denies the allegations of any affair. Wolff references the alleged affair into his 2019 book Siege, but edited out the name. Coverage of Wolff's claims has largely come from UK media, while American media outlets have generally chosen to ignore the story. So this is all like coming out. The Epstein stuff, the dementia stuff, the affair, you know, it's just step after step after step. ABC News, Trump says he'll release MRI results. He doesn't know what part of his body was scanned. I mean, this is Biden 2.0, man. You got to be able to see it. He's just so clueless. And it's just crazy that they're doing the same thing, you know? They're doing the same thing and people are falling for it.
I have been of the opinion for a long time that the pushback against releasing the Epstein files is because whatever is in those files is much worse than child molestation, and I think what was released today proves that. And yes, the Department of Justice released that Trump was on Epstein's plane a lot more than we were told. They released more emails solidifying the closeness of their relationship, but then they released this. That Donald Trump used Epstein to procure a child that he forcefully and repeatedly assaulted, and when she got pregnant, possibly by Donald Trump, he was not only present at the birth, he was present when her uncle drowned the newborn in Lake Michigan. So maybe when he was talking about they're killing babies after they're born, which doesn't happen, has always been illegal, has never existed. I was raised with that. Like maybe he was speaking from fucking personal experience. And yes, we have to be calling our representatives. And yes, we have to be screaming to high heavens. And yes, we cannot allow them to distract us from this. We can't let it happen. But also, I'm speaking to you people who somehow still support this fucking monster. Understand that you are just as monstrous as he is because your silence is complicity and you, to me, are no better than him. I have been of the...
So, do you see the synthesis where the left and the right are uniting around the common thing that they hate? Hopefully.
Crazy things that we have found in the Epstein files, but this right here might be the darkest. This is from a limo driver who had met Trump in the 1990s, and he alleges that Donald Trump raped a young girl along with Jeffrey Epstein. The victim was then encouraged to go to the police, to which she replied, quote, "I can't because they will kill me." The victim did eventually report it to the police, but she was found a while later with her, quote, head blown off, and the police officers on scene stated that there was no way it was a suicide, even though the coroner ruled it as such. Like, what the actual hell is going on here, and why are we not doing anything about it? Okay, we gotta let these guys know that this does not end until people, these gross, disgusting people, all go to jail. There have been some crazy...
Coming out. This has to go somewhere, folks. It has to go somewhere. And that somewhere is synthesis.
We have an update, ladies and gentlemen, about a Dallas limo driver who said that Donald Trump pulled a pew-pew on him and that he wanted to beat the bleep out of Donald Trump when he found out what Donald Trump did to that little girl.
Now, Donald, you better listen real close to this, boy. I forgive you. Doesn't mean I'm not mad at you. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be held accountable for that, and then for having my daughter, by choice, from the time she was 7 years old, having her murdered on January 10th of 2000, 2 weeks after she called the police about you, finally worked up the courage to call the police about you. On Christmas Day, she called the Tulsa Police Department and reported you having raped her.
Meet Dan Faree, good old Dan. This story is insane and includes trigger warnings. Before I go into this, I want you to make sure you understand. He makes it really clear that he is the limousine driver in this story. So in 1995, he says he picked Donald Trump up in his limousine and things got insane.
Then you requested me specifically to come pick you up so that you could intimidate me. You even threatened me with your ignorant gold-plated semi-automatic, whatever it was. You did all that because you had raped a little girl around Christmas time of '94, 5 months earlier, who was 14 years old.
He said that he overheard Donald Trump yelling at somebody on the phone named Jeffrey, and what they were talking about was so bad that he wanted to pull the limousine over and beat the bleep out of Donald Trump.
And you bragged while you were on your cell phone to somebody named Jeffrey, about having raped my daughter by choice.
Now, if you really want to know what he recalled hearing Donald Trump say, this is a little bit of it. A few seconds after answering his phone, he began yelling, Donald Trump, quote, Jeffrey, shut the F up. They're like little shrimps or bites of steak. They're for chewing up, swallowing, enjoying, and then bleeping out. They're all just little GD CUNTs. That's all they are. What's this little CUNT's name? D. D stands for Dusty. What kind of little CUNT is named D? Where's the little CUNT from? K? K means Kiefer, Oklahoma. What the F is a K? Oh, in Oklahoma, figure only CUNTs in Oklahoma. Oh, it's the mother shaking us down? So that gives you a little bit of context about why he was so angry and wanted to beat up Donald Trump. Quote, someone ought to bend that little CUNT over and blank her up the blank until she bleeds, and the mother until that blank bleeds to death. Just before he said that, quote, so it's the mother that is shaking us down, end quote.
When I pulled that car over on the side of Highway 114, I had unlocked my briefcase and opened the top of it, where my pistol laid. It was loaded with some rounds that would have taken your head completely off of your body. And I came within 2 seconds of grabbing that gun and ending you right there. The only reason that didn't happen was because the spirit of our creators came over me. Said, you can't put your wife through this, was the thought. So I dropped that car back in drive. Took you on to the airport.
And by the way, in case you're interested in checking this story out, this part checks out. There was a woman named Dusty Rhea Duke who passed away around this time. And here's just some information, some background information that links her to Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now Daniel goes on to add this.
You know what, Donald? I just a moment ago realized something for the very first time. That day I was driving you to DFW Airport back in 1995. It was either late May or early June. Pretty sure it was late May. And I slowed that car down and pulled over on the side of Highway 114. Had already opened my briefcase where my pistol laid. I could have that day legally ended you, shot you and killed you. Legally, because you were threatening me with that gun. I had never actually thought about that before, until just a moment ago. I could have legally killed you that day, Donald. I remember you saying in an interview years ago, you kind of looked up at the sky and said, this is what you said. You said, I am the chosen one. I believe that actually might be true, Donald. Wow. You really are a sick, sick, sick being.
Now, in another post, Dan says this, which actually makes a lot of sense. He says, once you realize that Donald John Trump's #1 goal is to unalive as many human beings as he possibly can, everything he does makes sense. And think about it. You remember what happened with C-19, right? All the Americans that lost their life, right? You think about what happened on January 6th. You look at what's going on with Venezuela, the boat strikes, right, in the Eastern Pacific and in the Caribbean. You think about what's happening with these ICE agents. You think about all these random military strikes he's doing and why he gets along with Putin. This is spot on. We haven't updated.
Yep. The devil finds the most compromised people, the ones that are easy to manipulate, and blackmails the hell out of them. And then now, cashing in their chips.
Year-old men, do you know, who invite 14-year-old girls to their parties? The 48-year-old Donald Trump. The New York Times reports that Donald Trump held parties at his home in Florida where he invited 14-year-old girls. Tina Davis, who worked with Ford models in the mid-1990s, said in an interview that her Ford booker instructed her to get dressed up and attend a Mar-a-Lago party in late 1994. Just 14 and new to Miami, she was told to dress sexy, according to her mother, Sandra Coleman, who had accompanied her to Florida. 8 or 9 other models came along on the bus. All the girls were really young, Ms. Coleman recalled in an interview. Some of them could have been in training bras. When they arrived at Mar-a-Lago, Ms. Coleman said her daughter was promptly handed a glass of champagne. She took it away, but waiters kept offering more. Each time one of the middle-aged men at the party approached her daughter, Ms. Coleman would walk over and introduce herself as Ms. Davis's mother. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Marla Maples clasped her hands, Ms. Coleman recalled, and looked her in the eye. Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband, she told Ms. Coleman. Protect her. The Times reports Mr. Epstein was a frequent guest at Mar-a-Lago parties. A woman who said Mr. Epstein trafficked her in the late 1990s and early 2000s recalled attending at least a half a dozen of the parties beginning when she was 17. She told the New York Times that the invitations she received when she was 17 were, quote, to be Donald Trump's guest at Mar-a-Lago. According to one invitation she shared with the Times, the parties were open bar and no one checked IDs. She said Mr. Trump was always all over them, she recalled. A 20-year-old model who attended a Trump party at Mar-a-Lago told the New York Times, I had a glass of champagne and I immediately felt not well, Ms. Brock recalled, adding, I thought my drink had been spiked. According to the New York Times reporting, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein attended parties at each other's homes. The Times reports one of the women, who has never before spoken publicly about the experience, told the Times that Mr. Epstein had coerced her into attending 4 parties at Mr. Epstein's home. Mr. Trump attended all 4, the woman said. At 2 of them, she said, Mr. Epstein directed her to have sex with other male guests. In an email among those released by Congress in November, Mr. Epstein boasted that he gave Mr. Trump a 20-year-old woman whom Mr. Epstein dated in the 1990s. In a 2010 deposition, Mr. Epstein was asked if he had ever socialized with Mr. Trump with girls under 18, and he did more than 3 dozen times during the deposition. Mr. Epstein invoked his constitutional right not to answer. At one of those parties, here's how Jeffrey Epstein introduced himself. Quote, I'm Jeffrey. I'm Don's best friend. How many 48-year-old men do you know?
It's all coming out, folks. Something's got to happen with this. You get it? Like, this is on the news. It's on social media. Something has to happen. And of course, you know what will happen. A dementia patient runs a meeting with big oil. Oh gosh, this is so bad.
Ask me, what can we expect from the president's dementia over the next couple of weeks or months? Well, friends, he did it yesterday, multiple times. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience working in home health care, treating geriatric patients with dementia, just like this guy.
Well, I gotta look at this myself. Wow. What a view. This is the door to the ballroom.
What are you doing? Just give me a second. He gets up in the middle of a meeting of top executives from an industry that is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And he just walks to the door to check on the progress of his adult coloring book ballroom. His frontal lobe is shrinking. It can no longer stop his limbic system, his emotional impulse center, from doing something completely stupid.
I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Marco. Thank you, Marco.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What are you saying here?
Mark, if you can update us.
Did you see his face? He's like, holy shit, brother. You weren't supposed to read that out loud. Again, his frontal lobe is atrophying. It's getting smaller inside of his brain. It was a private note he wasn't supposed to say out loud. Everybody to his left is freaking the fuck out. Like, why would you read that? Oh, hey, Susie Wiles, don't think that I didn't catch your fucking face over here. She's got that look like, I planned for this shit. I'm gonna outlast him. I'm telling y'all, with all the symptoms he's displaying and his additional medical history of possible stroke, TIA, heart failure, kidney disease, I'd say he's got 2 to 4 months left in the land of the living. Or before they invoke the 25th, if possible, or he gets impeached. God, I can't wait till his next meeting with a bunch of extremely important people. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Oh, goodness. Puppet A, Puppet B. Zionist, added $8 trillion to the national debt in one term. Added $8 trillion to the national debt in one term. Supported lockdowns, pro-vax. Pro-Federal Reserve, pro-Bill Gates. Same thing, folks. Copy and paste. But you see, this is what do you get out of this meme, though? This is the point. The meme tells you that these both are Zionist. There it is. See? So what is the point of this meme? Well, the Jews own both these people. They're both Zionists. Well, no. It's a little more beyond that. It's more involved in that. Yes, these two are puppets. And they're being exposed to you as complete buffoons and puppets. But why? So that you can find out that Zionism is the problem? That's too easy. way too easy. And so that you can get sick of this dialectical system and say, we need something different. We need something, that's anchored in God and better principles in the gospel, right? Of course, that something is going to be the counterfeit. So conclusion, there's definitely more to talk about. As you can see, they're just copying and pasting with Biden to Trump. Of course, what do you expect? They just recycle the same old lies over and over again through time. Trump played his part in switching the Overton window from atheism and liberalism into religion and nationalism. He definitely played his part with MAGA. But there were two more important steps, folks. There were two more important steps that needed to be accomplished once people got out of the liberal world order. So Trump was there to destroy that. But there were two more very important and necessary steps once the liberal order would be destroyed. And the first step is expose Zionism. And don't think of these as like sequential, but rather they're like two things that need to happen. One of them is to expose Zionism and collapse that, because that was also part of the liberal world order. And expose the two-party system as a failure. So now Trump is doing his job in achieving both of these situations through his obvious Judaizing associations, through his dementia, Epstein, incompetence, the tariffs, just wrecking the economy, just all kinds of horrible things. Doing his job to further the agenda on both of those fronts. People are getting so disgusted with MAGA, like I had in the montage, and realizing it's just as deep state as the liberal deep state. So what's the answer? Well, the answer is to stop doing democracy and having a two-party system. The answer is to have a more moderate situation that's anchored in religion, because we need a moral guidance to this thing. Look at all these immoral leaders that we have. And we need, somebody that's anchored in religion and God and going to church, all these kind of things. So that's what is going to be presented to you. So all of these people who are in MAGA right now are getting disgusted, and they're getting Jew-pilled, quote unquote, and turning away. And people are also getting sick of politics and realizing everybody's corrupt. There's a uniparty, which is all true. It is true. Do you get it? Like, it's not like this is false. That's why it has power. It is true. But the problem is, what do you do with that truth? What do you do with that truth? What do you do with the truth that there's a uniparty? Where do you go with that? Do you go to, well, the Jews run the world, so the Catholics were right all along? They were defending us from the Jews. Maybe Catholicism is actually the answer. And the Jews, since they are controlling everything, they lied about the Inquisition and all these things. It's just propaganda against the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church is true. Is that where you go? Where Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and all these Catholic influencers are leading you? Or do you go beyond that? And you say, I need to stop placing my faith in mortal men and in a falling world that is destined to be destroyed. That my vote is meaningless. It is meaningless. Voting is meaningless. In a world where you have predetermined events and the devil is the god of this world who owns all these political positions, voting is an absolute fantasy. Just like a spinning ball, just like an immortal soul, just like all these things. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy of the man's imagination. But this is what's happening. People are getting sick of these things. And in that weak moment, this is how this is all comes full circle and is very evil. In that weak moment where they are disillusioned from the situation, right? They come out of MAGA, maybe they were dispensationalist or whatever, or they were really pro-Trump and they realized he's just a crook and a pervert and a con man and a liar and a murderer and all these things that people are accusing Trump of, which are valid accusations. But nevertheless, you're coming out of that and you're seeing the disillusioned state. And so in that weak moment, that's when the devil gets them. That's when the devil gets them. They are spiritually susceptible and they are attacked with the solution, which of course is theocracy, Catholicism, Catholic social teaching, etc., etc. This is the bait and switch, the classic, but yeah, basically the Catholic bait and switch. And they're going to keep doing it. Again, I don't know if Trump is going to be gotten rid of. Certainly his health, like the guy was saying, like he doesn't see more than 2 or 4 months. I mean, it's plausible given the worsening of his health. It's plausible. So they have to do something. Okay, this is far too critical mass for it to just go away. This is being released now. They're cashing in their chips. They used Trump for what they needed to. What are they going to do with him? I don't know. Are they going to impeach him? A lot of people are very frustrated by design with the Republican thing. So we'll see what happens with the midterms. Is Trump going to create another conflict to prevent the midterms from going through so he can maintain power, which is going to frustrate people even more? Is he then going to have some sort of heart attack and die? Is he going to get quote unquote assassinated? Who knows what they're going to do? I really don't know. I can't tell you. Something has to happen. On one hand, I can see them doing what they did with Biden for 4 years of total destruction, where people were, by the end of Biden's term, people were just so sick of Biden and the left. Even the Democrats were sick of the left. They were realizing how incompetent the party has become. I could see them doing that with Trump, just milking this and making people so disgusted with politics that by the time 2028 comes around, it will seem fresh to bring in the Catholic social teaching angle. I could see that. On the other hand, I can also see them getting rid of Trump and, installing the whole thing right away now with J.D. Vance, because he's been groomed very quickly and elevated to power and, put in that position very quickly. So, it doesn't matter. One way or another, all roads lead to Rome, folks. That's the thing that people don't realize as much as they should. All roads lead to Rome. So whether it happens now or later doesn't really matter. Rome is the center of darkness, not Judea. And the two-party system has been used by Rome to subjugate America, because they know that America's strength is also its weakness. America's strength, religious tolerance, democracy, all these ideals are also the weaknesses that can be manipulated. You infiltrate these positions because there's religious tolerance. You make the dialectic be so extreme with people with ridiculous policies, and you completely expose this system as corrupt and useless. And people will say, you know what? We don't need this democracy anymore. Look where it's gotten us. We thought this was maybe just a failed experiment. We need to go back to what works, which is monarchies, religion, the papacy. We need to go back to these things because it worked for hundreds and hundreds of years. And of course, by the time that narrative kicks in, all of the influencers who are Catholic are going to be kicking in high gear, trying to redefine history and say, no, the Inquisition didn't really happen, or it happened, but it didn't really happen the way people say it happened. It's just, it's just propaganda against the Catholic Church. And the Crusades actually happened because we were defending Christianity against the Muslims, and all of these propagandist, historical revisionist, Catholic revisionist narratives that are going to make Catholicism seem like the hero. And people are going to be ready for it. Now, let's talk about Venezuela. Venezuela. Where does the word Venezuela come from? It comes from Little Venice. Now, Venice, last I checked, isn't in Latin America. It's somewhere in Europe. I wonder what country Venice is in and why it would be called Venezuela. What the relationship would be there.
Smell test. How do you do a 28-minute mission with a guy who has 100 bodyguards, another 100 perimeter security, and anti-aircraft gun emplacements, local police blocking the roads? Why wasn't he in a safe room? Full-scale lockdown nuclear-capable bunker that the Russians had built for him. He had Cuban bodyguards. Was he segregated from them and locked away by his own personal minister of defense or minister of the interior? They said he was in his bed. Look. He wasn't in his bed. Desert storms going on outside your window. You're not sleeping. He has Russian and Cuban trained intelligence people. Those guys will flood into that room, grab you the way like Trump did when they had the assassination attempt. They will bundle you into that safe room. They will set a perimeter and they will do battle there. I think a lot of this is made up. It leads me to believe that this deal that we had with Venezuela, he was already packaged and waiting in an armchair, zip-tied, taken into custody by his Minister of the Interior or his Minister of Defense. The opposition said it was a negotiated transfer. Well, the opposition could be his Minister of Defense, because nothing in the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense did anything, almost like they were stood down. The Minister of the Interior is considered far more brutal. He controls the 500,000 paramilitary militia. And then you have the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Pedrino Lopez. He controls 100,000 people with weapons, including surface-to-air missiles that they didn't distribute or even try to fire at the Americans. Nothing has changed on the ground. They have wrapped this in a law enforcement operation. This template came from Manuel Noriega in 1989 in Panama. And he was a real drug trafficker. So was the president of Honduras, who moved 500 tons of cocaine into the United States, whom Trump just pardoned, who said he would like to see Americans brush their teeth in cocaine, using the armed forces as law enforcement, has no legal precedence whatsoever. The moment, according to the Geneva Convention in 1949, the first shot was fired from a U.S. warship, the state of war between Venezuela and the United States is recognized even if one party does not acknowledge it. Trump is going to declare that the war on drugs is over. Donald Trump is a pathological liar. He is the single most documented liar in American history. That is a fact. And the whole basis of all of this is they're going to kick 900,000 Venezuelans out of the United States now because he's removing their special residency. And here's the kicker. He's sending them back to the same country, same regime that they fled from out of fear. It just doesn't pass a smell test. How do you do a 28-minute mission with a guy who has 100 bodyguards?
Yeah. Something about this definitely is a psyop, and I don't think that it happened the way they're telling you it happened.
People are celebrating the kidnapping of Maduro and the bombing of their country. Except they're not. The people who you're seeing celebrating are in Miami. They're not in Venezuela. As I said in this comment, there's only two types of Venezuelans that are celebrating right now. The old white elite that benefited from the looting of their country by American corporations because they were basically the house slaves. And two, extremely confused poor Venezuelans who are facing the economic hardships created by almost 1,000 sanctions that the U.S. has imposed on Venezuela, and who have been duped by the opposition media into blaming the government and not the United States. In either case, let me show you what the media is not going to show you, which is how Venezuelans are actually reacting to the kidnapping of their president. So that's how the actual people in Venezuela are feeling right now. This is why it's so stupid when creators come on here and talk about, you have to listen to Venezuelan. Well, what fucking Venezuelan are you talking about? Are you talking about the fucking gusanos, the people that want their homeland to be looted, that are in Miami, that are in the United States? Or are you talking about the real Venezuelans, hundreds of thousands of which are in the streets trying to get their president back and affirming that the revolution keeps going irrespective of what happens? So what Venezuelans are you actually talking about? The 4 fucking cats that are in the row celebrating, or the hundreds of thousands, if not even millions, who are in the streets all across Venezuela protesting this illegal and criminal kidnapping of their president and bombing of their country? But the Venezuelan people are celebrating.
Yeah, it's all just smoke and mirrors, folks. I mean, they call it an invasion, but I don't think you can even call it an invasion. Look at this. This is people in Venezuela who did and did not support Maduro are protesting American intervention. Let's see some more.
They just want to call you a lefty if you even question this. Check this out.
What unites all of them is what happened they find unacceptable. They simply cannot accept that America came. They bombed Caracas, their capital. They kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, and they thought that they could dominate Venezuela. What people here want to show is that they remain unbroken, that bombs and guns and jets won't break them, and that if the United States returns with the threatened military operation, that these people, they will resist, that the women, the men, even the children, they say, will continue to resist, and they won't give up their homeland, they won't give up their minerals, their oil, to Donald Trump.
Those who have called for war against our nation do not understand and are not clear, perhaps due to ignorance or because they are not here experiencing what we Venezuelans have experienced. And the message to President Donald Trump is that the Venezuelan people are not that simple. That is not how they think it is. That is not how they say it. He says he wants the oil. That is clear to us. That is clear to all of us. Not just oil. Venezuela does not only have oil. Venezuela has wealth and well, that is what it wants. But it is not that simple. The wealth that is in Venezuelan soil belongs to Venezuelans, and it is we Venezuelans who must manage our nation and our resources. What has been wanted here is rape and kidnapping. What has been wanted here is robbery against Venezuela. And well, now we are clear on who they are. We want our president back.
Estamos reclamando por esta invasión del imperio norteamericano y por esta violación al derecho internacional. Por aquí estamos con el pueblo, acompañando a nuestro pueblo para recuperar a nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro. Exigimos al gobierno de los Estados Unidos que nos devuelvan a nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro y a nuestra primera combatiente Silvia Flores. Es una violación al derecho internacional, es una violación a todo tipo de normas internacionales y nosotros, el pueblo de Venezuela, junto aquí, a todo nuestro pueblo,
Jesuit theater, man. Jesuit theater, one big giant psyop. Closer to bring you to the 10 kingdoms of Rome.
There have been countless fake videos circulating showing rejoicing at Maduro's removal. This isn't accidental. Many of those responsible for launching these posts are journalists, and all are pro-Trump and pro-Israel, every single one. On the 4th of January, Alex Jones posted that millions of Venezuelans have flooded the streets of Caracas and other major cities to celebrate the removal of Nicolás Maduro. But that video was actually from July 29, 2024. Pro-Trump journo Benny Johnson said massive crowds have taken to the streets to celebrate the capture of the dictator Maduro, but the video he posted was actually from Chile. He also posted a video of a celebration in Buenos Aires that again had nothing to do with Maduro and was from 2024, but gave the impression that this celebration was because of Maduro's capture. In another of his posts, Community Notes said the audio was from Venezuela Youth Day in August 2025, overlaid with video from November 2025. Kosher said, incredible scenes in Venezuela right now, but those scenes were from July 2024.
So that last video that Benny Johnson posted, if it was audio and like, it's okay if you, I mean, it's not okay, but you have to apologize. Like, listen, I didn't realize that video was from a different, I just shared it without thinking about it. Okay, that's fine, whatever. We all make mistakes. But when you like post a video that's overlaid with like audio and like it's edited, like that's like even more fishy.
A number of Trump shills have posted that this one is also current, saying explicitly that these banners are being ripped down all over Venezuela as a result of Maduro's capture, but they too were from July 2024. Like with all of these MAGA shills, even after proof of error, the posts haven't been corrected. I mean, therefore I am says, I'm in tears. Venezuelans are flooding the streets, draped in and waving their national flags, celebrating the capture of Maduro and the fall of his regime. But no, this video was also old footage from September 2023, showing Venezuelans celebrating a soccer victory. Dinesh D'Souza said, the moment of freedom has arrived. Imagine being on the left and opposing this. But that photo was first posted on Facebook over a year ago. And Nick Shirley, the groundbreaking MAGA journalist that brought you Somali Daycare Gate, years after someone else already had, and after he'd made a quick trip to Israel, said, this little kid got me low-key emotional. I'm happy for the young kids who'll have better opportunities now. How can someone be a journalist and not know that that photo was a year old? In another post, Shirley said, celebrations are erupting all across Venezuela at the moment, implying that the video he had attached was from Venezuela, when it was in fact from Florida. Peter McCormack posted some tumultuous and heart-stopping scenes which he said were from Venezuela, but they too were actually from Chile and had nothing to do with Maduro. France for Trump posted a rousing video of Caracas waking up to the sound of Venezuelans shouting Libertad and celebrating the end of oppression. Only problem was, that video was also from Chile, accompanied by an obvious audio overlay. Grok denied it for a while under I Mean Therefore I Am's post of this video and insisted it was Caracas, till he had to admit the glaring truth that yes, those were indeed the Andes in the background. Many pro-Trump outlets have shared this one, calling it Venezuela's Independence Day or Liberation Day, and reporting that the footage was from the last couple of days. But again, this is a video from a year ago, from an event that had nothing to do with the current situation. And as the hundreds of thousands of views stack up, often into the millions, none of these outlets have removed their posts or corrected their information. Which is why it's so important for us to do reverse searches before we share anything like this.
Propaganda. Propaganda. It's all just one giant psyop. One giant psyop, folks. You can't trust anything these days.
What the US just did to Venezuela is illegal under international law. The UN Charter is explicit. You cannot use force against another country's political independence unless it's true self-defense or approved by the UN. And in this case, it wasn't, so it makes it an illegal use of force. Many legal experts are calling this a crime of aggression. Now, the next lie that the West is going to try to sell you is that Venezuela collapsed because Nicolas Maduro is evil. That is propaganda. Venezuelans were suffering because the United States spent years economically strangling the country. Oil sanctions, banking sanctions, seizing assets, and blocking trade. So when you cut off a country's main source of revenue and freeze its money, you're not really punishing its president, you're punishing its civilians. Even many UN human rights experts warned that US sanctions would cause medicine shortages, food insecurity, and mass suffering. This didn't come out of nowhere either. There were clear signs the U.S. was positioning to take control of Venezuela's resources. Chevron was allowed to operate with special U.S. government license while everyone else was blocked. Then Venezuela's crown jewel foreign asset Citgo was put through U.S. courts with an outcome of a forced sale to creditors. You can't really call that a democracy promotion because it's more like asset extraction through law and power. And if you follow the money, you'll see that big oil made huge contributions to Trump's campaign, along with major fossil fuel companies also making extremely generous donations to Trump's campaign while he was openly promising policy favors. Oil interests do not donate out of charity. They donate for access, deregulation, and control. Now let's see who Washington wants in charge instead. Maria Machado is presented as the Democratic alternative. Her record says otherwise. She openly supported U.S. sanctions that devastated Venezuelans. She openly supports privatizing Venezuela's oil and opening it to foreign control. I don't know how you call that sovereignty. It's more like surrendering. She is embraced by Washington because she aligns with Western geopolitical interests, not because she represents the people. Her foreign policy cleanly aligns with the Western Bloc, supporting Israel and Zionist-aligned narratives. No challenge to the empire. No challenge to resource extractions, just her compliance dressed up in a democratic image. And if you think this ends well, look at history. Panama, Haiti, Libya, Iraq. Different excuses, same outcome. Resources leave, debts stay, public services collapse, foreign corporations profit, and civilians suffer. Every single time. So no, this is not liberation. It is illegal force, economic warfare, regime replacement, and resource extraction. So the people celebrating today will be the ones paying the price tomorrow. What the U.S. just did to Venezuela.
Oh, goodness. And do you notice it, again, we'll talk about this with the 10 Kingdoms, but it accomplishes 3 goals that I can tell. Again, anti-Jew, builds that narrative, okay? Anti-democratic two-party system because it makes Trump look totally like a warmonger and things that people don't want. And on top of that, it sets up geopolitically. We'll talk about, there's a couple more things I want to show you with the 10 Kingdoms. The 10 Kingdoms prophesied in the Bible at the end times that give their power to the beast in the image of the beast system, the New World Order system. 10 Kingdoms. So here's Lindsey Graham, another hypocrite. See what he says.
Just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship.
Just wait for Cuba. It's coming up, folks. It's coming up.
That's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26. In our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
Cuba is ready to fall. You know?
Yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Like dominoes, you take out Venezuela, then Cuba's next, then Iran, then North Korea, and then that's it. Checkmate. New financial system coming in hot. That's the plan. Here's, speaking of which, a list of people who agree with regime change in Venezuela. Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, little Mexican flag, Mark Levin, Jew, Laura Loomer, Jew, Ben Shapiro, Jew, Nathan Rothschild, Jew, Netanyahu, Jew, JD Vance. What flag is that? I forget. Anyway, Marco Rubio, Jew. And then the face of a Jew. It's got Nick Fuentes. We'll talk more about the dialectics with this, but there's more towards the beginning. Yeah, it's one big club and you're not in it. Nicholas Fuentes, USA, Laura Loomer, USA. Everybody's chiming in. In other words, people are bought and paid for, man. Nick Fuentes endorsed Laura Loomer when she ran for Congress, and they gave a toast together at her election night party as the results were coming in. This was less than 3 years ago. There he is, toasting, having fun. Oh my gosh, schmoozing at these parties. If you're like against the system and supposedly your bank accounts are getting turned off and you have to use Bitcoin, like, what is this about then? What is that? Like, you don't belong in these little shoulder rubbing, elbow rubbing situations. There they are. Can someone explain why Nick Fuentes used to be so close to Laura Loomer? Yeah, because they're all groomed, man. They're all groomed puppets with their own mission, modus operandi, or mission objectives, I should say. They're all Judas goats designed to corner a sector of the market. Nick Fuentes has a different sector than Laura Loomer, than Alex Jones, than all of them. They all have different sectors. Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, the Hodge twins, all moving more like bought-off scientists as the day goes by. Do you see the narratives coming? There you go, the face of a Jew. That's hilarious. We'll get more on Nick Fuentes in the next situation, but let's see.
Now think about that. For 25 years, the regime that looked like an iron fortress, Chavez built it, Maduro locked it down, and for a quarter of a century, the world called it untouchable. Then in the dark of the night on Friday, the United States military walks in and ends the whole thing in less time than it takes to watch a Netflix sitcom. Now the world's cheering. Venezuela has its future back, and America has this historic victory, which is phenomenal. But as the smoke begins to clear, you have to ask yourself, could this possibly be that we just witnessed something even bigger than a raid? Now I want you to think about the context for a moment. Because just in October, Donald Trump sat in front of the press and told the world Maduro reached out to him. He said he offered everything. He said the guy doesn't want to F around with the U.S. Now, in another world, that's a headline, but in Trump's world, that's a spoiler for the season finale. Is it possible that the deal was already signed, sealed, and delivered months ago? Because here's the reality. A man like Maduro, a man who knows every single Mexican cartel and Colombian cartel drug route, every Chinese fentanyl shipment, and every terrorist contact in the hemisphere, he cannot just walk away with the suitcase in his hand. If he surrenders at an airport, his own generals are going to put a bullet in his head before he clears the tarmac. He needed a legend. He needed a story that said he was overwhelmed by an empire. Not that he sold out his partners for a safe house and witness protection, but the tales are really everywhere. Now, if you look at the history of these types of extractions, the U.S. took out Saddam Hussein from a hole in the ground. Did they take his wife with them? When SEAL Team 6 took out Osama bin Laden, did they extract his wives with him to face a U.S. court? And when El Chapo was captured, his wife was nowhere to be found. But yesterday, they extracted Maduro's wife, Celia Flores, right beside him. And you don't bring a wife on a high-stakes surgical strike unless the wife is a closing cost to a negotiation. That's not a capture. That could be seen as an evacuation. Now, General Raisin Kane tells us that they arrived with massive blowtorches ready to cut through steel in the safe rooms. They were prepared essentially for a siege. But the moment the doors opened, they didn't even need the torches. Kane said the targets came out and were compelled to surrender almost instantly. Now, does that sound like a man who was fighting to the death like Maduro said he was going to do, or a man who was basically waiting for his ride? And then there's Maduro's son, who was named in the indictment. Nicolasito, or who's considered to be the prince, right? He's at large. He's missing. Could it be the perfect narrative cover, a public manhunt to keep the world's eyes busy while the kid is quietly moved through a back channel to join his parents in the ultimate witness protection program? Now, we may never know the truth behind the curtain, but whether those doors were forced or left unlocked, the result is an absolute masterpiece. The people of Venezuela are free. The U.S. just secured the intelligence gold mine of the century. And when the lights of Caracas on Friday night went out, the doors opened without a fight. But could it be that the man who wrote the book just gave the world a masterclass in the art of the deal? 30 minutes. Now think about that.
Yeah, it's all just Jesuit theater is what it is. Jordan Crowder says, starting to make sense. Trump and Maduro made a deal. Maduro allows himself to be quote-unquote captured and spills the beans on how Venezuela helped the U.S. Democrats steal the 2020 election. Then Trump will pardon him and his wife and go after the Democrats. 2026 will be lit, y'all. Yeah, we'll see what that happens. Of course, there's that whole narrative that Venezuela was involved in the Dominion, whatever, voting rigging. It's all rigged, man. I mean, if you understand simple history of this country with how it was taken over after the Rothschild-funded Jesuit civil war, there haven't been any real elections since after that point. And then you have the Federal Reserve, then you have getting off the gold standard with oil, you have the CIA, you have the drug trades. Incrementally, it has gotten less and less relevant. So anyway, Laura Loomer says, the president is very happy about what happened. He told me very early this morning that he had reached an agreement with the Russians and Chinese regarding the situation in Venezuela. In the capture of Maduro, we keep Venezuela, Russia reserves eastern Ukraine for itself, and China has free reign in Taiwan. There we go, the kingdoms are forming. Moreover, the president was exultant about the near future. America is going after the complete annexation of Greenland and Canada. In exchange, President Putin is asking for the reincorporation of all the former Russian territories from the Tsarist era, including Central Asia, Poland, and Finland. China keeps peripheral and unimportant territories like Mongolia, Nepal, Bhutan, and some islands in the South China Sea. We have Trump until 2036, just like President Roosevelt, who was reelected 3 times during wartime. I mean, I don't know if Trump's going to be in there until 2036. That's just, I can't see him lasting another 10 years with his health? Like, no way, man. However, this whole annexation thing is right in line with Bible prophecy. Trump hits at next targets after shocking invasion. That wasn't an invasion, it was a psyop. President Donald Trump has hinted at the surprise abduction of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro may not be his last operation in Latin America. Trump, 79, suggested on Fox and Friends Saturday that action could be taken against Mexico, an ally of the U.S., which he said is run by drug cartels, a similar allegation he made against Maduro and Venezuela. Something's going to have to be done with Mexico, he said. Trump then issued an even more explicit threat to Colombia, which borders Venezuela to the west, and its president, Gustavo Petro, during a Mar-a-Lago news conference. So he is going all in on this stuff. Imperialism, like crazy. I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine, Trump said of Petro. They're sending it to the United States, so he does have to watch his behind. Petro, 65, has been described as Colombia's first left-wing leader in its modern history. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, with Trump at his side, also threatened Cuba and claimed that it was the root of many of Venezuela's problems. Rubio, 54, is the son of Cuban migrants. These people are so duplicitous, man. Marco Rubio has so many negative things about Trump on record, and then now he's like part of the administration, which is just so disgusting. These people are so just disgustingly hypocritical. President Trump says the U.S. needs Greenland for national security. Let's see what he says.
Greenland for national security, not for minerals. We have so many sites for minerals and oil and everything. We have more oil than any other country in the world. We need Greenland for national security. And if you take a look at Greenland, you look up and down the coast, you have Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland.
Now, what does that remind you of? Well, if you said Club of Rome, you Google Club of Rome map, then you see this little map here. Then, yeah. Let's see. Does this have the 10 Kingdoms map? No, it doesn't give you the colored one. Where's the color one? Anyway, like these 10 Kingdoms of the world. You've seen this before. This is the Club of Rome, like 1970s. They published this treatise. Even before that, there was like the Technate, I think sometime earlier in the 1900s. But these things have been around for a while. This is the image of the beast. Rome's, 10 kingdom map, how you had in the original Roman model, where you had 10 kingdoms pledging their power to the papacy. Of course, that changed. It was a very dynamic situation. But the point is that the 10 kingdoms are now going to be worldwide, and they're going to be pledging their power to one man in Rome. So that's the point of all of this. And you see people like Nick Fuentes echoing these things, posting the technate of America with this giant American empire. So he is totally on board for it. Of course, Nick Fuentes is also being exposed now as, infiltrated. This is from Trad West. It just shows you exactly, like, prophetically. If you understand how to read this meme, on the surface, it's like the Catholic Church must go, Maduro says, which Maduro is like Catholic and the guy before him was Catholic. All these people are just Catholic. The what's his name? The guy, oh, dang it. I'm totally having a memory. The guy who was like famous in Cuba, the communist revolutionary, Fidel Castro. Castro's like from a papal bloodline. I forget which one, but he's related to one of the papal bloodlines. So, this communism thing it's all just an illusion. But supposedly the meme says the Catholic Church must go, and Maduro's like holding his finger in the air, and then there's a picture of the Pope holding a bat. It says, who must go? And then you've got a picture of Trump, USA, with a little cross on it, and then Maduro, and the Pope's like waving like goodbye. Like, what does this tell you, folks? I mean, this is the reason this meme has relevance is because it's true. The second beast is doing the will of the first. The first doesn't do its own dirty work. Are you kidding me? The first is there shining the light of Satan in the world and bringing people into this false morality. It gets other people to do the dirty work. The Jews, the Templars, the Illuminati, the American system, the CIA, the Mossad, the Freemasons. It gets everybody to do its dirty work. While it sits in the middle, in the center, proclaiming morality and peace and rationality and all these things. So this is an accurate meme. This is an interesting point. This is on, I don't know, it's Reddit, I guess. 18 months ago, an unknown culture was found in Venezuela's Tepuis. Yesterday, the U.S. military took control. This isn't about drugs. Most of the news is focused on the politics of the raid, but I found this article by a professor that points out a timeline that is actually pretty wild. Basically, back in the mid-2024, archaeologists confirmed a previously unknown culture and massive 130-foot snake markers in the Tepuis Lost World Mountains. Almost immediately after the discovery, Maduro locked the whole area down, claiming it was to stop illegal mining and moved the military in. Now, 18 months later, the U.S. goes in to take him out. The article argues this is the tomb of Gilgamesh all over again, using a military invasion to secure an archaeological site/asset. Just like the rumors about the Gilgamesh tomb discovered right before the Iraq invasion of 2003. If you subscribe to the theory that governments use war as a cover to fight over ancient history or technology, this connects a lot of dots. The narco-terrorism charge makes for a perfect screen to get boots on the ground in a restricted zone. It's interesting, and if you look into this, like, there are some things there. A mysterious rock art in Venezuela hints at a little-known ancient culture. Of course, this is like a mainstream, thing, so they're not going to be super conspiratorial, but, who knows? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. A lot of these technologies that they're getting are, from demonic sources that teach them how to do these things. Iran. Let's look at Iran.
Please stop scrolling for a second because CNN is not showing this. TikTok is blocking it, and we need your help. What you're not being told is that Iran is going through a full-scale revolution. They're saying it's a protest about economy, gas prices, and inflation. It's about human rights. And people are in the streets right now getting slaughtered because they want to live without fear. They want freedom of speech. They want control over their bodies. They want the right to choose how they live, how they dress, how they think, how they believe. And they're also rejecting the entire system where religion controls the state. Iranians are done being ruled by clerics. They're done with laws enforced in the name of Islam, done with an Islamist government that decides every part of their life. This is a full-scale revolution against the entire Islamic Republic. Millions of people are out there. They're not armed. They're not attacking anyone. The regime is shooting them. People are being killed for standing in public and asking for freedom. The internet has been shut down so the world cannot see it, and this is where the story gets really uncomfortable. In the West, the leftist narrative keeps explaining this regime instead of listening to the people living under it. They call it culture, they call it religion, they call it complicated, but Iranians are saying very clearly the system is destroying our lives and we want out. Here in the U.S., President Donald Trump already said what would happen if the regime started killing its own people. He said there would be hell to pay. He said that the U.S. was locked and loaded. Now people are being killed. The people that were killing themselves over Gaza are now very, very quiet when it comes to Iran. This is why this matters. Not later, not after another news cycle, right now. People inside Iran are risking their lives just to be seen and heard. They cannot post freely. They cannot call newsrooms. They cannot pressure politicians. But we can. If millions of people outside Iran speak up at the same time, news agencies are forced to pay attention, politicians are forced to answer questions, silence becomes much harder to maintain. This is why I've already written a text. It is in the caption of this video. It includes the hashtags. It includes the...
Yeah. But the thing is, people don't realize that the U.S. put the current regime in power, was it back in the 70s or whatever. They create these revolutions and they put the people in power, and now it's time to do it the other way around because the time has come. Iran was necessary at the time as a Muslim bulwark. Now Iran is going to be collapsed with a revolution and a cultural shift, because once Iran falls, Iran is like the center of the Muslim world over there. And if Iran, just imagine what the impact is. If Iran falls and you see a dramatic shift in the culture there, and it becomes more, liberal, Americanized, Christianized, the rest of the Middle East is going to be easy. So you have to get rid of the extremists, and then the people who are more moderate are much easier to persuade and shape and convince with false signs and wonders and so on. This is Pope Leo XIV. He says, war is back in vogue and a zeal for war is spreading. The principle established after the Second World War, which prohibited nations from using force to violate the borders of others, has been completely undermined. Peace is no longer sought as a gift and a desirable good in itself. Instead, peace is sought through weapons as a condition of asserting one's own dominion. This gravely threatens the rule of law, which is the foundation of all peaceful coexistence. Now, do you understand what all this is? Dang it, these stupid little highlighters. Do you understand what all of this is about? Do you understand what all of this is about now? Do you see the pattern and how the dialectical dance works? How you have the destroying hand, and then the Pope looks really good when he speaks about peace, and he seems really reasonable, and he certainly seems like a much better leader than this Trump guy and all these politicians that are so corrupt and they're, whatever. Nobody has any dirt on the Pope. And of course, the Pope is just like everybody else. There's a lot of people like, what's his name? I'm really bad with names today, but Eddie Arnett or John Arnett or Kevin Arnett. Is it Kevin Arnett? He's like a new ager, but he does a lot of exposing on the Ninth Circle and all this really crazy stuff. But anyway, you can look into that. But he was given a ring by the Jesuits, a Jesuit cardinal. So yeah, this Pope is in the club. Of course, obviously. You don't get to be Pope unless you're really bad. So do the math. But there's nothing on the Pope. You're never going to find anything on the Pope. But you're going to find people, you're going to find things on people in power, because that's the devil's way of doing things. They're all blackmailed. So that's that for Venezuela and the rumors, the wars and rumors of wars. Now, whether you believe in the literal 10 kingdoms at the end of time, or you believe that's a figurative number of completion with many kingdoms having, their various rulers, it doesn't really matter, because the world is moving towards monarchies and monarchical systems. And these changes are part of the quote unquote wars and rumors of wars that are going to happen throughout the age, and especially in the last 120 years or so. And these are needed specifically. There's a purpose. It's not like war and rumors of wars are just there just willy-nilly. They're there because the political landscape needs to be reshaped and reshaped and reshaped very much. The devil is using these wars and conflicts to shape the geopolitical landscape over and over again, especially relatively recently after the Second World War. There was a liberal world order, and that needs to be reshaped. And that needs to be undone. They need to go in the opposite direction. So Venezuela is very integral to that, because you see all the kingdoms are forming geopolitically. Okay, you get yours, I'll get mine. Everybody's happy with their territories, and that's part of the plan. So it's all ultimately to make the Pope look like a superstar and to bring in the final New World Order system and the mark of the beast. Think about it very clearly. Okay, 20 years ago or so, give or take, there were probably a dozen countries that have yet to be on the central banking scheme. Okay, and now there's just Iran, Cuba, and North Korea. That's it. And these are going to be dealt with very shortly. Meanwhile, all the other things are happening, like the digitalization of the world, the rising Christian nationalism, religious nationalism, the exposing of the Jews. All these things are simultaneously being played out. It's truly phenomenal. It's truly phenomenal. And all of these threads are going to come into a synthesis, a singularity, where they're all going to be reconciled, where you're going to have Jew-hating, technocratic, false Christianity. All of that is going to be synthesized into one satanic, false light world kingdom. What a profound thought. What a profound thought that all these things are actually related and they're going to be synthesized in a seamless reality that you get to be part of, hopefully for not too long. But nevertheless, this is where it is. And once they get these countries on board and they destabilize them and they replace them, then you know that the financial system to enforce the mark of the beast is going to come in very quickly. They're already rolling it out. They're testing it in Vietnam and other places. They've tested people's, digital currencies and limiting how much you can spend and all this kind of stuff. So it's coming, and they need to get all of these countries on board so that the world can participate in marveling after the beast. Now, let's take a look with all that context at some more dialectics. The country is currently divided into two distinct camps. I wonder what those are. Is it liberal and conservative, or is it something else? Those who are trying desperately to defend their political party and those who are trying desperately to defend their country. So now we had two divides. First, it was MAGA versus the Democrats. Then MAGA toppled that and disrupted the liberal order. But now MAGA in itself needs to bifurcate into, deep state MAGA and Jew-hating MAGA. That is truly for the country. That's what's happening. I'm not typically an advocate for free healthcare and free college, but if we are paying for another country's healthcare, maternity leave, and college, why isn't MAGA up in arms over it? Because MAGA isn't MAGA anymore. This is from a lady named Carmen Estelle, by the way. MAGA was never supposed to be MEGA. Now that MAGA is actually MEGA, calling someone not MAGA is basically a compliment. All people mad at Nick Fuentes for saying mean things gives me a distinct flashback of all the people who were mad at Trump for mean tweets. When did the right become so soft? They see babies getting bombed daily and openly support that because of war, but can't handle a few words they don't like, and canceling people for free speech sounds exactly like the left. Congrats, you are who you claim to hate. Yeah, it's all coming down. It's all coming down. Of course, the synthesis is right on the horizon. Leaving MAGA, it begins. I'm one of the largest pro-Trump commentators in the nation. I get tens of millions of views every single month talking about Trump's America First agenda. This is Matt Morse. And right now, I'm absolutely effing beyond pissed off that tonight, as justification for H-1B visas, Trump said that Americans don't have talent. Absolutely unreal. Evan Kilgore. 50-year mortgages, 600,000 Chinese students, Antifa riots, bombing Iran, no Epstein files, anti-Semitism crackdowns, ISIS in the White House, inflation. MAGA is losing me, to be honest. My life has seen zero improvement since Trump took office. It's actually worse. Americans last. This is the point. My life, my actual life, nothing's improved. My groceries are super expensive. Everything's expensive. My life sucks. We need a social solution. Do you get it? Do you understand where this is leading? How it's frustrating the people so that a true savior can come and provide that social solution? Because that's what Trump was running on. Trump was there to make people idolize and want a social solution. Trump was the one that promised to give everybody money and fix everything and, take out the deep state and drain the swamp. And of course, it was just one giant ruse. It's amazing that people still support the man. But that's going to change very, very quickly. And in the wake of that cognitive dissonance and frustration at being hyped up and being baited into idolatry and then having the idol destroyed in front of you, you're so much more vulnerable for even worse idolatry. Do you understand how evil this is? And how cunning the devil is? How he uses these things to shape people's minds and get them into a state of desiring the wrong things? And then when that is destroyed in front of them, they're so broken. We know we haven't seen any improvement. Who is going to come and improve our situation? We know what the answer is. The answer is Jesus. The answer is Jesus is going to come and destroy this system and give you a resurrected body that doesn't die. He's going to have a perfect government on earth. That's the real New World Order. But because they don't love that truth, they don't look forward to that truth and realize that the world is just a dying prison where the devil is trying to kill as many people as possible. They don't realize that, and they still have a desire for hope in the world and worldly solutions and voting and political schemes. The devil gets them with the next thing, which of course is Catholic social teaching, anchored in the obedience to the papacy. Because the Pope certainly seems like a much reasonable guy that seems to be on everyone's side, not like this Trump guy, not like Biden. He really is for the people and for social circumstances. And hey, let's all get along kind of situation. That's what it is. And there's so many of these. The Hodge twins, the best thing Trump can do to save MAGA is fire every advisor telling him to say dumb stuff he's been saying. The patriotic blonde, MAGA is dead, assassinated by Trump and his Israeli interests. It was a psyop and we fell for it. No time to grieve. We need to regroup. Where do we go from here? There's so many of these. Nick Fuentes, of course, and there's a lot of people exposing him now. Prices are steadying and wages are climbing, new DoorDash report shows. The report actually shows rising food prices. Average price of a cheeseburger, a soda, and fries increased 3.8% year on year in September 25th, while typical restaurant meals rose 3.2%. This echoes latest to USDA, yada, yada. So yeah, prices are increasing. You don't have to be a mathematician to know that. Spencer Hakimian, MAGA is finished. Trump has called the entire country incompetent and incapable of dead-bat morons. Anyone left with this guy is just a mental slave. And there's so many of this, so many, and I covered them in my montage at the beginning too. This is by design, folks. It's by design.
On a MAGA influencer unfollow spree, and let me tell you why. The mental gymnastics required to stand by your man under these conditions truly, in my opinion, is Olympic level. And I have followed some of these people for years, admired their ability to speak out when the opinion was unpopular. But now I'm starting to think, okay, they were countering the system, but not countering the system, which is the reason why many of us voted for this administration in the first place. Here's some of my problems with this administration. The Epstein list, okay? Referring to the Epstein list as the Epstein hoax after running your entire campaign on that is a slap in the face to all of us. Do you think we are stupid? You cannot gaslight me enough into forgetting that this admin said they were going to release the Epstein list. Pam Bondi said it was on her desk, okay? We are still sending billions of dollars overseas to fund foreign wars, denying America's interest, right? We've got some problems here in the mainland. Approving PFA pesticides to be sprayed all over our fruit and vegetables. It's not limited to your fruit and vegetables. This is going into our soil. It's going to leak into our water supply. We are going to be drinking it. Forever chemicals are linked to hormone disruption, thyroid dysfunction, cancer. It's an atrocity. When we're talking about making America healthy again, PFA pesticides is crazy. Debt normalization, 50-year mortgages, essentially saying your kids will never own anything ever. They will never own that little plot of land, the American dream. They're never going to own their own home. The fact that 90% of Black Friday purchases were made using a buy now, pay later like Klarna, that's also crazy. Surveillance expansion through Palantir. Think China during COVID. Yeah, that sounds extreme, doesn't it? That is how rapidly this administration is advancing AI. They're advancing it so quickly, they had to put out a statement to state governments saying, if you try to put regulations around AI, we're coming for you too. That is how much this federal government wants to advance AI and data centralization. So freaking scary. And then you can't ask anything about any of this. If you start asking questions, you were never really MAGA. You're not based, right? All this infighting is caused by Candace and Tucker. Y'all, please be so serious. Don't insult our intelligence like that, right? We might like Candace and Tucker, but they're not changing our opinions. They're just saying what a lot of us are thinking. A
lot of us are thinking, and the problem is that all of this is happening in the context of People not having sufficient knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Knowledge for history, knowledge for the Bible and Bible prophecy, so that they can interpret all of these happenings appropriately. Because if you don't have that knowledge, you are sucked into the dialectical movements that are happening, that are controlled demolitions. Again, I'll say this for the millionth time. If everyone's figuring it out, you haven't gotten out of the matrix yet. Do you get it? If everyone's gotten it figured out, you haven't gotten out of the matrix. And this is exactly what's happening. Candace Owens' marriage is weird and unnatural. So now in the next coming videos, you're going to see all of these psyop agents, these Judas Goat agents like Nick Fuentes, like Candace Owens, like Alex Jones. All of these people are going to tell on each other. Very interesting situation.
Maybe that's part of the program. If Candace Owens' husband is her boss, well, who is her boss? George Farmer. Do you know that Candace Owens' husband, who she claims is her boss, do you know that his father runs the Organization for Cooperation Between Christians and Jews in the United Kingdom? So if George Farmer is her boss, then what does that say about this entire thing? What is that all about? Do you know that Candace was introduced to her husband, George Farmer, by John Mappin, a Scientologist with a Russian wife from the United Kingdom who hosted the launch of Turning Point UK in England? Yes, Candace was introduced to her husband at Turning Point UK 7 years ago. She was introduced to him by a Scientologist with a Russian wife who's a backer of Reform UK and Turning Point UK. They got married 10 days later over FaceTime, even though they never had a romantic excursion. Do you know that George Farmer was hired by Rebecca Mercer to run Parler? Rebecca Mercer also has a Russian husband. Over at Parler, Rebecca Mercer also backed Breitbart in the very beginning. Breitbart, which produced Milo Yiannopoulos. Breitbart, which produced Ben Shapiro. Breitbart, which was born in America but conceived in Israel, with Benjamin Netanyahu at its founding meeting, with Jim Hoft, with Steve Bannon, Andrew Breitbart. Did you know all that? So if Candace Owens' boss is her husband, who is her husband? Well, the husband seems like a spook. His dad is in the House of Lords and runs some weird Jew-Christian outfit. They're introduced by some weirdo billionaire who, by the way, another interesting fact about John Mappin. Do you know who John Mappin received his money from in a trust fund? Well, only the Mappin family, which is the official jeweler of the royal family. So the crown jewels of the British Empire are handled by the man that introduced Candace and her husband. And you all think that Candace is super interested in France. Why? Because it's a human interest story? You think Candace Owens is an anti-Semite now all of a sudden because she saw the light? Who the fuck are these people? None of these people are normal. That maybe.
Yeah, and you're going to see all of them telling on each other, which is just such Jesuit theater. Come on now. What's going on here? Hard refresh. All right, here we go. This is Ron Filipowski. Benny Johnson suggests he's going to sue Milo for repeatedly accusing him of being a closeted gay man with a fake marriage. Milo responds. Let's see. This is grade A theater. I am duty bound to take action. This is Benny Johnson, to protect my family against those who maliciously defame and attack us. More to come on that soon. Pray for healing for some really sick and delusional people. Jesus is about redemption. The legal system is about justice. Happy Sunday. Okay, let's see. The advertising on the Military Times right now. So this guy, Benny, such a clown. He posts like a screenshot. He's like, the advertising on the Military Times right now is so crazy. And this is the world's largest gay cruise. This is an ad. Okay, this is like a targeted ad. You get it? It's a targeted ad. And he's looking at this and he's like, LOL, that's so funny. It's like, you get, and people are like, that just speaks to your cookies is all. Check your browser history. I went there and all the ads were for motorcycles and strip clubs. That's not advertising for me. Don't know what kind of things you're into, but that's a targeted ad, Benny Boy. Boy with an I. Oh Lord, that's hilarious. And this guy says, Saeed Jones, I made out with Benny Johnson in an empty dressing room at BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. It haunts me to this day. Yeah, these like Republican get-togethers, like I heard Grindr is just like totally overloaded. Anyway, it's funny that he's done literally everything but come out of the closet. Men will literally become traitors to their country rather than go to therapy. Betty, who performed at the holiday party BF hosted at Webster Hall in 2013, everyone got sloshed because of the open bar. Benny and I went into a dressing room and started kissing. Would have gone further, but he said something cringe enough to snap me back to my senses. I don't know, that's so funny. I rolled my eyes and I left. It was like gay drama, man. Anyway, I'm definitely not the only guy Benny Johnson has made out with. I've heard him and his wife are swingers. She's pregnant with their 4th child now, which LOL. Anyway, when I warn y'all about sleeper agents, I'm speaking from experience. Demons walk among us. So this is just this big debacle. Which president looks sexiest in a swimsuit? This is Benny Johnson. He's got an article rating, which ones are the sexiest in a swimsuit. Why would you write that? Dear free speech warrior Benny, this is now Milo writing. Dear free speech warrior Benny, dear Kate, a few notes for your consideration. I know more about defamation than any lawyer you will ever hire. Benny is a public figure. Malice is a non-starter. I have receipts, and the truth is a total defense against any claim of defamation or libel. Do you want to lose a defamation case to Milo Yiannopoulos of all people about whether or not you are gay? Do you want to even fight one? The people who have poured money into making you a big deal are about to lose their entire investment. I know more about your marriage than you think I do. I have evidence and I have witnesses. I know about the subpoena. I know who to subpoena. I know what questions to ask about nocturnal liaisons with chaps and assless chaps, and about being caught in flagrante delicto at conferences attended by students, some of whom may have been under 18. I guess we'll find out. Nobody cares about you, Kate. I'll say this. It was crappy of me to say you look old. I'm a crappy person, yada, yada, yada. So this is just nuts. This total nuts, this is another one. Breaking news. Former CIA officer says bank records show Senator Lindsey Graham is allegedly laundering money from the Ukraine war back into his own bank accounts. Surprise, surprise. CIA officer says it's significant amounts of money being laundered back to Lindsey Graham. He also claims that the news will come out within the next couple of months, how he profited from the Ukraine, and the DOJ is investigating. Yeah, we'll see. It's all happening simultaneously. Let's see. What's this one about? Oh yeah, Marco Rubio.
Ruled by drug addicts, watch Secretary of State and fourth in line to the president, Marco Rubio's body movements.
Yes, sir.
Vladimir Putin today.
I thought you were introducing yourself.
No.
I'm Vladimir
Definitely
Putin.
not. Definitely not. Vladimir
What
Putin.
are you doing here?
Nick Schifrin, PBS NewsHour. Vladimir Putin had his own end-of-year press conference today.
Oh, he's trying to step on my message.
Yeah. His went, I think, 4 hours, so we got at least 3 hours. And he said he was willing to end the war in Ukraine.
I bet you he didn't do it in Spanish.
He did not.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Excessive sniffing and nose itching, dry mouth, jittery, fast talking, all jacked up. I know a man of the snow when I see one. Looks like Narco Marco is already having a white Christmas. And Marco Snow here is one of the biggest advocates for going to war with Venezuela, which the U.S. accuses of trafficking drugs. The U.S. has already blown up over 20 small boats off the coast of Venezuela in international waters under just the accusation of trafficking drugs. Marco the Blizzard Rubio determines much of America's foreign policy, determining if we go to war, shaping the entire world. You can't get a job in fast food or construction or pretty much any field without passing a drug test. So why do we let those running the country get a free pass? Are we being...
Yeah, and Donald Trump's son, he's been caught on video just like taking cocaine in his pocket, and they're all doing drugs all the time. When Elon Musk was like in the White House, and it was just like, They're all drugged up. I mean, they're constantly taking drugs. So, and yet they're not talking about all the CIA influence and the drug cartels and all the war on drugs, war on terror. There's always a war. There's always an excuse to do something. So these are just shenanigans. Here's more on Nick Fuentes. Let's hear him from the beginning. Republicans are agreeing with us more and more since Trump took office. Let's see.
Must fucking pay for this statement to say, I don't want your support anymore. Every single Trump supporter, every single Republican needs to say, okay, bet. You don't want our support? Forget about the midterms. Forget it. The 2026 midterms, it just needs to be a Democrat avalanche.
Pay attention.
At this point. And that's not because I'm a Democrat. I'm not. I don't like the Democrats. I hate the Republicans more because the Republicans are traitors. Because I have voted for Republicans, I have supported Republicans, and they shit on our face. We never vote for the Democrats. We never support them. They're our enemies. They hate us. We have hated them. They try to undercut our lives, our demographic, and as a result, we consider them the enemy. But at least they're the enemy. We know they're the enemy. They're openly the enemy. We don't vote for them. They don't support us. But the Republicans expect our support every year, expect our vote every year. They tell us we're not doing our job if we don't vote for them. And then we vote for them and we get stabbed in the back repeatedly. Repeatedly, over and over. They try to slip in a moratorium on AI regulations. They're trying to sell federal land so that we can build new construction for Indians. They make a trade deal with India for more H-1Bs to take the jobs of our kids, of us. This is what the Republicans do. The Republicans have drafted an amnesty bill that would give a 7-year work visa for illegal immigrants. This is what Republicans do. So we need hundreds of Republicans to lose in this next cycle. You don't want our support now? Then fine, you don't get it. And let the Democrats impeach Trump. Let them impeach Trump. Let them fuck up this administration and torch his legacy. What a joke. Trump must...
And what is that going to lead to by 2028? If you said Catholic social teaching president outcome, ding, 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 winner, winner, chicken dinner. Nick Fuentes calls for unity between liberals and conservatives.
Democrats and nationalist Republicans working together, let's say to compel the release of the Epstein files. What kind of approval rating do you think that has? 90%? And what if they got together and they opposed foreign aid to Israel? What approval rating do you think that would have? 90%? What if they got together and worked on the basis of a common interest? Do you think that Republicans or independents running under that brand, do you think that that would become more popular or less popular over time? 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. It snowballs. And we need to propel someone into the White House that is just a populist. And here's where we're going to have to give. This is going to be the compromise. Very simple.
Pay attention.
The left has to give up immigration. That's simple. Look, we can have equality in the country. We can have civil rights. We can have all those things. But we have to close the damn borders. We have to close it. Too many illegal immigrants. Too many legal immigrants. That has to be the compromise. The left has to give on immigration, and the right has to give on the free market. If the right can come down on healthcare and on a social safety net and maybe on some subsidies for education, and if the left can come down on the anti-white open border stuff and they can agree that we have a country, that party will win 90% of the vote and rule for a century. That's the compromise. That's the populist compromise. Why is it that for the left, it's like they don't even care about anything else? It just has to be open borders. And on the right, it's like they don't care about anything else as long as it's foreign aid to Israel and war in the Middle East and war with Russia. They're terrified that the left and the right are going to come together on the basis of stop supporting Israel, on the basis of close the borders and the influence of the oligarchs. That's what they're terrified of. So this is the blueprint. We have to build on this. If you add progressive...
In other words, synthesis of the two opposing dialectics. Push everything so far to an extreme on both sides to where the middle becomes obvious. But the middle is not the true middle. It's a counterfeit middle designed for you to come back to the papacy and anchor all of that populism in a nation that is a vassal state to the papacy. Because all of that is going to be... This is not a political thing, okay? This seems like a political solution. Oh, it sounds so great. Sure, in light of the incompetency of the left and the right, yeah, anything sounds great. This is not a political solution. This is going to be a religious solution. Because it's not just populism, folks. It's going to be populism anchored in Catholic social teaching. You can bet on that. You can bet your dime on that, especially with somebody like Nick Fuentes, who is a Jesuit Catholic papal puppet and preaching the morality of the beast. What can you expect? You're going to expect all of these influencers, which most of them are Catholic, or they will convert to Catholicism, preaching that Catholic social teaching morality. Right now, it's a mess. This is by design. The chaos that I'm showing you, we're not even, look how many little windows I have. Look at all that. It's a mess. It's a mess by design.
That maybe you just think would get this whole podcast deleted.
Trump gets shot in the ear in July 2024. Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, and Peter Thiel call Trump, and they say you have to pick J.D. Vance, or else the neocons might really kill you next year. So Trump chooses J.D. Vance the following week at the RNC to be his vice president. Very weird. Why? Because J.D. Vance is a freshman senator who is 2 years into his term. So he's a private citizen. In 2022, he's elected to the Senate. 2024, he's the vice president of the United States of America. How does a person rise so quickly? Well, the backing of little tech, these disruptive defense tech companies like Palantir, Anduril, OpenAI, X, Tesla, the PayPal mafia, this group of billionaires, he's their guy, and they bought Trump. They fundraised for Trump to get Trump to pick him. Now, when J.D. Vance becomes the president of the United States, you think AI is at a productivity boom right now? Wait until the U.S. military gets involved. The U.S. government is all in on the AI race against China. It's going to change everything in the economy, everything in the defense sector. It's going to change how wars are fought. Who is going to be the beneficiary? Whoever is friends with the president of the United States after the next election. So if J.D. Vance gets in, it's going to be Palantir, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp. It's going to be Anduril, Palmer Luckey. It's going to be OpenAI, Sam Altman. It's going to be Grok, Elon Musk, Tesla with their robots. That's the end goal. So it's really, one way you could look at it is a coup. This is their guy. They use Trump as a Trojan horse. They let J.D. Vance draft behind him. And then once Trump is discarded as a lame duck, they'll anoint Vance. Then he's going to pour all these trillions of dollars in value towards their companies, and they will become the new oligarchs of America. That's the end game.
Is there any one...
Is Nick maybe revealing the method, I wonder? I wonder. Trump officially defends Nick Fuentes, America First Foundation relaunch. And this is from Beholden to Truth on Instagram. So Trump is defending Nick, and of course they had like, that lunch or whatever with Kanye a long time ago. But this is just like such a mess. Everybody's so confused. And of course, people are exposing Nick Fuentes as well because of the whole Israel thing.
Real guy. You're our guy, bro. And we are now well into the moment with Israel, with TPUSA, with Candace, with the Trump government, with everything. And what's going on, man? Where are you at, Nick? Like, yeah, Nick is still doing his thing. He's still running his show. He's still being critical of Israel. But he's also doing the podcast circuit, basically running everything he can against Candace and against actual, like, factual information. I could understand if Nick was skeptical of Candace's sources, but Nick is straight up, like, not here, not there for the conversation about Israel in the way I think a lot of us expect and the way I think a lot of us were ready for. It's like arriving on the battlefield and your general is off hanging out with Steven Crowder. Like, you're supposed to be our guy, bro. This is your moment. This is your moment on so many levels, dude. Where are you? You're on Steven Crowder disavowing the people that are actually out here taking on Israel, taking on the deep state, taking on the whole thing. And you're over here with Crowder. With Crowder. And we're going to get into all of these different elements throughout this show. And like, the world is not about picking sides. But sometimes when you look at the sides of an issue, it tells you a lot about the issue. And it tells you a lot about how, if you are thinking about a thing in a way that makes you arrive at the same conclusion as Tim Pool, and as Steven Crowder and as Rabbi Shmuley and as all these other people. And to be clear, I'm not saying that Nick is the same as Rabbi Shmuley. And I'm just saying, how are you winding up at the conclusion of these guys? With all that you know, with all that you've called out, with your deep understanding of how Jewish donors control things, with your deep understanding of the history of Mossad and of the CIA, you don't even think there's a possibility? Not even a chance. And this is supposed to be your moment. This is supposed to be your rise. You're on the generational run, bro. And you have generationally run right to Steven Crowder's show to hang out with the Fed slop narrative for like kind of a facetious take on it. It's very confusing to a lot of us, and it's a bummer because I genuinely like you being here. I genuinely like that you challenge the conversation, and I'm genuinely impressed by what you've done with your platform and your messaging over the years. But I think a lot of creators right now are feeling the way I'm feeling and are just afraid to say it because we all know how the Groypers are. And we all know that Nick is good at holding a grudge. And that's cool. If Nick wants to hold a grudge, that's fine. I'm not stressed. But I'm just genuinely like, bro, this is your moment. And you ain't here. We're all on the front lines of battle for America, to save America from this influence. You're the Israel guy.
Yeah, that was the test. That's how you know. That's the perfect test of how does Nick Fuentes still believe the Fed slop?
Who's killed Charlie Kirk? That's one of the conspiracies out there right now. What's your position on that?
I don't believe that. As it stands right now, I think it was Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, me too.
All right, I wasn't going to come for you, Nick Fuentes, until you went ahead and called Ian Carroll retarded.
And I saw Ian Carroll came out today on a live stream pleading with me to join in on the conspiracy. If you think that, I feel sorry for you. Because you are retarded.
The only thing retarded is you accepting the furry trans lover story when Discord themselves say the furry trans motive screenshots didn't come from their servers. That's a motive you're accepting, Nick? Nice, bro. Then, the dad IDs his son from a grainy rooftop silhouette before police have any real evidence. When our FBI have all the footage in 4K to show the shot, but decided to leave that part out. Then, a 30-06, a round known for blowing through concrete blocks and able to obliterate bone, suddenly gets stopped by Charlie's Superman-like neck.
I don't think this is going to help to stop the conspiracy theories.
With no visible ballistic mess or blood spatter at all. Bulletproof spine now? They say the rifle was disassembled within seconds after taking the shot. He stuffs it in his pants to jump off, yet it's found fully assembled in the woods? That's retarded. I'm convinced either Nick is being paid off or he had his career threatened over this one issue. Either way, this is not a good look for Nick Fuentes.
Do you believe the Jews killed...
You gotta love the AI. The AI really makes caricatures and memes next level. Is Nick Fuentes a Fed?
Fuentes a Fed? Many people, including Elon Musk and Ian Carroll, are asking this question for different reasons. One, because Nick hasn't asked any questions about who killed Charlie Kirk, and instead has just accepted and is promoting the narrative that it was Tyler Robinson, a lone shooter. And also because this footage of Nick Fuentes on January 6th is going viral. We already know from the Justice Department that the FBI had 26 informants and undercover employees at January 6th. Some who entered the restricted area and the Capitol when they were not supposed to. Nick has responded to these allegations, saying that he testified to Congress under oath and he has never spoken with law enforcement or cooperated with them. So we pulled it up. And when he was asked if he's been interviewed by FBI or federal law enforcement, he pled the fifth. He also pled the fifth when he was asked if he was employed and what his source of income is. Now, it's important to note that he was never asked are you an FBI informant? Do you work for the FBI? Are you working with law enforcement? And the reason why is simple, because if you are working with the FBI or as an informant, you're legally not allowed to confirm it. You're trained to deny it, covered by confidentiality agreements. Now, many people find it rich that Elon Musk is telling us that Nick Fuentes is a Fed, because many people think that Elon might be because of his extensive work with the federal government. But is it possible that he might just have inside information and know something that we don't? It's also important to note that more than half of his retweets are coming from countries that are hubs for engagement farming. Is someone or something trying to amplify his voice and his message? So, is he just a really good Fed, or someone who was compromised along the way, or is this just another reach? As always, I want to hear what you think.
Well, hopefully you know the truth, that he's just a puppet and you don't need to be a conspiracy theorist or even know that much about current events to understand when he bashes the Bible and points you to the papacy and a Catholic state, and he's super extreme about that. He's frothing at the mouth for a Catholic future. You know that he's compromised. Just that. He is spiritually compromised at the very minimum. Then you learn about all his, sexual dealings, his weird situations that he's been in with various individuals, and the weird things he says about like young girls and like boys. He's just really weird, really weird. Then you learn about the Bitcoin situation where he got like $200,000 or maybe even more in some anonymous Bitcoin transfer from some guy that was connected to I've covered it in some other places. It's so hard to keep track of all these things. But then you see him, like this. What does Nick Fuentes' dad's physiognomy tell you about him? And now people are like, after the whole Israel thing, which was a huge red flag for anybody, they're like, wait a minute, maybe Nick Fuentes is a psyop. There you go. What does his dad tell you about? The name Fuentes is identified by the Holy Office of the Catholic Church of Spain as a Sephardic Jewish name emanating from Jewish communities of Spain and Portugal around the year 1402. Nick Fuentes' father confirms his Sephardic ancestry by DNA. So Nick Fuentes is part Jewish, at least. Maybe, I don't know what his mother is, but he's a crypto Jew now. Now that's the narrative. Groiper or groomer? Let's see.
Or groomers. So over the past several months, I've shared a few of Nick
Oh, this is exactly what I was talking about. Some of this weird stuff going on with his statements.
Fuentes' videos, because I agree with a lot of his stances on like Israel, the current condition of the United States of America. I agree with. But this video you're about to see is beyond disturbing, and it's a line as a society that we have agreed we're not going to cross. It's not out of context. I found other videos that support the original video. Can't with this. I'm sorry, I can't. Not any of this.
Same thing goes with women. I don't want to turn 30 and find some 20-year-old, 29-year-old woman that I have something in common with, and it's like, hey, properly aged, like wine. Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife. Let's say I get married to the 18-year-old now. 6-year age difference. When I turn 40, she's going to be 34. Ew. What if I'm 30 and she's 16? 14-year age difference? Then now we're talking here. Now we're cooking with gas. I want a 16-year-old that's untouched, pristine, untouched, uncorrupted, innocent. That's what we all want. I think the age of consent should be lower. I don't even really believe in the concept. I'm banning people. If you're telling me to stop, you're gone. Bye. Fuck you. I'm out here free thinking, okay? And if I've got weird sexual interests...
Okay. Children.
Well, they're hotter. Based. Let's fucking go. That's why we love them.
Anyways, do you consider Chris Hansen a hero? I grew up with this guy, so I consider him a hero.
He's like the pedo catcher guy. Yeah, I guess. Certainly some of that can be considered heroic, but I've said this before, the pedo catcher stuff, a lot of it I really think is a grift, and a lot of it I think is just hysteria. What you tend to see with the pedo catchers is a lot of the people that they catch are just like disgusting, ugly freaks. And then a catfish Okay, obviously it's super bad if they're like under the age of 15, let's say, because that's like prepubescent. But if there's like a 15-year-old, someone who purports to be like 15 and is really attractive, and they're giving a really disgusting freak a lot of attention, you have to wonder, like, is that person a pedophile?
Yeah, so Nick, this isn't thought leader type material, bud. Like at all. Like this is like hard drive check aisle 5 for Fuentes type material. But you actually believe this. You're promoting this on your channel to millions of people, and it's disgusting. You need to repent, Nick. This is the line that we don't cross in America. Being America first means that we need to protect the most vulnerable among us, which is our children, Nick Fuentes. Groiper.
Yeah, what do you expect? All of the people, like I said, they're all in Satan's kingdom with knives at their throat because they're compromised. They're compromised spiritually. They're compromised physically. They have all sorts of compromises, and they find the people that are the most compromised and use them.
Is controlled opposition. He is a carefully designed informational weapon system delegated to run the Christian nationalism psyop, a martyr prince in the making. He is Ben Shapiro's dialectic, a perfect mirror image. Christian nationalism is the white side dialect to the Zionist dark side. Jesuit Jews, good cop, bad cop, darkness to light. Fuentes is a false light. Fuentes wants you to return to Catholicism, wants your consent to put you under the thumb of the Babylonian Vatican, the Pope, the Pontifex Maximus. Christian nationalism might be the solution to the Israel problem they have in mind, the Trojan horse to usher in the Antichrist counterfeit religion through the Vatican. Roman Catholic one world order, you wouldn't see that one coming. That would catch you off guard, which is the point. Fuentes neatly fits into Albert Pike's vision for the Third World War, where Christianity, Zionism, and Islam destroy each other to usher in the Luciferian Enlightenment. Fuentes doesn't actually go against the system. Notice how he says, let's recap. Previously on The Truman Show, the newest development on Bread and Circus. Like Tucker and Candace, he treats Bread and Circus as legitimate narratives. He is a ringside commentator and occasional participant in the scripted WWE kayfabe between light and dark. Like professional sports, politics is a specific flavor of goy slop, and Nick Fuentes hands it to you on a platter. Notice how strongly Fuentes discourages four-dimensional analysis. It's okay to question Jewish power, but it's not okay to question the powers behind Jewish power. You're a schizo is used the same way as you're anti-Semitic. Doesn't want you thinking outside the juice box. I'd bet money that he was groomed from birth by a Masonic order which taught him the art of rhetoric and oration. His rise to fame wasn't organic. He's been boosted into the cultural consciousness right from the beginning, either with hostile publicity telling you all about him, or direct support from Alex Jones, who's controlled opposition, or Aiden Ross, who's a Jew, and Myron Gaines, who was a federal agent for Homeland Security. He's had dinner with Trump and Kanye. He's networking with elites, but they've tried to assassinate him. Yeah, same with Trump. But he's been canceled and persecuted and deplatformed. How come his face is on major news outlets? How come New York Times is writing about him the day before the Charlie Kirk psyop? If they didn't want you to know about him, they wouldn't shout his name from the rooftops. The trail of evidence serves as negative self-corrective feedback to trigger a self-destruct sequence in your suspicions of Fuentes, because it is suspicious that he incited his followers to storm the Capitol on J6, but he never got charged. It is suspicious how he was given $250,000 randomly just before that. It's not so much as one smoking gun as it is death by 1,000 cuts. Nick Fuentes.
You didn't hear it from me. You heard it from someone else. The Erica this is from Carmen Estelle. The Erica Candace meeting seems like a last-minute emergency damage control mission. Think about it. The largest TPUSA event, AmFest, is coming up this weekend. If it doesn't go well, if the crowd isn't happy, if they heckle the speakers, TPUSA is done. Today was supposed to be the day that TPUSA answered all of the lingering questions surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Today was supposed to be full of answers to troubling questions, and Candace was going to be live streaming, reacting and refuting their entire podcast. That didn't happen. What'd you expect? Do you think that's actually going to happen? That didn't happen because suddenly Erica and Candace decided to have a private meeting today instead. So we don't get the long-awaited answers from TPUSA, and we don't get the fact checks from Candace either. Mission accomplished? While many may feel that this meeting was long overdue, and perhaps it was. Those who are suspicious of this meeting being in private might feel that it was designed to thwart the momentum that Candace Owens was making. Perhaps she was flying a little too close to the sun. The meeting served multiple purposes. 1, prevent the rebuttal live stream of Candace debunking the TPSA podcast today. 2, deflect Candace Owens from the path she was on. 3, create a less hostile environment at the massive AmFest event this weekend. 4, keep the donors donating. The PR for TPSA and for Erica lately has been horrendous. The multiple interviews and media tour that Erica has embarked on have not served their PR campaign very well. She's falling flat with the audience, and people are not trusting her. They had to do something, and quickly. Whether you believe Erica was somehow involved in the assassination, a cover-up or not, the fact remains that they were losing the PR battle horrendously and had to act immediately if they wanted to save TPSA from a disaster at AmFest this weekend. The timing is very suspicious, to say the least. It's safe to say that we'll judge today's meeting by Candace's podcast tomorrow. There will be a massive chatter and speculation, no doubt. Whatever comes out tomorrow, use discernment, and I pray that ultimately we all get the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and that we get actual justice for Charlie. Never going to happen, folks. Never going to happen. You're in the devil's system. The justice is going to come when Jesus returns. You got to keep remembering that. There's no justice in this system. Of course, there is justice. Like God is the one that is in charge of things, and God is just, and he casts justice. But ultimate justice is only going to come when Jesus returns. Can't place your hope in this world whatsoever. Certainly not the agents of the devil. This is another one. Let's see. Let me go back. Yeah, let's see what it says. Candace Owens fans now claiming new Candace is a clone after meeting with Erica. You got to give it to them, man. They're really making a mess of this. They switched Candace's body with a clone. This is after, she's given her politically correct speech. Like, we've had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting, and I think we both feel that we should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow as I am currently exhausted, but I want to quickly let you guys know that absolutely nothing was held back, and the immediate result was that tensions were thawed. In other words, they came to an agreement of some kind. This is super suspicious. I think she got cloned. They're artificially promoting the new Candace. I mean, it's crazy. People are getting so gaslit with all these conspiracy theories. Candace clone. They definitely did something to Candace. That post doesn't even sound like her, etc., etc. So this is all by design, folks. It's designed to completely discredit and distrust this MAGA movement that was happening. And in the ashes, there's going to be a new movement, like Nick Fuentes was saying, that unites both sides.
The public sure as hell deserves to know it.
Candace is losing her audience. After months of unknown sources and admitting inaccuracies in an Egyptian plane spreadsheet, she's had a private meeting with Erica. And now it all seems a bit fake, and the other word for happy.
That yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules.
Andrew Colvett and team broke Erica Kirk's rules when she stated there would be no content until after this meeting. The very first video they released that breaches this statement is a clickbait heading video that proves nothing. Don't bother to watch it. In my opinion, they've planned out the next few months. They want Charlie's book to sell.
These are his final words that he left.
They want Turning Point USA to keep growing.
So many amazing things down the pipeline.
And Candace doesn't want another lawsuit.
Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me.
They met in private so lawyers can be present, so no clips can be made. We are probably witnessing the end of season 1, and now it's time for season 2. I hope I am wrong, but it seems like the narrative will turn into the Charlie Kirk show versus Candace Owens flip-flopping pre-agreed ideas to keep views high.
Andrew Colvett's terrified. I said,
like your favorite Netflix show.
If I'm a fraud,
That dog is funny. They get the perfect shot of him too. He's like, All these people are duplicitous, man. They're duplicitous, and that duplicity is now coming to the forefront en masse on all platforms. Here's Nick Fuentes talking about Candace Owens.
Swaggering Candace Owens. For 3 months, this negress, this uppity black woman, has been going on her YouTube and bobbing her head. I'm going to name names. That doesn't work for me. What you mean? What you mean? That ain't work with my timeline. What you mean? I got the names. You don't want to fuck with me, nigga. That we've been hearing that for 3 months. We have been hearing this uppity ignoramus for 3 months, bobbing her head, cocky. Hey, yo, I got names. Don't you try. Don't play with me. Where'd she go? Where'd that Candace go? Where is she? What happened? Did they replace her with a body double? Is it AI? Check her earlobes. Check her earlobes. Did they replace her? Because we got a very different Candace Owens. Today, we got a Candace Owens who is sort of nervous, saying, hi, guys, Shabbat Shalom. Everyone's saying I sold out. What do you mean? That's not true. Those are bots saying that. I still believe there's a conspiracy. Here's what I think happened. Turning Point brought their lawyers, and they brought their documentation. And if they show Candace Owens certain information with a lawyer present, if Candace continues to talk badly about Turning Point after having verifiably seen evidence to the contrary, they can prove actual malice. They can prove that she's knowingly lying. Maybe that's what they did. Maybe that was the strategy. Perhaps during the meeting, Candace Owens was threatened, and they told her, if you keep going like this, we have now shown you the evidence. We will sue your pants off for defamation. Because why else would it be a private meeting? Let me tell you what happens in a private meeting. Private closed-door meetings with lawyers present is for deals. That is where deals are made. Deals that might not be well received by the public. That is where secretive arrangements are made in the shadows where no one is looking so that two sides can come to a formal agreement without the pressures of public opinion. So she sits down for 4.5 hours, and I'm sure she was told in some way, shape, or form, we will sue you if you don't stop. And so Candace went live the next day, and she wants to have her cake and eat it too. She's trying to keep up the charade for her followers, but she knows that if she keeps talking, one, she's wrong. She was definitively told she was wrong, and that she's going to be sued. If you go to the top comments of her video, every single one is saying, I can't trust anybody. It's a big club and no one's in it. I'm done with this. This has rotted my brain. I'm going back to my normal life. We can't trust anybody. Everybody is saying that she got the call. She sold out. What happened to the swaggering Candace Owens? For 3 months, this negress.
And it's funny, do you notice how all of them have something on them? Nick has his Israel situation where he had to basically, look like a hypocrite. Candace now looks like a hypocrite. All of them are being tested. Very, very interesting situation that's happening. Here's Alex Jones. Breaking, Alex Jones just said he is releasing what he considers a damning report on Candace Owens after Jones debunked the Egyptian plane theory a few days ago. Jones alludes to Owens implicating the military will lead to the end of all of this.
As most of you that pay attention know, I am not the internet police. I don't infight. I don't try to focus on what other people are theorizing about or doing. I try to focus on what I'm doing. And so it's with a heavy heart that I am forced to put out another report, either tonight or tomorrow morning. We're adding a lot of information right now, a lot more research, dealing with Candace Owens. Just as soon as the whole Egyptian plane thing gets debunked with all the facts, now she's moved to something else, and I'm really worried about her. I'm worried about her and her mind, and I'm also worried about the country and where this is going. It's good to question Charlie Kirk's assassination. I have big questions. We know Cash Patel covered up an investigation to accomplices. I broke that. I'm up before it hit the mainstream news. So I'm not saying don't question. But her latest...
I'm just saying question it in the way that I'm structuring the question.
Source and what she's done, implicating the U.S. military and all this other stuff is just so damaging. And when you go investigate it, it's so crazy. And just like with the Egyptian plane, she says she has the metadata, then publish it. And when she did publish it, and it got fact-checked, it wasn't accurate. Candace, we care about you. But you just doubled down again with something even more absurd. And I hate watching you destroy yourself like this. We'll be covering it all with the reports coming out at Real Jones on X, on Rumble, and Infowars.com.
So Alex Jones is telling on Candace. Nick Fuentes is telling on Candace. Now this is from Godfather of Chaos. Explosive Alex Jones exposed as an imposter and a fraud by ex-wife. Accuses him of affair with nanny, eviction, kidnapping, and more. So Alex Jones is being exposed now by his wife. Alex Jones officially works for the Mossad and his handler is Laura Loomer. This explains his behavior and garbage takes over the last year. Alex Jones is a pathetic fraud. This is a post from Laura Loomer. It says, I'm proud to say that I'm responsible for Alex Jones seeing the light as it pertains to how malicious and insane real Candace Owens has become. A couple weeks ago, Alex Jones and I had a very long private conversation about some bad actors in the woke right, and Alex told me he was starting to come around to what I had been saying for the last 2 years. So this is everywhere you look, this is happening. This is Owen Schroyer. Let's get to the first one. Yeah, it says, Owen Schroyer says MAGA has become a slop-eating cult. Let's see what he has to say.
Crazy what MAGA has become. And I'm all for people having different political opinions. I don't want to exist in a cult. You know, people are going to have different opinions than I have, and they're going to have different policies that they support, and they're going to have different things that they want to see done and different ways of getting them done. This is normal. We should all have different ideas, and we should be hearing different ideas. But to watch whatever it is now, formerly known as MAGA, the Trump base, turn into just slop-eating sheeple is really incredible. And if you're evaluating this from a psychological perspective, there is probably no greater testament to this being the case than what we're seeing today. This is a regime change war. This is a special interest regime change war. You know, it's honestly crazy what...
And the comment here is really interesting too. MAGA is... This guy's... dang it, get out of here. MAGA is dead. It's all about America first now. Gen Z ain't fooled by the propaganda from the boomers. Laughing emoji, which is true. This is the new generation. Remember, the new generation is attending church more than every other generation. That's what it's all about, folks.
The oil companies. This is a foreign...
So anyway, Owen Schroyer's saying MAGA's dead. Here's another one from Owen Schroyer. Owen Schroyer. Trump and GOP owed nothing until promises delivered.
Republican Party, nothing. You owe Donald Trump nothing. We already did the effort. We won the House. We won the Senate. We won the White House. And a lot of us paid a dear price for that. A lot of us have paid a dear price for 10 years of supporting Donald Trump. We've been censored. We've been sued. We've been imprisoned. We've been swatted. We've had death threats. Some of us have actually died. Now, I know for new MAGA, and I know for the Sunshine Patriots, you can't relate to any of this because none of this happened to you. But for those that have been there for 10 years and this has happened to, we don't owe this political body anything. They work for us. We put it all on the line for 10 years to get here. We don't owe them anything. And anybody that comes to you with the approach that somehow, oh my gosh, you have to do this or else the Democrats, or you have to do this or else Muslims, discount their political opinion entirely for 2026. They are leading you in the wrong direction. And they are cucking you. And they are prolonging your slavery. We won't be doing that here. They seem to forget these politicians are supposed to be working for us. They seem to forget President Trump works for us, not the other way around. And maybe at one point when we felt we were all in this together and we were all going the same direction, maybe at that point you can kind of deal with some of this stuff. That's not where it is anymore. We got President Trump posting Israeli propaganda 24/7 now. We got President Trump. We got to have regime change, says Mark Levin. Now you've got clearly a color revolution happening in Iran as Netanyahu is at the White House. And then Trump puts out the post saying, oh, watch out, Iran, we'll come after you. I mean, this is ridiculous. Look, folks, this is what's going to happen. The debate is not going anywhere. Now, the left has already made up their minds, and I've got more evidence of that today. The left is going anti-Israel for 2026. The Democrat Party is going to run on the anti-Israel platform for 2026, and they will win. They will win on that platform. Now, they can also run on maybe, against Trump or maybe on the economy if it doesn't come through before the midterm elections. So there'll be some other things. But that's going to be the big thrust. You're going to see all the Democrat candidates coming out against AIPAC, and then you'll have some that might be more willing to address the situation head on. Who knows, maybe even call it a genocide in the Gaza Strip. Point is, they're not going to be having the... You owe the Republican...
Do you see what they did? Do you see the brilliant social engineering that they did? They brought MAGA to displace the liberal world order and bring in the ideal of nationalism, the hope of nationalism and populism. But MAGA is a disgrace. And in the disgrace, it's like a very complicated domino game where everything causes the next thing. MAGA displaced the liberal world order and brought in nationalism and religion and everything else. Its own failure in the ashes of MAGA is going to lead the Democrats to run on the Israel platform, anti-Israel platform, which everybody now has been awakened to since 2023 en masse. And that is going to create a synthesis with the people who are leaving MAGA and how dispensationalism and Zionism is all collapsing. And there's going to be a synthesis around, just like Nick Fuentes said. Again, he's probably revealing to you the method. I think he very much is. Certainly would be justified because he's a plant. He's a psyop. Shadow of Ezra says, comedian John Christ says after attending a recent Tucker Carlson party, he realized the world is a stage. He claims Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Turning Point USA staff were all friendly with each other behind the scenes. Chris says he was told the public feuds are largely for entertainment value and career advancement. I hate to say this out loud, everybody's friends. Everybody is friends. Yeah, that's true. And you can look into this. I think there's a video I have of this. Do I have a video? Yeah, I think it's a video. Come on now. When you have so many tabs open, it kind of goes a little crazy. Come on. Okay, here it is. More evidence Tucker Carlson has controlled opposition, attends White House Venezuela oil meeting despite fierce anti-intervention stance. There he is, clapping his hands, smiling, applauding the president for what he's doing. So he's there at the Venezuela oil meeting, that one where Trump was reading Marco Rubio's note out loud and having his random event that he's looking outside the window. There's Tucker Carlson applauding, smiling. Oh my gosh, good job, Mr. President. We're taking over this country and pumping their oil out. Here's this guy getting frustrated by everything.
The entire Great Awakening was a psyop headed by controlled opposition figureheads designed to reveal any dissidents to the pro-government, pro-Israel movement of America. Be crazy. Anyway, have you ever heard of the Zephyr Plan?
Allegedly, David Goldberg was a researcher with a White House insider source, as well as intelligence officials. David was Jewish and Zionist and was horrified in 2019 after learning of Zionist plans through White House memos and other internal documents describing two projects, Project Pogo and Project Zephyr, a two-stage plan. For Pogo, they would utilize TTID, Tag, Track, and ID. They would use this for dissidents, nationalists, patriots, anyone who would pose a long-term threat. They used YouTube gatekeepers, like Alex Jones, to create a space for alternative thinkers. They were all agents paid to put out truthful information to tag, track, and identify the people who were watching and interacting, basically using alt media influencers as honeypots. They then created databases of Americans who were awake. Remember, Alex Jones, Andrew Tate, and Tucker Carlson all have CIA daddies. Their targets are anti-Zionists, anti-Semites, Christians discussing Synagogue of Satan, Muslims, any Goyim who won't conform, and anyone aware of and opposing Zionist world government plans. Project Zephyr, the second stage, the extermination. High-value targets will be taken out through kidnappings via a U.S.-based Israeli Defense Force, or ICE. The low-value targets would be taken out through viruses or other widely applicable means. At the time, they were working on COVID. Goldberg estimated the total number of dissidents to be around 15% of Americans, and that was in 2019. He also said that if there were too many dissidents, they would then conduct power outages and purge-style attacks to take people from their homes and place them into camps. He said that they might blame it on Iran, and false flags would probably take place to make the U.S. go to war with Iran in order to further Israel's Greater Israel Project. It discusses foot soldiers from the U.S. and nuclear weapons being used in Iran. The memos also said that Donald Trump had converted to Judaism in 2017 and joined the Chabad Lubavitch Synagogue in New York and had been meeting with high-level rabbis in which these plans were discussed. These plans said several times that he would have to declare himself king of Israel publicly to symbolically declare the start of the plans. Trump is not just a Jew, according to the memos, he's a Freemason, and allegedly has been promised high-ranking positions for his children in the government that they're forming, which will be headquartered in Jerusalem. David posted his findings on his YouTube channel. His channel was then scrubbed. David Goldberg died on June 8, 2019, in his Brooklyn apartment. He was found by his neighbor dead on the floor, with foam coming out of his mouth and no apparent cause of death. No cause of death has ever been publicly released. His friends claim that the police took a lot of his things, much more than they should have for the situation. All data about David Goldberg has been scrubbed from the internet.
I told you that the entire Great
It's all a controlled demolition, folks. All a controlled demolition. Here's another one. I think this is a Democrat person. Let's see. I keep clicking on the right click of this mouse.
MAGA, by the way. It's not that they're just like criticizing him over his Truth Social post. This post is causing conservatives to denounce him and actually leave MAGA. I'm going to read some stuff for you. All of these are by conservatives. But starting off, I want to show you something that a Republican official has said, and it's, I'd expect to hear something like this from a drunk guy at a bar, not the president of the United States. In the comment sections, this person says, as a Trump supporter, I am done. His statement was disgraceful and disrespectful. I really liked Rob Reiner. Trump is no Christian. This was the final straw. Goldilocks 1776 says, I'm done with Trump. I'm done with this government. They continue to F us over. And that post was extremely distasteful and unnecessary. He didn't have to say anything at all. Teresa says, I'm done with Trump and anyone in his administration who supports his evilness. I am a conservative and disgusted by him. And then the person below literally says, I'm done with Trump in relation to Donald Trump's True Social post. Now, many of these posts, there's hundreds of them, echo the same thing. They say, I cannot believe Donald Trump would use this kind of rhetoric. And all I have to say is this. Are we for real right now? Do we have access to the same internet? Donald Trump's True Social is a living document of how appalling this man speaks to anyone and everyone, anything, everything. This is a living document. You can go back as far as you like, and you'll see that over 10 years, there has not been a single change in how he talks about the people who surround him, political opponents, pretty much anyone he does not like. I'm really glad you guys are waking up. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to give you credit there. I'm glad you're waking up. But at the same time, I just look and I'm just like, how did you not, spend 10 years of this exact thing?
Isn't it interesting that the leftists, the Democrats, the liberals are like, oh, you're waking up. Isn't that funny? Such an interesting phenomenon, this synthesis that is coming. Let's see. More stuff.
Traitor. Literal traitor. He's a traitor to the United States. Why are we meeting with this traitor?
Why is everyone furious about the U.S. ambassador to Israel meeting with Jonathan Pollard? The answer is because Jonathan Pollard is the worst traitor in American history. So who is this traitor and what's his story?
Pollard, a Jewish American, used his position as a naval intelligence analyst to spy for Israel. For 17 months, he smuggled thousands of top-secret documents from U.S. Naval Intelligence Headquarters in Maryland and carried them in a large suitcase weekend after weekend to his Israeli spy masters who paid him handsomely.
He carried out one of the biggest acts of treason in modern U.S. history. Working as an Israeli spy, he stole America's most sensitive secrets and handed them to Israel, so Israel could sell those secrets to the Soviet Union, America's greatest enemy. The amount of damage this Zionist caused to the U.S. national security was beyond calculation, according to the Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger. Pollard was caught and sentenced to life. But for decades, the Israeli lobby and many Zionists, like Epstein's lawyer Alan Dershowitz, kept pushing to get this traitor out of jail.
I spoke to President
Clinton about it. I spoke to President Bush about it. I spoke to President Obama about it. I'm going to continue to fight for Jonathan Pollard, but I'm not optimistic that a president will have the courage to do the right thing.
And eventually, after serving the mandatory minimum under old sentencing laws, he walked out. In 2020, he flew to Israel on the Adelson's private jet and was greeted like a conquering hero, the worst traitor in modern American history getting a state-level welcome in Israel. Pollard is the personification of Israel first.
Let me read you the last quote from Jonathan Pollard in this story in the New York Times. So he said, just as certain members of the Trump administration profess an America First doctrine, I wholeheartedly embrace an Israel First doctrine. Now, remember, he was a U.S. naval officer. He was pretending to be an American, but the whole time he was Israel first. And he brags about it now, and he rubs it in our face. I was Israel first the whole time. I couldn't wait to take those secrets of America and betray America and give it to the Israelis.
Literal. Do you sense a landslide coming for the Democrats with them banking on the whole anti-Israel thing and social issues, closing the borders, a more narrow road approach, perhaps? I do. It's coming. Whether it's going to come now or a little bit later, it's going to come. Trump, Mamdani, good. Massey, bad. ISIS terrorists, good. MTG, bad. Chinese students, good. American students, good, but not important. Foreign workers, good. American workers, too dumb. And that list keeps growing. MAGA went from anti-establishment to far left in under a year. Prepare now, nothing is stable, everything is shifting under your feet. If you do not break out of the left versus right illusion, you will sleepwalk into a full surveillance state and never notice the cage closing. Yeah, people won't notice the cage closing because the thing that covers the surveillance state will be a lamb-like exterior that is dressed as Christianity. That's the reason why. Twitter X released an update today that showed the origin and location of each account. You won't believe what happened. Within minutes that they had to remove this feature because it was a national security concern. Now you might be wondering, how could public location information on social media be a threat to America's national security? Well, it's because the location of information showed exactly where an account was posting from based on their IP address, not what the user input themselves for the public to see. Swipe to see what they discovered. Oh, let's see. Department of Homeland Security, account based in Tel Aviv. Come on now. This is all by design, folks. Elon Musk X rollout feature that shows users' country of origin, then suddenly removes it. Come on. You think they don't want you to know this? Look at those Jews. They're taking over Homeland Security. National security risk. Our country's being taken over. Come on now. If it was really, I mean, come on. For 80 years, they've been doing these shenanigans with Israel, the Mossad, and the CIA, and not once did any of this stuff ever leak. And now suddenly, I mean, even like the USS Liberty, that was like, what, in the 60s or something? And for 60 years, nobody knew about it. Nobody really talked about it. Now suddenly, they have this big thing where like a social media company accidentally reveals that, oop, there's the Jews. Look, conspiracy. Oh, let me remove it really quick. Did you see it? I mean, come on. It's so obvious. As a PAC, a new project to defy Israel hegemony. So there's AIPAC, but now there's the anti-Zionist PAC. Let's see what this is about. The anti-Zionist American Political Action Committee launched a bold campaign calling for donations and volunteers to challenge pro-Israel lobbying in the U.S. This is the synthesis, folks. This is it. It's part of it. I'm not saying this like just this. I'm saying this is part of it. This is the desired outcome that is going to lead people into a common pen of Catholic social teaching. Our government acts like the servant of another country. That other country is, of course, the state of Israel. Yeah, this is the ASAPAC. And there'll be more and more things like this as the culture is shaped, as these things collapse. Here's some more tattletaling. Alex Jones says he is inches away from not supporting Trump. Oh, whoops. Come on now. Let's see.
Woman of incredible integrity, brought up being poor, self-made, very successful construction company, a woman of great integrity. She announced last night that she is resigning. I predicted on the Tuesday broadcast, she didn't tell me this, but I talked to her at length. It sounded to me like she was thrown in the towel just because she can't be part of something that's, quote, a lesser of two evils. I'm going to have to reflect on this, and I'm going to have to pray about it. and I'm gonna take a few weeks on it, I think, is the most important thing to do. But I'm not a person that is normally conflicted. I think I have a lot of knowledge, a lot of depth, a lot of sources, a lot of context. And when I do get conflicted on something, I just have to go to God with it. I am seriously inches away from not supporting Trump anymore. Because I am not going to watch him commit political suicide. But I know MTG well. She's a woman of incredible integrity.
There you go, folks. It's all collapsing, and it's all by design. President Trump has flooded his Truth Social timeline with a series of Q-themed images, sending an encrypted message that the moment to act has arrived. One image urges supporters to remember your oath. Another shows Trump himself with the words TikTok, hinting the countdown is nearly over. A third declares time to obliterate the deep state with "Do It Q" written across his shoulder. He finished with a V for Vendetta image saying nothing can stop what is coming, shown without the mask. Ay, so cringe. Look at this. Of course, the whole Q thing was exposed to be a Mossad psyop anyway, so there's that. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene, also probably in the club.
News, the former QAnon queen, and we'll get into that later, Marjorie Taylor Greene retired from Congress out of nowhere. And when trying to figure out why this happened, it's important to remember we live in a world filled with ops, bots, and psyops, and these dark art sorcerers use these high-impact events to manifest a reality. They also have something called a sentient world simulation. The sentient world simulation is a real-time, large-scale, agent-based modeling system developed by Purdue University for the U.S. Department of Defense. It aims to create a synthetic mirror of the real world with billions of simulated nodes representing individuals, organizations, and events to analyze, predict outcomes for strategic planning, such as national security operations and disaster responses. The system uses real-world data to continuously update the virtual environment and model how trends emerge as the simulated agents interact. So essentially, they created a simulated world of America with avatars of each one of us, and they scrubbed social media for all that data to upload it to our avatars so they can then run and test psyops. So if you ever want to know why something happens, all you have to do is pay attention to the way they react. Essentially, they are playing us like a video game. Check out this post from a lady named Mel, who pretty much just reposts Candace Owens stuff all day. But I think this captured the public sentiment online perfectly. Something happened. I don't know what, but it must have been something big. I'll never forgive the Israel sycophants for this. They wouldn't let us have even one effing representative who is truly America first. I hate them so much. So if you wanted to pour fuel on the civil war within the Republican Party and the manufacturing of prophecy, Ezekiel 38 and 39, what would you do? You would take away their last hope, the last honest person in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, America First. Just check out what Syrian Girl says. The resignation speech of Marjorie Taylor Greene implies there is no democratic solution to the Zionist problem, and that the only way out is a revolution. That's what they want, guys. And until I find that verse where Jesus calls for a violent revolution, I'm going to focus on the thing he did say, right? Like this: therefore, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. You don't think God knows we live under this corrupt, demonic government? But he wants us to focus on what he cares about, right? So we pay to Caesar, so what is Caesar's, and we pay to God what is God's, and that's our spiritual capital. That's our hearts, that's our loyalty, so we can then freely focus on what he cares, the Great Commission. Because above all, this is a spiritual battle. So let's actually fight the agenda by sharing the good news with everyone. Have a good day, and God bless.
I'm into that. All these people are in the club. They're all in the club. Marjorie Taylor Greene is just, again, you have to remember that variety and diversification is there created to you artificially so that there is the illusion of choice. Every one of these people has their, agenda and they're a Judas goat for a particular side of the narrative. But they're all in the club. Like that Thomas Massey, he's a Freemason. Somebody was talking about that. I don't remember where, but they're all in the club. And the opposition and duality is just a joke.
Files are not real. Any politician or celebrity that goes down thanks to the files does so only in a controlled demolition. Solve et coagula, or dissolve and coagulate, as it says on Baphomet's arms. The real conspiracy is not that Epstein was connected with Mossad and Israel in a blackmail operation. While that's true, that's only the facade. The real conspiracy is how they're using this facade, or these masked players on this show, in order to give you a controlled awakening. They want you to know about the satanic cabal because this is your initiation from darkness into light. They're slowly initiating humanity into the mystery religion. This way they can trick our consent into installing the Luciferian figures who will liberate us from this cabal. So the files are a leverage of control upon your mind. This is the bread and circus. They are creating tension and suspense in your mind and resolving it in a catharsis of a false victory in order to channel your energy to steer you into a specific direction they want you to go in. If the files steer the public into further hatred and condemnation of Israel, that's because the rulers intended it to be so. If the files lead to the dissolution of certain portions of the government, it's because it's by design. The rulers construct these individuals and scenarios in order to create a story around them for you to step into and wear it like a straitjacket, and they will yank you around by it. As long as you wear the narrative clothing that they give you, they're able to manipulate your movement according to the plot points that you've agreed to. The Epstein files are not real.
Yeah, I agree. He's not wrong. MAGA flips on Trump after Epstein lawyer suddenly dies. Oh, goodness. The lawyer that initially worked out the original sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein's first conviction died this week. The MAGA fans immediately smelled a conspiracy. They have finally realized that all of the people connected to Epstein, including the man himself, have died while Donald Trump was running the country. It certainly smells a little funny. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But all of that is by design, too. This is Kim Iverson.
Hanukkah event at the White House where Trump pretty much admitted to doing anything and everything Israel wanted. He had Miriam Adelson up on the stage. She's given him more money than anybody for his campaign, $250 million. She's the one who wants him to do all of these various things for Israel that he keeps doing. She offered him $250 million to run again and potentially be a third-term president. She says Alan Dershowitz and her have talked and that it seems to be possible.
I met Alan Dershowitz and he said, the legal thing about it, 4 more years. And I said, Alan, I agree with you. So we can do it. Think about it.
She said, think about it. I'll give you another 250.
The crowd chanting a very pathetic 4 more years, 4 more years. When I see this, the first thing I think is, were Democrats right about everything they said about him in 2016? They had Trump derangement syndrome. They sounded like they were insane. They had lost their marbles. And they kept saying things like, oh, Trump, he's going to be a dictator. He's never going to leave the presidency. And we thought, you guys are totally off your rockers. And then here we see this. The Trump administration just continues to prove them right. And here he is, Miriam Adelson and Alan Dershowitz. Miriam Adelson is very, very powerful. She's got a lot of money. Alan Dershowitz, constitutional attorney, both of them extreme Zionists. Alan Dershowitz on this very show admitted to working for the state of Israel longer than I've been alive.
I've been working for the state of Israel since before you were born.
And here they are wanting Trump to run again for a 3rd term, saying that he could really do it. He is so obviously in the pocket of Israel, doing everything for a foreign government, not doing what he said he was going to do by making America great again. We're not seeing that at all. He's basically admitting and rubbing in our faces that he's bought off by Israel. This is actually treason. It's actually treason. I'm sorry, but I do actually think that's the definition of treason for an American president to be working for a foreign government.
This is the first time that I've ever brought up notes. I brought this up. You know why? I've done so much for Israel that I have to read. Look, I got like pages. And I don't want to leave anything out.
Treason. This is where we're at with this country at this juncture. It's being rubbed in our face. The American president standing there gleefully talking about money he's accepted from ultra-Zionist Miriam Adelson and talking about how much he's done for the state of Israel. He's basically worked for the state of Israel, one of the most shameful presidents. I don't know what else to call this but treason. I really don't. I think that's what this is. I think this is an act of war against the American people. And we need to root out every single last treasonous traitor in our government.
Maybe the Democrats were right. Maybe the left had something good about it. And the left says maybe the right had something good about it too after Biden. And little by little, the synthesis arrives. Make America great again. That was the idol that was hung over people's head, the carrot, the big golden shiny carrot. And of course, it ended up being make Israel great again. And people are so disgusted that they want a true populist movement. And who's going to give it to them? The Pope, the papacy, the Catholic system is going to give them the true populist movement. It's going to truly make America great again for the people, not like that Trump that was all about the Jews. Do you get it? Do you get it, folks? It's coming. The synthesis is coming. It's going to be quite the synthesis, quite the thing to watch, quite the firework, politically speaking. Nick Hinton, if everything seems fake, it's because it's supposed to. They actually want us to realize it's all stage, but it's all staged to look staged. Everything is a double fake. The real psyop is knowing we're being psyoped. They want us cynical, confused, and questioning reality itself. He's responding to some other guy, says, I've been thinking about this a lot. There is no way they are getting this sloppy and it's not on purpose. Yeah, I've been saying that for a while. It's almost like they want you to see how fake this is and how they are not even trying to hide it. Even normies on Instagram, etc., are starting to see. Exactly. What do you think is the true goal here? It almost seems that like there is another organization above the Jews that wants to use them as a scapegoat. What about the Jesuits in the Vatican? It's like everyone forgot about them and it's all eyes on the Jews now. Some people are figuring it out. Mossad is trending with 150,000 posts, not even a day after a mass shooting. How and why are they getting so sloppy with their false flags recently? Why are they making it so obvious? It's almost as if they want people to notice and see how staged this is. Exactly, folks. This is all by design. You have to understand you're living in a schizophrenic system. Here's a meme of all the Spider-Men pointing at each other. And everybody's accusing each other. Nick Fuentes is pointing at Candace Owens, pointing at Andrew Tate, Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, Dan Bilzerian, and they're all feds, you know. It's pretty much accurate, I would say. I think it's accurate. They give you heroes to make sure nothing ever changes. Stop watching, start doing.
Carlson's dad is CIA and his son works for J.D. Vance. Nick Fuentes got a meeting with Trump and Kanye. Candace Owens' father-in-law sits on the board of Christian and Jews in England. Sean Ryan is literally ex-CIA and friends with Aaron Cohen, the creator of Gideon, a crime prevention AI that's working with law enforcement. So pardon my ass if I don't want to sit down for another reality TV show filled with a bunch of characters who don't actually give a fuck. Tucker Carlson's dad...
Yeah, a bunch of characters. That's what this political system is. People are figuring it out finally. Here's a couple more. This is, I think, from assorted different things. This is Calvin Robinson. He's that... Anglican priest or something. I don't know what he is. He's a priest of some kind, but he's an influencer. From Amfest in Time for Mass and reflecting on what was probably the biggest and possibly the last of its kind. This is an interesting report from him about Amfest. There is a tension bubbling up under the surface, a taboo that everyone is aware of but many are afraid of. There is a clear divide between what Gen Z might call America First versus Israel First, and what the old guard might view as an extremist crowd gaining ground in their movement. TPUSA are awake to this and want to address it, and have tried to address it, but I am not sure that they are really able to. I mean that with no disrespect, but there is a paradigm shift happening in real time, and many will be left behind. Zionists see the new wave as anti-Semites. The new wave see themselves as patriots, and the Zionists as traitors. Both have different ideas on what it means to be conservative, and if that is even a phrase they want to use anymore. The problem is Israel, specifically the West, see Christendom's relationships with modern state of Israel. There is a political and theological conflation with the old guard and the newer cohort that the new cohort does not have. It's time for a new generation. New generation means new revolution. My good friend Dr. James Orr hosted the only debate on Israel, which was probably a wise choice for chairman. Getting an Englishman to moderate provides an element of impartiality, as Christian Zionism, dispensationalism are not major factors in the homeland. But inviting Steve Deese and Doug Wilson to debate on the topic was a mistake. They are renowned theologians in their own right, but they speak to a different generation. They are stuck in the old paradigm of the post-World War II liberal consensus, and so spent the entire time gatekeeping the conversation and doing their utmost to seemingly prevent any anti-Semitism from sprouting up. But they will be unaware the censorious approach is precisely what is driving such a rejection of Israel and Judaism. Both are seen as sacred cows in a land that otherwise has free speech. questions and concerns are deemed as hate, and in any other context that would be considered woke. Charlie had his finger on the pulse. He understood the post-World War II consensus was coming to an end. Didn't hear it from me, folks. And the younger generation do not share the biases of their grandparents and have a more objective view of the matter. They want to engage in conversations about foreign policy and faith, but the old hats want to shut them down just in case they get too close to a line in the sand, which is not shared by both sides. Charlie really was the glue keeping the whole thing together. Without him, it feels like there are two big camps at odds with each other. Without a shared language to communicate with each other, questions go unanswered as people judge each other's motives for asking. The air needs clearing, or this will continue to fester. The real question, as demonstrated by Ben Shapiro's speech and the responses to both sides, is how big is the tent? It's very big. It's going to be very, very big. It's going to replace the old tent. Very soon, my friends, opinion on Pope Leo. This is from The Guardian. It's from, like November, late November. Inequality, immigration, and civil rights are on the battlegrounds on which the church and some other Christian denominations are fighting. And the title of the article says, Who can tame Trump? An unlikely candidate is emerging, the Catholic Church. Really, behind that in parentheses is the papacy. It's the Pope. The Pope is the hero that's coming to save you from all of Trump's failures. You know how you wanted to make America great again? And how it ended up being all for the Jews and not about the people and wars and all this terrible stuff. Don't worry, the Pope's got the solution for you. He knows exactly what's going to make America great again. You need to return to God. You need to return to Catholic social teaching. You need to do all these things that he says, and then America will truly be great again. We'll be a people, and we'll have everything figured out. Do you get it? So this is all about, folks. The Supreme Court can't do it. It's packed with conservatives who owe him their jobs, which, by the way, most of the Supreme Court is Catholic, so let's not go that far. Congress won't do it. Republicans slavishly follow his orders. Democrats are ill-led and divided. For today's White House, the concept of constitutional limits on executive power is a quaint relic. The news media, or sections of it, does its best amid constant legal threats, but too often they pay him off. Brave reporters who insist on asking awkward questions are insulted or silenced. So who will tame Donald Trump? Who will halt his rolling constitutional coup, his ongoing evisceration of U.S. democracy, civil rights, living standards, global reputation, and moral integrity? Voters may try to indirectly rein him in back in next November's midterms, as they did recently in New York and elsewhere, but those elections are a year away. The emergency is today. What the U.S. urgently needs now, metaphorically speaking, is a national champion, a sort of modern-day St. George to slay the dragon, save the people, and ensure the triumph of good over evil. Who in reality might fill this role of a moral savior? Step forward, Leo XIV, the American Pope, in quotation marks. Backed by the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops and the clergy and grassroots activists of the Catholic Church, unexpected, newly emerging standard bearers for the countrywide resistance to the Trumpist scourge. The bishops threw down the gauntlet in a special message this month. Inequality, immigration, and civil rights are the battlegrounds on which the Church and some other Christian denominations have begun to fight. Again, there's no dirt on the Pope. There's no dirt on the Pope that you're ever going to find, at least not easily. So there's always dirt on everybody else. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you that the Pope is the grand poobah. Of course, there's other people too, like the papal families and the Jesuit general and everything else. But anyway, meanwhile, while all that is going on, a pastor reportedly farts on people's faces as a healing process to cure all spiritual and physical problems. Pastor Chris Penelope of the Sevenfold Holy Spirit Ministries has created a buzz online for his unorthodox method of healing people after a photo of him sitting on the heads of people, apparently farting on them, went viral. This is what's going on, folks. And these people are all bribed and they're all seduced in their own right. And they're doing this thing for power and money. And then they don't realize that the devil's going to just get rid of them and cash in his chips and turn in the blackmail like he does with everybody at the right time. And this is going to make Protestantism look like an absolute joke. Already is an absolute joke, but this is just making it worse. Breaking: Mexico's Gen Z uprising is now being compared to a 1776. This is a huge thing going on with the president there. What's her name? Maria Sheinbaum or whatever. Analysts are saying it out loud. What's happening in Mexico looks like a modern American revolution. Gen Z is flooding the streets to break from cartel rule, and a government they say no longer represents them. Do you see this? It's worldwide this is happening, folks. They're done living in a narco state and they're openly saying they're willing to die for a free Mexico. So sad these people are being, manipulated. It's always the youth. The devil always comes after the youth because they're easy to manipulate. This is two fights, actually. This is Andrew Tate and, what's his name? Jake Paul or whatever. And it's just like, these are just humiliation staged events. They put these guys in these positions to get totally humiliated. And that's the deal. Listen, you're going to get your butt kicked. And, if you do, then that's your humiliation ritual. And then you advance to the next step in the plan. And, we have a role for you. If you refuse, then we'll cash in the blackmail. Here he is. Here's the guy who beat, I think it was Jake Paul. He beat him. He's got his little Freemason hand sign. All these people are initiated, folks. Anthony Joshua's best friends confirmed dead in Nigeria car crash after, I guess they told on him or something. 33 wins, 33 fights, yada, yada, yada. 33 million global views. And Anthony Joshua to lose 32 million prize money after knocking Jake Paul out in Miami. These are all Freemasonic. This is a Freemasonic psyop. That doesn't mean Jake Paul didn't actually get hit, but this is a psyop. It's a psyop. It's a humiliation ritual.
Over 50 AI ICE videos within hours of this very important real one, but it's a game for them. They spam AI scenarios like ICE accepting gasoline spraying or slapping or police arrests or rejection by security and other fan fiction scenarios. And I get the thirst for this sort of thing, especially right now, but they're not labeling these as AI as is required, and someone's going to get the wrong idea about how the world works. There are some that are absurd and obviously AI, but some are less clear, and these prop up the whole thing. So to sort out AI videos like this from real ones, first look for these ICE vests. In real life, they usually say police or DHS or Border Patrol. There's not one uniform, but ICE is an AI costume. Then look in backgrounds to find mangled people and weird stuff, focus on uncanny speech and interactions, or just check the page right away and see if they're just farming engagement with AI. This is just another day of spamming AI slop for them. But especially right now, they're creating noise and a fake reality when our own reality needs real information more than ever.
Yeah, and where do you think this is going to go? I've always said this, and I'll say it again. Where do you think this is going to go? There's a reason for this. There's a reason why they're liberalizing all this stuff, why they're preventing people from legislating against it, because they want it to flood the market. In another year, and with the elections coming up, it's going to be absolute madness, and it's going to require regulation. It's going to require a moral authority to regulate this technology. That's why I said the lamb-like thing is what you got to watch, because that's going to be the thing that subsumes all of the technocratic stuff. This is some more stuff. This is like these flooding in the Pacific Northwest. This is just crazy. I feel so bad for the people that are like, you don't even hear about this on the news. Crazy. Absolute crazy. I don't think the government really did anything for these people. Look at that. That's nuts, man. That is absolutely nuts. But these are signs of the times, signs of the times. Here's another thing about a volcano exploding.
Sure, I was going to share this because my goal on here is to never strike fear. My goal on here is to bring communities together, start conversations, learn from one another, respect one another. But I feel like it's time that I share this story. Well, it's not a story. It's coming from the source and facts. But one of my very dear friends who I've kind of talked about on here before, who has shared some very important things that I've shared with all of you. He's a scientist. I shouldn't have said he, but yes. He's a scientist. He works with seismic activity. He works with a lot of different things that are in the science industry. I don't have to go in because I don't really want to tell too much about him. But he reached out to me about 2 weeks ago and was like, hey, my team and I have been tracking some seismic activity, and I think you should talk to your TikTok followers about this. So I didn't think I was going to do it because, I don't want to strike fear, and that's not my purpose. But now what I'm about to tell you is showing up on the news, like CNN. And also news reports out of London and Australia and all over the entire world, that in the coming months, there's predicted a mile-wide volcano that is in the Pacific Ocean that is expected to go off in the next coming months. Now, when he reached out to me, they have predicted it's going to be on June 5th. And this volcano that is potentially about to erupt will trigger over 10,000 earthquakes all over the entire globe in one day. Now, I don't know what else to do with this information, but he was very adamant that perhaps I should share this information with the people who follow me. Now, I don't know if you've seen the news reports. I saw the one on CNN, and the crazy thing is it was just a scrolling bar at the bottom, not even a main story. And I don't understand why 10,000 earthquakes happening in one day and a mile-wide volcano going off in the ocean is not a headline story. So let me know. All right, so
Many wars and rumors of wars and earthquakes in diverse places, right? So signs of the times, folks. This is a picture somebody posted in the chat. I think AJ posted this. Anyway, you got the two paths, destruction. They both lead to destruction. One of them was dark, one of them was light. The light is red, State of Israel, GOP, White Hats, Great Awakening, Patriots, Charlie Kirk, Church, MAGA. You know, the left is blue, Hamas, Democrats, Black Hats, Great Reset, Deep State, Tyler Robinson, State Rhinos. You know, where's your focus? Exactly, where's your focus? The narrow road. In between the dialectic, the true narrow road. And of course, right now what you're seeing with this is they're counterfeiting this. They're making people awake to the duality, which is truly profound. They're making people awake to the duality so that they can all come to the counterfeit narrow road as the solution. Because they know that people will wake up eventually, so they have to corner that situation and provide what seems like the truth to this dualistic system. And the seduction, once you learn that this is a dualistic system, the seduction for a synthesis, to enter the synthesis, is going to be so great. Because it's going to seem like the real deal. Imagine, like Nick Fuentes said, he's not wrong. A party that opposes Israel, that's for, closing the borders and being more reasonable, like, people would be totally seduced by that. And that's coming. And that party is going to be the Catholic Social Teaching Party. So anyway, as I've said before, they're causing a lot of chaos in the marketplace of ideas for a reason. This is all by design. And it's going to require a synthesis. It's going to require a narrow road solution eventually. And when I say eventually, I mean like within a year or 2 or 3, there's definitely going to be a narrow road solution. You're going to see it come to the surface. A lot of people don't love the true narrow road, and so they're going to be seduced by the counterfeit. By the time you have the 2028 elections, all of the options that are going to be available will be Catholic. There'll be Catholic social teaching candidates. They're going to be loyal to the papacy. They're going to be Jesuit trained. So it doesn't matter whether you vote red or blue. They're all going to be saying the same thing. They already do that anyway, but to some degree. But the point is they're all going to be unified. And of course, nobody understands these things because they're so focused on the liberals and the Jews with all the distractions, and they don't have historical and biblical context. That's the important part, is context. These are just dummy devils designed to distract you folks. You have to learn the truth. If you do understand, then you know that they're shaping the world right now with all these things for the final outcome, which is the synthesis. It's the synthesis they've been lusting after forever and ever, where they can bring everything together and everybody worships the devil through their system. So if you do understand, then you're ahead. You're ahead of most of the world. Make other people understand, help them understand, talk to people, get to know these things, use the library, get a USB if you can afford it. If you can't, that's fine. Use the library online, use these resources, get some books. Pretty soon, as of the time of this video, of course, if you're watching it from the future, there's going to be a very amazing and first to market type of situation, very important tool that will help you use my library, my 1,000+ hours of content, and leverage that without having to rummage through links on YouTube or links on my website. You can have a very powerful tool to be able to help you study. And I hope to release that pretty soon and help you. And it's going to be just very inexpensive. As long as you're a paid member, of course, it has to be paid by somebody because it is expensive to create. But nevertheless, it's going to be very inexpensive. As long as you're a paid member, $5 a month or $50 a year, you'll have access. And it's a great tool. It's going to be a great tool, and I hope it's going to help a lot of people. I've done a lot of work, and I want people to take advantage of it, to leverage it, to become leaders in their own communities, whether that community is your family or, a group, a home church or whatever else, and help people learn these truths. Help them get out of the dialectic before it's done automatically. Do you understand? Help them get out of the dialectic and see the true narrow road, that there's no hope in this world. There's no political solution until Jesus returns. that the false light promising a solution to the dialectic is not the true narrow road, but it's a counterfeit. Help them get out of the dialectic before the dialectic is revealed automatically. Do you get it? The dialectic is being revealed, and the solution is to bring people into this counterfeit truth. And they're doing it very well. So anyway, help them out. Let's move to the final phase of this adventure, which of course is the image of the beast. Okay, well, welcome to the end of the adventure. As usual, we want to keep tabs on all the technocratic, feudalistic things that are happening and coming up to control society and ultimately enforce the morality of the beast. But you have to keep in mind as I cover these things, and I'll say it again, very important that you remember that this is not the boogeyman, okay? The boogeyman is the papacy that is walking around the world proclaiming the morality of the devil through false peace, false light, false religion, false worship. That's the true boogeyman, but that's the boogeyman that nobody seems to recognize because they're focused on the artificial boogeymen. The Jews, the liberals, the tech bros, all the communists, all these things, the Muslims, all these things are designed to take your attention off of ever scrutinizing the papacy. Meanwhile, the papacy is always dressed in white, in reason, speaking very eloquently and everything else designed to deceive you. So you have to remember that all this stuff is not something to be panicking about. Of course, it's important to understand. You need to be watching the true things and the true barometers because all this stuff is going to be subsumed by the papacy. The final issue is a spiritual one. It's a spiritual one. It's one of worship. People marvel and worship after the beast. Okay? So you don't marvel and worship if you are consciously aware that you're being oppressed by something evil and dark. Okay, you don't do that. You don't marvel and worship in that situation. You marvel and worship if you think that you are part of a situation that you have entered into freely. Do you understand? A situation that seems to be of religious tolerance and freedom and the narrow way and, social, it cares about your social life and about your family and all these things. You marvel after that. It certainly seems nice compared to all of the nonsense that people have gone through. So that's the point. You marvel and you worship. That means that you're dealing with a very sinister situation because the devil is going to offer you paradise in a dying world in exchange for loyalty. And you will have to make the right choice and choose to rebel against that system. I don't mean like open revolution, but you must choose to disobey that system in exchange for eternal life and a life that will never perish on a world that will be renewed. But that world you don't see yet, and that's the test. You don't see that, and so that's the test. Because what is going to be presented to you will be very seductive. And the tree looked like it was great for the body, great for life, great for knowledge to make one wise, right? It looked very desirable. And that's the point. You'll be presented with something very, very desirable. The choice that was at the very beginning in the Garden of Eden is the same choice throughout time and even at the end. It's always been about obedience and choosing God over the things of this world and over the seductions of this world. It's always been that same choice. That's the choice that every human being has to play. And I believe in our generation, that choice is maximized and forced upon you, whether you like it or not, because of the mark of the beast situation. So without further ado, let's take a look at these articles. The startup linked to Peter Thiel wants to build the next great city in Greenland. So as like on every other situation, they come in with a destructive plan and the design is already there to build a smart city. I went to Greenland and tried to buy it. Dryden Brown posted on X a week after Donald Trump won the re-election in November 2024. Here's what happened. That sounds like a setup to a joke, but Brown is entirely serious. He is part of a cadre of iconoclastic, very online men looking to found the city of the future with funding ties to crypto organizations, venture capital, and libertarian billionaires. As the founder of Praxis, a theoretical city-state aiming to restore Western civilization. What does that mean? That means Catholicism. Brown has had designs on Greenland and as a home base since 2019 when President Trump first started talking about buying the territory from Denmark. With the new administration bullying Danish diplomats on the phone and reiterating its interest in acquiring the island, Praxis finds itself in an enviable position relative to the other futuristic city projects, with its goal and its financial backers aligning with the current administration. The most prominent investor linked to the Praxis is Peter Thiel, a member of the PayPal mafia. What do you get, by the way, when you remove the Y from PayPal? Just an interesting thought. An erstwhile frenemy of Elon Musk, Thiel was one of the first Silicon Valley elite to support Donald Trump when he became presidential candidate in 2016. He's also an outspoken supporter of seasteading, an effort to build floating city-states in international waters, and has gabbed with Joe Rogan about moving out of California to pay fewer taxes. So it's no surprise that he backs Pronomos Capital, a venture which has become a hub for funding experimental cities, including Praxis. So these are just the same old stuff, folks. They're creating these experiments where they can get away with it. And this is the model of the future, because the future is a technocratic, feudalistic city-state union of all these kingdoms. Department of Labor hosts first ever prayer service, including a message from a right-wing rabbi. So this is an ecumenical situation. And again, it's, why are you telling me as the Department of Labor, why is the Department of Labor telling me how to pray and hosting prayer services and doing all this religious stuff? Aren't they supposed to be dealing with like labor? Why are they doing all this religious stuff? Because Project 2025, one of the things in there is to push Sunday laws eventually through the Department of Labor. And now the person who's the Secretary of Department of Labor, with the Jonathan something, anyway, I forget his name, but anyway, he's now been confirmed. So there you go. Just a matter of time. Washington, this is the Advent Messenger. Advent Messenger says, Washington, D.C. based conservative think tank calls for policies protecting workers' rights to refuse Sunday labor. The American Enterprise Institute for Public Research Policy Research, AEI, is a conservative think tank founded in 1938 and based in Washington, D.C. Now, again, when you say conservative think tank, what that really means is like Catholic organization. JESUIT, Knights of Malta, Opus Dei, all these organizations have these front organizations that have names like the American Enterprise Institute for Public Policy Research, the Heritage Foundation, the Council for National Policy, the Family Research Council. Like, they don't tell you anything about who's actually running it. But if you look into these things, they're all just peas in a pod. They're all just ways to shape culture without it really being traced to the Catholic Church. But if you do enough digging, especially today, you can find out. In a recent article published by the Institute, AEI is making a significant claim that the Sabbath is not just a religious practice, but a form of civic infrastructure essential for a healthy democracy. The article follows Charlie Kirk's Sabbath message and argues that citizens are increasingly overworked, exhausted, and digitally overwhelmed, and on that basis calls for public policy interventions, including protections allowing workers to refuse employment on Sundays. So they support Charlie Kirk's book, but really the Sabbath is Sunday for them. So how does that work? Of course, Charlie Kirk gives them the license to do that in his book, but either way. AEI published the following statements, quote, across America, a growing number of people are rediscovering an ancient practice that even the late conservative activist Charlie Kirk has begun advocating before his recent death, the weekly observance of Sabbath. The beauty of Sabbath principles lies in their adaptability. You don't need to be Jewish or even religious to benefit from weekly rhythms of rest and connection. You see how the snake talks? It's so clever, such a clever snake, it really is. The civic case for the Sabbath. Sabbath isn't just personal wellness, it is civic infrastructure. Democracy requires citizens who can deliberate, compromise, and work together toward common goals. Therefore, rest on Sunday. Do you see how they're inserting the little by little? They slide it underneath you, and then you just say, oh, that sounds nice. They got you with their conclusion. Just like that, what's her name in the beginning? Public policy, and if public policy shapes public political, and political's this and that, and then people are people, and they're made in the image of God, and therefore, people are politics. It's just like, where are you getting your conclusions from, lady? I mean, really, stop it, right? Like Michael Jordan.
Stop it. Get some help.
Choose a quote, choose a consistent 24-hour period for rest and connection, Friday evening to Saturday evening, Sunday morning to Monday morning, or any schedule that works. So do whatever you want. They're acknowledging the value of the Sabbath, and then they're saying you can do whatever you want with it. Do you see the evil? Do you see the lamb Speaking Like a Dragon coming through. And there's so many of these, I'm not going to read them all, but this is just over and over again, folks. And you're going to, now with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, now with the Jew thing, now with the synthesis thing, it's all going to come head first. It's going to come right at you. This conversation of the Sabbath and the Sabbath issue is going to be coming into the forefront in this year, in 2026, and in the coming years, especially in 2028 and afterward. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if for the Olympics, they're going to induct everybody into a national day of rest. Oh, the athletes need to learn that it's important to rest. And the Pope is probably going to have some sermon on the value of resting and things. I could totally see it. Totally see it. So let's see what happens with 2028 Olympics. That'll be quite the show.
Barrel on the side of the highway, it might be watching you. The Associated Press just exposed a secret Border Patrol program that is monitoring millions of U.S. drivers. They're hiding license plate readers inside of traffic safety equipment to track your movements without you knowing. Using AI to analyze your travel patterns, if the algorithm thinks your driving looks suspicious, like driving on back roads or making short trips, it flags you. Then they tell local police to pull you over. They call it a whisper stop. The cop will say it's for speeding or window tint, but they're actually hunting for intelligence. Former Border Patrol officials confirmed that the agency has tried to keep any mention of the surveillance program out of court documents and police reports, even going so far as proposing dropping charges, rather than risk revealing any details about how the surveillance works. If you see a traffic barrel on the side of the highway, it might be watching.
Hey, surveillance state, technological feudalism coming at you.
Be seeing the death of the used car market. The used car you're eyeing might soon come with a hidden catch that could turn a smart buy into a money pit. Because vehicle manufacturers are locking down the data streaming from modern cars. And if they get their way, independent repair shops, do-it-yourself mechanics, and your wallet will pay the price. Now, this isn't a conspiracy. It's control. And the stakes are massive. 273,000 repair shops, 900,000 technicians, and 293 million vehicles on the U.S. roads hang in the balance. For decades, repairing a car was straightforward. Plug in the OBD2 port, standardized since 1996, and you could read the diagnostic codes, identify issues, and fix them. Owners and technicians had direct access to the data needed for maintenance and repairs, and this system fueled a competitive aftermarket, kept costs down, and gave consumers real choices. Today's vehicles are rolling computers on wheels, some with hundreds of processors and multiple computers on board. Data no longer comes solely from a port. It streams wirelessly through the telematics system, the center screen. And in 2021, 50% of the cars already had this connectivity. And by 2030, it's projected that 95% of vehicles sold globally will include it. That wireless data flows straight to the manufacturer, which becomes the sole gatekeeper, deciding who gets access, when, and at what price. And independent shops are left scrambling for scraps or paying steep fees for limited tools and information and computers. This forces car owners to get their vehicles repaired solely at a car dealer. Passage of the Repair Act reverses this. Affordable repairs, strong competition, and data you truly control. Now that you've heard this, don't stop here. It's time to act. This affects every driver. Contact your legislator and urge support for.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, folks. You can contact your legislators all day. It's not going to happen because this is part of the system. The system is shaping up around you, and eventually, they're going to have all these cars. They're all going to be tracking everything you do. Everywhere you go, you can be tracked. AI-powered balloons are photographing Arizona homes for insurance risk checks. This actually happened to my dad a long time ago, and they're like, "Oh, we noticed that your tree is kind of encroaching there on your roof. Maybe you should cut it, otherwise your insurance policy might be changing." Just so ridiculous. There's no such thing as having your own place anymore and having your own plot of land, owning your own home with nobody to bother you. EPA approves new forever chemical pesticides for food use. Yay, making America healthy again. And that's why I have lots of free health information on the website. There's some things that are paid articles. You have to be a member, but check out the health page on the website. A lot of great resources there for you. If you want to get the health book, I have an 800-page nutrition book with 20 years of my life experience and research in there. Great suggestions on how to just basically detox, live a healthy life, and be aware of these issues because the world is getting worse, folks. And part of the Genesis curse is going to be increasing problems like this because human greed is at a maximum. Food is not what it used to be. We can't trust left and right what they're doing to your water, what they're doing to your air, it's a mess. It's a mess. There's so many toxins. It's just unreal. So anyway, it's good to have some healthy habits. Anyway, this robot works full-time for BMW, 10 hours a day. Let's see. Oh, and the sound is not on.
It's a 10-hour shift, 7 days a week. It's the first humanoid robot to work an actual job. It works inside the BMW factory building the new X3 car. And it's amazing. It's been working here for the last 6 months. And they've been testing it to see if they can expand it out to further factories and have this work full-time on an ongoing basis. And it looks like that's the plan. Now, other car manufacturers have showed a lot of interest. They're not saying which ones, but they're showing that this robot's quite good at learning. So as it learns something new, it doesn't auto-update, and every single one learns that one thing. And that's not just within this factory. That's worldwide. You could have one of these robots on one side of the world and another on the other side of the world. And if one of them learns something, the other one will instantly learn that. That's progress that will never end. They always update, they always learn, and they don't lose any of what they've learned. This is amazing. And people should be so worried about it. And it's not coming in 10 years or 15 years. It's right now.
And what's that going to do when you have a bunch of people that are laid off because of AI, because of robots, right in time for what? Right in time for 2028. Do you get it? In the next 2 years, this AI stuff that's happening to the economy and robots, it's going to really cause some social instability. Do you get it? It's going to cause some social instability. So you need to be prepared for that. If you're in a job that's very easily replaceable, you need to consider getting some better skills, having some alternative sources of income. Certainly making money online is very easy these days compared to when it was 20 years ago or something. But you need to expand your skills, because these things are happening, and they're happening on schedule, just like the Industrial Revolution, so that the morality of the beast can be a solution. When the Industrial Revolution happened, which of course it kicked in at different times at different places, but around the time that Pope Leo XIII was writing Rerum Novarum, that was a light in the darkness of secularism and, Industrial Revolution and protecting the worker and guaranteeing workers' rights and Sunday rest and all this kind of stuff. And Pope Leo XIV is going to do the same thing right in time for all these things to be attacking people's jobs and searching for a solution to make America great again. Brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant. All right, let's see what else we got. Amazon is spying on you.
Every time you walk past a Ring doorbell, your face could be added to Amazon's private facial recognition database. Amazon is adding facial recognition to its Ring cameras, allowing owners to create a database of familiar faces. But to do that, the camera has to capture, analyze, and store a face print of every single person that walks by. Amazon is building a massive private facial recognition database of your entire neighborhood. Your face, your kids' faces, the mail carrier, all being stored as searchable data points. Just like your fingerprint, your face is a unique piece of biometric data, but now it will be collected and analyzed every time you walk down the street. Starting in December, every time you
So, do you think you've gone to somebody's door with one of these things at their door? Yeah, you have. Now your face is in a database, whether you want to or not. And of course, that's going to be purchased and used by the various powers. Indonesia is temporarily restricting usage of X over fears of Grok making porn and deepfakes of people. More governments are floating the idea of restricting internet access over this. I've warned that fear over porn would be used to create digital ID checkpoint infrastructure. Exactly. This is what the point is. Let this technology go wild. Let people abuse it so that then there's a reason to introduce legislation. That's the whole point. What is this? This is the Wizard of AI or something. China is officially deploying humanoid robots for border patrol. The age of robotic security forces just became real. Here's what you need to know. Humanoid robots are no longer prototypes. And so China's, it's going crazy with, I wonder if there's a video. No, there's no video. China is going really hardcore with robots, and they have some pretty impressive fighting style robots that are policing. So initially you're going to see these little beta male robots that are helper butler types, and then eventually you're going to see the alpha males that are trained in kung fu and going to kick your ass if you don't go to church on Sunday.
Toyota 2025. And we noticed that on the screen, you can't use navigation unless you pay a subscription fee for it, right? Which is insane. Like, you can't just hook your phone up and use navigation on your phone. That's free. So we looked at the subscription fees, and it's $15 a month. It's also $15 a month to stream music to the actual screen in your car. Okay, together it's $25 a month. Then I also saw somebody on a forum say it's $8 a month to be able to see your oil level and your tire pressure. The car's like 40 grand. Oh yeah, remote start. You have to literally pay a subscription fee to get remote start. The vehicle is capable of all these things. What the fuck reality?
So I have a Toyota product. I needed to go to the dealership. They gave me a loaner. With the loaner, she's giving me instructions on how to start the car and all that. Honestly, it just was overwhelming and overstimulating. It wasn't just a regular norm for this 2025 situation. It had cameras in it. And I don't mean just in it like for your safety. It had cameras to where it's watching you drive to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to do. So if you touch your phone, the car's going to decelerate, do all this different stuff. And also, if it's tracking other cars, everything around you, so the car automatically decelerates, does this, does that. And that seemed interesting enough, but when I connected a device for the Bluetooth, it kept disconnecting every time I got in the car. And she was stating, oh, that's because it's based on subscription. And when she told me all the things that were a part of said subscription, mind you, the Toyota product that I'm talking about, they're about over $70K for the vehicle I was in. Brand new for what I'm looking at. So you're telling me what I paid for my car, right? My vehicle. And it's on the same with that. And you think I'm going to trade my car in, which still has buttons that I can press for my sensory self and feel and do all the things I need to do. And you think I'm going to trade it in for a car that's literally watching me when we're already in that kind of state of where you're being supervised or being watched all the time. And you think I want that. When I know for a fact a lot of these cars are autonomous and they're saying they're not, and they are. So in the event you don't want to drive your car somewhere and they're telling you to turn it in, that car will be able to literally turn itself in. It was about over a decade ago, I was in a Ford renting it. And the car, if I went over the speed limit, the car literally decelerated on its own. So I know for a fact these cars can drive themselves if they don't want you to go somewhere you won't. So you better be careful. If I were you, I would invest in these vintage cars from the 1950s.
Yo, we're in a Toyota.
Yeah, the used car market is going to be really booming in the next couple of years, that's for sure. Here's some creepy stuff.
Researchers just built a humanoid robot powered by actual human brain cells. It's called Metabot. Inside the robot's head is a transparent container with pink brain tissue. Real human neurons cultured in a laboratory and connected to the robot through microelectrode arrays. Those brain cells control the robot's movements and decisions. The neurons fire, the robot responds. It's biological computing instead of artificial intelligence. And it works better than traditional AI in some ways. These brain cells learn tasks faster, use significantly less energy than data centers. They've already tested it. The robot successfully navigates mazes using only its biological brain to make decisions. But here's where this gets deeply uncomfortable. These are human brain cells, growing, firing, processing information. Do they experience anything? Can they suffer? We're potentially creating conscious biological entities with no rights, no choice, no freedom, just programmed to serve, living slaves trapped in machines. China isn't asking these questions. They're racing ahead. And if these brain cells are aware on any level, we've crossed a line we can't uncross. The technology exists right now. It's not science fiction. It's happening in labs today. When we start powering robots with actual pieces of human biology, are we creating the future of sustainable AI, or are we building conscious slaves that can't escape? Chinese researchers just built a humanoid...
And where do you think this is going to go, folks? How much, like I said, how much longer do you think the world has? At this rate, when we're doing this kind of stuff, how much longer that the world had? When the Nephilim were being birthed forward and the earth was being corrupted, and man started to mess around with the genome and creation at that level, like, didn't last much longer after that. So how much longer do you think we have? I don't think we have that much time. Nano Banana Pro can generate fake receipts, KYC, or passports in just one prompt. Again, where does this lead? This is a fake passport. This is a fake receipt. It looks completely real in the picture. You're not going to be able to tell a single thing. Look at this. This is a fake ID, and it passes. Fake passport passes. This is fake. What do you think? What do you think is the reason for this? If you can't KYC anymore, right? If you take a picture and say, "Oh, I'm at this point," and you can just write that into the AI, and the AI can create a picture of you with a note saying what time it is and a fake ID holding a fake. If all that can be just faked, then we need a better system to identify people, don't we? We need some sort of blockchain system that is absolute. And we need you to log into the internet so we know exactly who it was so that we can prevent fraud. That's the point. That's the point with all this stuff. Here's some fallen angel technology.
The world's fastest switch, 7.2 terabytes per second. 9 of these go into that rack. Those 9 switches are connected by this miracle. This is the NVLink spine. 2 miles of cables, 5,000 cables structured, all coaxed, impedance matched, and it connects all 72 GPUs to all of the other 72 GPUs across this network called NVLink switch. 130 terabytes per second of bandwidth across the NVLink spine. So just put in perspective, the peak traffic of the entire internet, is 900 terabits per second. Divide that by 8. This moves more traffic than the entire internet. Every single GPU can talk to every other GPU at exactly the same time. This is the...
Why do you think they need this? It's not to help society, I can tell you that. Andrew Kaufman, MD, while people are distracted by the Epstein files, hundreds of drones are flying over the U.S. cities and hardly anyone is paying attention. Over 800 agencies, including the NYPD, the DEA, Customs and Border Protection, use Skydio drones. Federal military branches have spent over $10 million in the last 2 years. And here's the real kicker. They were tested in Gaza for reconnaissance and are now being used on American citizens. Skydio's drones are equipped with thermal imaging, 3D mapping, and AI-powered autonomous tracking, allowing them to operate without direct human control, even in GPS-denied environments. A Federal Aviation Administration rule changed in March 2024 removed key restrictions permitting drones to fly beyond the operator's line of sight and overcrowded streets. This is a warning for anyone who supports increased surveillance measures under the guise of public safety and better immigration policies. They will convince you that more drones, cameras, officers, and weapons are good until they are being used against you. They will convince you we need to give them more access to our lives to increase our safety, but more surveillance has not shown to increase safety at all. Stay alert, talk to your neighbors, and find out if your city is using these drones and how you can join together to try to get them removed. Well, you're not going to be able to get them removed because the Bible says that the beast is going to be worshipped. So just understand that these things are part of the situation. And eventually, once they really start cracking down, it probably would be a good idea to get out of the city to some degree if you can. If you can't, then let God handle that one. A Walmart customer is going viral after receiving an email asking them to rate a product they purchased with cash. I didn't have my phone or any electronics with me. How do they even know what I bought? I think I know.
How does Walmart know what I'm buying in cash? I got an email from them this afternoon that says, hey, can you rate this product that you purchased recently? And I did purchase that product recently from Walmart. I bought it in cash, right? I walked to the electronics section and bought a USB charging cable with cash and then walked out. And I know that the first, you've already started typing. It's the Walmart app on your phone, you moron. That is a fair assumption. I do not have the Walmart app on my phone. I have never had the Walmart app on my phone. And further, I did not have my phone with me on this trip. Here's how I know I didn't have my phone with me on this trip. I remember specifically, hey, how does Walmart know?
Let's see, is there a continuation?
Talking to the employee in the back of the electronics section and trying to explain specifically which USB connector I was looking for. And I couldn't explain it well. And so I tried to pull my phone out to show the gentleman what I was looking for, and I didn't have my phone on me. And so I had to continue my game of terrible charades and torture this poor guy until he finally was like, well, look, here's what we've got. And then I was able to find what I needed. But the point being, my phone was not on my person. I don't think I even had my headphones on my person. I didn't have any electronic devices on me. So how does Walmart know what I purchased in cash?
Surveillance state. Isn't that funny? So even cash isn't safe anymore. You are being watched. Let's see.
Is the first line in a lawsuit that was filed last month against the city of New York that provides new insight into its surveillance technology. Right now, I am being watched, and not just by an Elmo that vapes. I am being watched by the Domain Awareness System, or DOS. DOS is a powerful surveillance tool that was built for the NYPD by Microsoft and inspired by George Orwell's nightmares. What it does is it incorporates over a dozen surveillance technologies, including autonomous drones, K5 bots, and robot dogs.
The new NYPD DigiDog, bristling with cameras and microphones,
to create a digital profile of anyone who enters into or lives in New York City. Think about it like your own personal Indeed resume, except someone actually reads it. This profile includes one's identity, location, banking details, vehicle information, social media activities, and friend groups. I cannot imagine how big the server is if it can keep up with every polycule in Bushwick. It's not just that you're being watched, it's that you're being watched by cameras that are being made increasingly smarter with AI. They can track you through the city based off just the color of your clothing. Even when you're not on camera, it's able to infer where you are. It knows not only where you've been, but it's also able to predict where you're going. Quite honestly, DOS knows more about where I'm going with my life than I do. It also incorporates Clearview AI, which scans social media profiles and matches them with surveillance photos. Now, the NYPD says it doesn't have a contract with Clearview AI, but I interviewed one of the lawyers working on this case and found out the fun way that they are getting around that.
But they have the largest number of trial counts of any police department in the country, and we're actually making more searches than any other police department.
The old free trial hack, I know it well. Now what they'll do is they'll just have another department run their Clearview AI scans, like when they had the fire department run a scan to catch a pro-Palestinian protester using his prom photo. Not cool, fire department, you guys were supposed to be the good one. ICE has also been given DOS information. Not cool, ICE, you guys were already the bad ones. Now how else does the NYPD get your social media information? They will hire contractors to be your fake friends.
When you get that friend request from the person you don't recognize, sometimes that's going to be a surveillance company that's selling it to the NYPD.
Please tell me he's lying at Totally For Real Dua Lipa. We shared so much. Now who has access to this powerful technology? Every cop have this app on their phone.
Basically, surveillance state Google app.
Which is nice because it used to be if cops wanted to stalk their ex, they had to hide in bushes and stuff. Now, you've likely heard of DOS during the hunt for Luigi Mangione, and you might also remember Luigi Mangione was caught by a McDonald's employee in Pennsylvania and not by our $3 billion surveillance system. And that's because the effectiveness of this technology has not been really proven. We seem to be giving up a lot of civil liberties for stuff that isn't proven to work, and I think the city would honestly be better off probably just putting McDonald's employees on the tops of the buildings. I've also placed the full interview with Albert Kahn on my...
Yeah, and the whole Luigi Mangione thing was a psyop also. Let's see, we're not ready for this at all.
Hey, I'm NYPD, you hear me? Badge right here. What you doing is illegal. Sir, no, you back up. I got authority on this block, just like you think you do. You can't snatch people off the street without a warrant. We're conducting... And I'm telling you right now, it's against the law. I'm an officer of the law too, hermano. You put hands on anyone out here...
Yeah, so that video is not real. Has hundreds of thousands of views, thousands of likes, not real. There are videos on that page with millions of views that are the same kind of content, also not real. I mean, check this one out that has started circulating to other pages and stuff. Millions of views between the various places that these videos are going, and these videos are not real. Here's a marker on that first one that I shared that you can tell, like, there's like, what is that supposed to be Hebrew? Like, I don't know what kind of text that's supposed to be. It's clearly not English alphabet. So that's a marker that this was AI generated. The problem is, friend, those markers are not going to exist in a year, maybe. And what do we do then? Like, it's only a matter of time if we don't figure something out around this stuff before a war starts or an election is decided from a viral fake AI piece of content. Like, what do we do as a society if a video goes viral of, say, Senator Mark Kelly telling someone to assassinate the President Trump? What do we do? Like, if people say, no, this is clearly real, it's videotaped like a hidden camera or something, and people go off, people try to assassinate him and said, like, what do we do as a society? These are real life questions we have to answer, ideally before that happens, in terms of what regulations we need, what we need to do about this technology, disclosure requirements that social media has with very harsh permanent bans, perhaps even some form of digital ID that is required for the use of different social media platforms that identifies you as a real person, that is only your ID, something like a social security number. Our society isn't asking these questions. We're not ready, but we need to be. because these videos aren't real. But we seem to think they are. And that's going to be a problem.
Hey!
Meanwhile, the papacy is proclaiming that we need to regulate AI. We need to make sure these things are not breaking, human justice and things like that. So that's the moral authority that's going to come over these things, folks.
America, Europe, China, Japan, and every other major power, listen to this carefully, have all hit stage 4 at the same time. Never before in human history has this happened. The bond markets are shaking. The currencies are all volatile. Politicians are praying that no one notices the numbers, that they no longer add up. Stage 4 is not coming. We are now living inside the opening. Then comes stage 5. It's called the reset. But there is always a reset, always a new order that is born from the ashes of the old. And here's what makes this moment unprecedented. Rome collapsed by itself. France collapsed alone. Weimar collapsed by itself. Britain declined while America rose. It was always one country coming down and another country coming up. This time, all countries on both sides, the free world and the not so free world, there's no one rising. China is drowning in its local government debt. It's never going to say this, but it's a paper tiger. Europe is fractured and coming apart at the seams. Japan, demographic time bomb. America is politically frozen and insolvent fiscally. So for the very first time in world history, every major civilization has reached its peak of the debt cycle. This time, all at the same moment. No one's coming up. So what does that mean? Well, for the very first time in human history, it means when it arrives, it's not going to be regional. It will be global. It's not going to be slow. It'll be systemic. It'll be everywhere.
And so that's Glenn Beck, in case you were unaware, but he's talking about something that he is observing. And he's, I think he's spot on with what he's talking about here. But as a disclaimer, Glenn Beck is a Mormon. He believes that Jesus was created and that Jesus
Probably a Freemason too.
and Lucifer are brothers. And so that is something to consider when you listen to him. But with that in mind, I want you to recognize that what he is saying has a lot of truth to it. And so that's why I decided to play that clip for you, because he's saying that in the past, all nations have the nation has come down when another nation was rising. And so what is different about our time is that all nations have reached the debt ceiling and it's going to collapse altogether. And so if you go in and watch that clip, he'll say that it is unknown as to what the pattern has been before, because the pattern has been before where just another power arose. But now, since the entire world is involved in this, that makes this different.
And right now.
And what is the next thing that's coming? The next thing that's coming is a new world system, an image of the beast, that promises to save the world from this calamity, this self-destruction.
This news, if you've ever said that you support immigration, gender equality, or capitalism reform, congratulations, you might now be a warning sign for domestic terrorism, and I wish I were joking. So this is what happened and why I would consider it an alarm bell. A leaked memo from Attorney General Pam Bondi shows that the Trump administration is now instructing the DOJ and the FBI to build a list, essentially a watch list of organizations or people that may be labeled domestic terrorism threats. And the criteria isn't really based on what terrorism typically is, which is violence or even criminal behavior. It's based on political opinions. So specifically, the memo literally lists things like opposing Trump's immigration policies, supporting mass migration, which is this buzzword that this side is using right now, anti-capitalist views, or even showing hostility to traditional family or religious values, whatever the hell that means. So those are beliefs. Those are fully protected by the First Amendment. They are not crimes. Never mind domestic or any kind of terrorism. But the memo then tells agencies to refer those cases to the Joint Terrorism Task Force, the same unit which investigates actual domestic extremists. So what does this all mean? Essentially, it means that the federal government is starting to blur the line between actual violent extremism and political disagreement. And this is how every authoritarian slide begins. You create a list, you redefine dissent as dangerous or danger, and you give law enforcement permission to monitor people who disagree with those who are in power. So I do want to say there is a footnote that says that they can't investigate people solely for their beliefs, but historically, once the machinery is built, the footnote becomes a suggestion, and definitely not the safeguard that it's supposed to. So this memo doesn't arrest anyone today, it doesn't outlaw opinions tomorrow, but it does build the framework for political surveillance, and it normalizes the idea that criticizing the government could land you on a list, a dangerous list. And it sends a very clear message that we're watching. And if you care about democracy, which again, every time I make one of these videos, I'm really hoping people do, then this is definitely a part to pay attention to. I think it's important to try not panic, but paying attention is important. It's not something we should ignore or write off. So the moment people stop talking about things like this, that's when the slow slide becomes a big drop. And that's what we want to avoid. So if you want a breakdown of what your rights actually are and what the government legally can.
If you care about democracy, you'll realize that it's a charade and move on. TSA is sharing your info. Let's see.
This is something that you need to know because this affects everyone. So the TSA agents that you see at airport security are part of the Department of Homeland Security, and that is the same department that oversees ICE, the agency that carries out immigration arrests and deportations. So while this new data sharing may feel shocking, it's happening inside a system where these agencies already sit under the same roof. It's not entirely unsurprising. Big change is that under a previously undisclosed program, TSA has been sending airline passenger lists to ICE several times a week. That means that the names and flight details of people traveling through U.S. airports, including domestic flights, are being checked against ICE databases of people with deportation orders. So if and when ICE finds a match, agents can be sent to the airport to detain that person. And reporting has already documented people being arrested at the gate or after landing and then fast-tracked into deportation. So even if you are a citizen or a lawful resident, this does affect you. This is a system that was supposed to screen passengers for security risks that is now being repurposed as a bulk immigration enforcement tool where everyone who flies has their data run through government databases. So there are, of course, privacy and civil liberties experts that warn that normalizing this kind of routine passenger list sharing expands government surveillance and weakens expectations of privacy around travel. And it makes it easier to use your movements for purposes far beyond what most people think of as airport security. If you didn't catch, this is Big Brother. This is state surveillance. So if you're flying, it's worth knowing your rights. You can request records about your travel history from DHS and TSA through Privacy Act or FOIA requests to see what information is being stored about you. And if you or someone you know is stopped or detained at an airport, reaching out to an immigration attorney or legal aid group as quickly as possible is crucial. And remember, this change doesn't just impact immigrants. It touches anyone who flies and anyone who cares about privacy and transparency. So stay informed, stay engaged, ask questions, and follow for more easy breakdowns. So if you fly,
They don't want you flying. They don't want you driving. They want you just hanging out in the smart cities. That's all.
All the toxic chemical regulations that Trump has taken away over the past year. Part 1. Number 1, he took away the limits for PFAS in our drinking water. It also would have taken out lots of lead and other contaminants as well. Number 2, he doubled the amount of formaldehyde that would now be allowed in our consumer products. And formaldehyde causes cancer as well. Number 3, he took away the mandatory asbestos testing for your cosmetics. Number 4, he delayed PFAS contamination cleanup in and around military bases. This means that our veterans and their families are now at higher risk of getting cancer. It also means that all of us are at higher risk of getting cancer because they're never going to degrade on their own, and so it will eventually get into our water supply and air. Number 5, I believe the total is 5 PFAS, right, cancer-causing pesticides, are now allowed to be sprayed in unlimited amounts all over our food. Number 6, little to no food safety inspection on our imported food, which is around 15 to 20% of our entire food supply. Number 7, no mandated reporting on the amount of pesticides that are being sprayed on our food. In the past, farms had to tell you what pesticides they were spraying on their foods and in what amounts. Number 8, massive exemptions on companies reporting on what PFAS, again, cancer-causing toxic chemicals, they're actually using and dumping. So we would be able to keep track of like who is doing what. And now there's no mandated reporting. So we have no idea. Number 9, the EPA removed limits on the amounts of slaughterhouse waste that could be dumped into our drinking water. This is things like blood and feces. Here's a list of all the toxic.
Oh boy, again, how long can this go? How long can human greed go? It's self-destructive. It's not going to last that long.
Full AI hunting system, and it's already targeting 1.5 million people. First, there's Palantir's Immigration OS. It pulls data from the FBI, IRS, Social Security, DMV records, even traffic cameras all into one platform. The AI analyzes everything, detects patterns, and flags who to go after. ICE paid Palantir $30 million for it. Then there's the capture layer. According to 404 Media, ICE just paid a company called AI Solutions 87 to deploy AI bounty hunters. Their agents map your friends, family, and locations, then hand that to human contractors who verify your address through physical surveillance. One contractor recruited people on LinkedIn to stalk targets for $300. Palantir tells ICE who to target. AI Solutions 87 tells them where to find you. ICE just built a full AI hunt.
It's all coming together, folks. It's all coming together. It's all the same stuff.
You will now be able to delete your social media posts. From the end of 2025, every country must put in place trusted flaggers that can fast-track delete your content. A flagger is like a Karen who tells the government you were a bad person, but this time she is funded by your tax money. And do you want to know the crazy part? A flagger is, for example, Germany could soon decide what you in France is allowed to say.
When you go and look at the definition of illegal content in the Digital Services Act, which is Article 3, you see that illegal content is any content that goes against the EU law or against any law of any EU country.
The EU's Digital Services Act and Darth von der Leyen is building a cross-border network of trusted flaggers that can fast-track reports to social platforms. Once approved in one EU country, these groups gain EU-wide influence, meaning an organization in, for example, Denmark can trigger removals in any other member state.
This can lead not only to EU-wide takedowns, but also to worldwide takedowns, because we already have jurisprudence stating that once a content is deemed illegal, then it has to be deleted everywhere.
Those in favor of this say it speeds up action on illegal content, but critics warn it effectively exports one country's standards to another, proving once more the EU only knows how to manufacture and export bureaucracy. But what will really happen is that this will be used and abused by whoever is in charge, meaning this will censor anyone who critiques, let's say, immigration, certain religions, free speech, vaccines, or any other current topic which messes with their agenda and viewpoint. And if you speak up, you're fucked.
Today, the Commission has issued a fine of 120 million euro to X for breaching the Digital Services Act. This is the first ever fine under the DSA. X has indeed breached its transparency obligation under the DSA. Today's decision has nothing to do with content moderation. It's about transparency provisions for citizens here in the European Union.
In the first half of 2025, Europe blocked 41 million posts, meaning big censorship is coming to a town near you, and it will gradually shift who controls the boundaries of online speech and making you more racist by the day. The EU will now be able to delete your social media.
And of course, these things create the infrastructure too for the EU kingdom, which is one of the kingdoms that need to happen. Here we go.
Administration going to secretly bail out the AI industry. There's a huge bubble in AI right now where trillions of dollars are being invested in AI companies, but a lot of them aren't making any money or products of value. A lot of these companies are expected to fail. The investors are going to lose tons of money. Not to mention the fact that a lot of the investments in AI are circular and leveraged with debt, which presents the real risk that if some of these smaller companies fail, much larger companies will fall with them and crash the larger US economy. Now, in order to cover the investments in infrastructure that these AI companies have made, they'll need to make $2 trillion by 2030. But in 2024, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia combined made less than $2 trillion. Trump's AI and crypto czar David Sachs initially opposed the idea of an AI bailout, but he reversed his position 3 weeks later, saying we couldn't afford to let AI collapse. Now, making taxpayers bail out massive corporations for their inability to compete is political suicide. So the Trump administration is trying to sustain the AI industry with federal contracts. Yesterday, Pete Hegseth announced that every employee of the Pentagon would be trained on Google Gemini and would have to find ways to integrate this into their workflow. But what's interesting is that studies have shown that 95% of private companies have failed to integrate AI into their workflows. But that's the point. The federal contract is there to make up for the lack of genuine demand coming from the private market. The Trump administration also launched something called the Genesis mission, which calls for hiring American AI companies to build a massive government AI database to build AI models off of data that the government has collected on us. And this is really a double subsidy because not only are we paying AI companies to build a database we never asked for, we're also giving them access to what's being described as the world's largest goldmine of untapped data. Buying data is one of the biggest expenses for AI companies. So if we just open all the government databases so they don't have to buy data from private companies, that's obviously going to make these AI companies very, very rich. One of the reasons the Trump administration is so determined not to let AI fail is because the Trump family is personally invested in AI data centers and is building computer farms of their own. In 2008, they told us that the banks were too big to fail, that if the banks went under, there would be no one to foreclose on our houses or charge us 20% interest rates on our credit cards. So we, the taxpayer, bailed out the banks while the middle class got eviscerated and the banks got bigger than ever. Well, now that they're intertwining AI so deeply into the national security infrastructure, they're setting up the argument to say that AI is too critical to national security to fail. The executive order that announces the Genesis mission compares it to the Manhattan Project, the project to build the atomic bomb. And therefore,
which didn't ever exist, but
anyone that opposes the big tech takeover of our government will be accused of undermining national security. Is the Trump administration...
Oh, goodness. Just keeps going.
Here's what's happening. My partner and I got a new printer. It was an HP. It seemed fine. And I went to print like a packing label or something, and it just wouldn't print at all. And I couldn't, there's no message on my computer that was explaining it.
And the ink is completely full. I replaced it like last week. And the reason it's not printing says payment method needs updating.
Cannot print with the installed cartridge.
Next, this one's super fun. We've been waiting for this one. Volkswagen charging $16.50 a month, or euros or whatever, to unlock 20 horsepower on your car. You need that extra 20 horsepower that the car comes with, you have to pay $16.50 a month. So you know how your car has features that are already installed into it? Heated seats, we all love it. This one's fun. Imagine having to pay $15 a month in order to get your heated seats to actually work. That's pretty awesome.
And a quick word from George Soros, our wonderful sponsor.
To me, none of this stuff is about convenience. Having Apple CarPlay is nice and all, but having to pay for horsepower and all these different subscription-based services so I can have analytics, it's about conveniency? No, it's about us being dependent on the internet and Wi-Fi and all these app-based subscriptions. Then all of a sudden we can't get out of it. They want you to have permission for your own property.
This weekend I had to buy a new dishwasher because our old GE died. I bought a Bosch 500 series because that's what Consumer Reports recommended, and more importantly, I could find one in stock. After my dad and I got it installed, I went to run a rinse cycle only to find that, along with features like delayed start and eco mode, require an app. Not only that, to use the app, you have to connect your dishwasher to Wi-Fi.
They can go and change the terms for this whenever they want. Let's say tomorrow they say there's a policy that says, if you don't do this blah, blah, blah on the app that you downloaded for your dishwasher, we're going to stop letting you use it. Your dishwasher doesn't work anymore unless you connect to the app and pay for $10 a month. But anyway, that's not the real goal. The revenue is not the real goal. See, the heads of these companies and these corporations, they go and meet with the world leaders, and they're sitting down with them talking about smart cities, they're not stupid. This is not just, oh, this is a stupid feature. Don't call this stupid. This is coordinated. They're very smart. They want you to have smart systems in your refrigerator telling you when you can and cannot have meat inside of it because, well, we cannot cool it all the time. In other news, your social credit score will be boosted if you comment, share.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Everything's going to be a little tattletale on you, whether it's your fridge or whatever else.
Inflation. They're lying to you about Venezuela, and they're lying to you about their intentions with this economy. Inflation over the last 5 years is not 36%. It's closer to 52 to 60%. Home prices have doubled in some areas. Grocery carts, $350 to $400 a pop, even for places like Aldi and Redner's.
But hey, go home and have babies, right?
We are not in Venezuela to stop a drug epidemic. We're there for oil, specifically heavy oil. There's 3 different types, light, medium, and heavy. I'm not an oil expert, but we have heavy oil refineries in the south side of America, a lot of heavy oil refineries. But guess what? Over the decades, we've been finding less and less heavy oil, a lot of the light stuff. So what country has the most heavy oil in America or in the world that's accessible? Which 2 countries? Canada and Venezuela. I watch videos all the time about the economy being affordable. Meanwhile, prices are going up every single day on normal everyday items. Heck, I just bought a camera body that went up 15% from Nikon, and I looked up an article. It said right there, yeah, we had to raise 15% on our camera bodies because of tariffs. Here's what I think is happening. I think everything we're watching is for economic purposes. I think the money we're shifting off into Argentina, I think Venezuela, I think all of this has to do with the economy. And here's what I think is going to happen. I think Russia's right. I think we plan to weaken our dollar to the point where we have an excuse, get ourselves to a recessionary point, to the point where we have an excuse to make a seismic economic shift. Guess what? Nixon didn't just get to get us off the gold standard because everything was honky-dory. Things weren't great right then. We didn't go into Reaganomics because everything was fine and we needed a seismic shift. No, everything was bad, and that's why we needed the seismic shift. The Patriot Act didn't get passed right after 9/11 for a given reason, right? Right? They didn't call it the Patriot Act for no reason, right? Everything has a time and a place. And I think we're setting ourselves up for the Mar-a-Lago Accord. If you wanted to make a gigantic change to the economy, huge change, seismic change, what a change, beautiful. Would you have to be in a good economy or a bad economy to make that plausible? Because if you're in a good economy, isn't it hard to propose massive change? Isn't it much easier in a bad economy? Help me, I'm poor. I have a solution for you. Is a much more, likely conversation. And if we see a world where we walk into a recession in 2026, which I'm not saying that we are, but it would give credence to, blockchaining assets, blockchaining our currency. Heck, even the thought process of revaluing gold against the dollar has come up. We have the power to do that. We've done it before. We did it in 1933. We did it in 1944. We did it again in 1971, repealing it all. And ever since then, the dollar has been pegged to gold. And we could just revalue it, simultaneously weakening our dollar and giving us an asset that we already have. We have gold. We have lots of gold. We have lots of silver. And maybe a higher potentiality of being able to weaken it even more if it was on blockchain. This all sounded confusing, and I don't even know half of what I'm talking about right now because none of this has ever happened before. But if I wanted to suggest a seismic shift in the economy, we would have to be in a poor economy. And all I continually see is people being gaslit. People continually having a carrot on a stick in front of them. Like, oh, next quarter it'll be better. Oh, give it till next year. Oh, he's only 1 year in, guys. But he's the first person who was campaigning day 1 this would change. He was the first person on day 1 saying by quarter 2. His whole cabinet by quarter 2 is saying, hey, by quarter 4. Hey, by the way, we're in quarter 4. It stinks. We're seeing layoffs, we're seeing job losses, and now the data is not even here to support how good or bad it is, and we presume it's not getting any better. So here's what I'm thinking happens. What I'm thinking happens is we are purposely setting ourselves up for a place where the Mar-a-Lago Accord could come into place, where seismic money printing could come into place, where something large scale could happen that is going to assist the billionaires' asset accumulation and growth to keep happening. Sorry, my words aren't really flowing this morning, but that's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to set ourselves up against a wall, purposefully, into a corner, purposefully. And then we're going to come out and say, hey, to solve this, we could just blockchain everything, print a lot of money, and revalue gold, and problem solved. Meanwhile, that problem solved for the working class to give them a path toward the light is the banker's dream that is going to give them the delight of all their assets inflating upwards, increasing all their net worths. All I'm saying is this. Okay, if we look at the Great Depression, if we look at, how that got fixed in 1933, we look at post-World War II, we look at the 60s, we look at 1979, we look at, 1993, 2001, 2008, 2020. Anytime we see recession, the solution normally is in favor of the wealthy. The solution is normally never to simply fix the economy, make it more stable for the working class, but more so to give more ammunition to the top side of the classes to continue on. To keep the banks operating, to keep the corporations corporating, to keep the billionaires billioning. This seems like endgame version of this. This seems like 2030 will rent and be happy WEF version, to be quite honest with you. Because we're literally gaslighting an entire country to think we're going after drugs in this weird country over here near the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, we just want the oil. We want the heavy oil. Like, come on, this is obvious. Just say it. You know, it's obvious that we're already testing blockchaining assets in New York and New Jersey. It's obvious. It's going to happen. Yet nobody's coming out and giving us a dissertation from the cabinet saying, okay, here's what to expect. Here's what's going to happen. It's just going to happen. And you're not going to be ready for it. We're not going to know what's going on. We're not going to know what the name of the stable coin is, or if it's going to be Bitcoin, XRP, or if it's going to be something they just make up. It's going to be a central bank coin, which is the worst thing possible, by the way. That's not outlawed yet. I think we're purposely being sent into a world where the economy is struggling, and when the economy is struggling and people are begging for solutions, they'll present them, and those solutions will be accepted as gospel because that's our only option, and those gospel options are going to only support the billionaires to continue to make more billions. And the working class will make just enough to continue to be productive in a world where AI and automation's coming for it anyway. You don't got to do it too much longer, right? And the K-shaped economy is going to look more like a capital K. The bifurcated economy, the lizard tongue economy. It's going to split off, never to touch again. This is like Hunger Games level separation, guys. I'm not trying to be dramatic here. We're talking about people are going to be cut off from any form of wage earnings. Meanwhile, people are going to see 10x net worths. We're going to see the stock market going on. And that's going to be the excuse, by the way, that when that's happening and people are struggling, they're going to point to the stock market like they always do. They're going to point to profit margins from corporations like they always do. They're going to point to all of the things that benefit the net worths of wealthy individuals on the top side of the K, leaving the working class bottom side completely ostracized and out. They don't care about that. Just work harder. You could make it one day. We want oil. We want to keep printing money as we already started, and we're probably going to print more as soon as he gets his Fed Reserve chair place in March through May. That person's going to lower rates and more than likely print more money. Guess who that's going to benefit? I do think we're getting set up for a world where some type of Mar-a-Lago Accord, gold revaluation, blockchaining of everything. Because if everything was honky-dory, there'd be no reason to do those things. But those things are all in benefit of the upper class, all in benefit of the donors and Trump supporters and Trump himself and any politician. It's not just red or blue. It's all going after green. They just want us to argue with each other so, they can go buy everything else behind our backs. Get the neighbors to argue so they can buy the neighborhood, right? Blue versus red so they can chase green. It's just theorizing. It's just tinfoil hatting. But we're clearly not in Venezuela for drugs. We're clearly not succumb to our own inflation goal. We don't care about it. And I think eventually we're just going to forego it for the job market. And I think we're going to print lots and lots of money. And I think all of that is going to be setting up some new system. I don't know what that system is, but that system will be set up to sustain our debt path and fuel billionaire net worths. It'll be those two things. Nothing else. Or maybe I'm all wrong. Maybe it's 100% wrong. I don't know. Just riffing. Tinfoil hat time. I have no proof of anything I'm saying. I'm not an investor or I'm not a financial advisor. Do not make any investments based off anything I've said. I love you. I care about you. I'm going to go work out. They're lying to you about.
The Zachary Loft guy has some good financial analyses, and I think it's true. I think there is going to be a new system. I think there's going to be a massive inequality, and that's going to paint a very open picture for the Pope to step in with his Catholic social teaching and solve that problem. You have to remember that is the ultimate destination of all these things. Legalizing concentration camps.
Supreme Court legalize concentration camps, that's where we are right now. And one of the most dangerous cases is at the Supreme Court right now, and almost nobody is talking about it. A private prison company, Geo Group, is accused of forcing immigration detainees to work for little or no pay while they were locked up. Instead of defending its actions in courts, Geo is making a much bigger move. They're asking the Supreme Court to give them immunity or total legal protection because they were operating under a federal contract. So let me be very clear about what that would mean. If the court sides with Geo, private prison companies could argue they cannot be sued at all for people in their custody, even if those actions violate the Constitution. Cruel conditions, forced labor, medical neglect, abuse, their argument is simple. We were acting for the government, so you can't hold us accountable. And here's the real terrifying part, if that wasn't bad enough. This case isn't even about whether the forced labor happened yet, because it did. It's about whether GEO Group can freeze lawsuits indefinitely by claiming immunity before any evidence is even examined. Now, if that works, accountability obviously disappears. Private prisons would effectively operate in a legal gray zone where constitutional rights exist on paper, but enforcement becomes optional. And remember, these are not prisoners convicted of crimes. These are civil detainees, many awaiting hearings, many not even charged with anything at all. The Constitution doesn't vanish when profit enters the picture, but if SCOTUS sides with GEO Group, we create a system where incarceration for profit comes with legal insulation, and people behind bars lose their last line of defense. This isn't just about immigration. It's about whether anyone who cages human beings is still subject to the law. And once accountability is gone, well, history tells us exactly what comes next: the concentration camps. Will the
They first come for the homeless people, they come for the immigrants, all these people they can test all this technology on, and eventually they're going to test it on you once the culture is shaped.
Think healthcare is bad now? You are not ready for this. Starting January 1st, the Trump administration is launching a Medicare program where AI decides whether you get medical care or get denied. Not your doctor, not a specialist, a computer. And it's not a tiny test. It's rolling out in Arizona, Ohio, Oklahoma, New Jersey, Texas, and Washington. 6 states. A program running all the way through 2031. And here's the part that they're not advertising. This entire system is copied from private insurers, the same companies notorious for denying cancer treatments, denying surgeries, and telling patients the algorithm said no. NBC News exposed it. This program expands prior authorizations, the #1 reason patients get stuck waiting weeks for basic care. KFF confirmed the nightmare. The AI is literally designed to weed out care by denying more of it. They even gave it a crude name: Wiser. Wasteful and inappropriate service reduction. In other words, cut costs by cutting care. And we already know what AI denial systems look like. Doctors reviewing claims in 1.2 seconds, physicians warning AI is increasing denials, algorithms programmed to reject expensive care because patients eventually give up or die waiting. And now Medicare, a system for seniors, disabled Americans, cancer patients, want to use the same playbook. Doctors, researchers, lawmakers, they're all warning this could deny life-saving care and override doctor decisions. And the timing? Unbelievable. Dr. Oz literally said prior authorization erodes trust. Then the administration rolled out its biggest AI expansion ever. So which is it? Is it dangerous? Or is it your new gatekeeper? People aren't begging for AI. They're begging for a doctor who can treat them without fighting a machine. But instead, we're getting an algorithm standing between us and our healthcare. And if this does not piss you off, it should. If you think...
Hopefully, you're taking care of your body, your physical body. I know that it's dying, and ultimately, that's not what we put our hope in, but you should be employing healthy principles to take care of yourself, because being at the hands of these people and this broken medical system is a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
Months ago, I wrote an article about the Israeli cyber intelligence company called NSO Group that had a product called Pegasus. Pegasus was extremely powerful. It could get into your phone, run in the background, backlog your photos in search history and messages and texts and phone logs. It could watch you through your own camera. It could listen to you through your own microphone. It could bypass encryptions, bypass VPNs. It was just super, super powerful. So powerful that the United States government was like, no, we can't be using that here in the United States. It's a violation against people's rights, right? Just got done writing another article about the new Israeli intelligence company in town called Paragon. Paragon has a product that is called Graphite. Graphite is as powerful, if not more powerful, than Pegasus. It has been approved by the Trump administration for Department of Homeland Security and other law enforcement agencies to use. You might be like, oh, that's great. We can get bad guys off the streets. Well, what you don't understand is that these cyber weapons are not something that are fine-tuned scalpel. You can't pick and choose who you want to use it on. It is a dragnet. You're at a coffee shop just getting a coffee. They are collecting all of your data. This thing is getting backlogging all your photos and data and everything else. And they're like, oh, it's okay because it's in the name of national security. So a few months ago, I wrote an article about the Israeli cyber intelligence.
Oh, goodness, this thing was lagging, choking up. But anyway, yeah, what do you expect? Nothing new. And all of that Israeli intelligence is going to be reined in by Rome. That's the thing to remember. One more with was it Mozilla Firefox?
Hey, but Firefox is actually the latest villain, and there's likely nothing you can do about it. When every web browser is basically just Chrome in a different outfit, Firefox was a breath of fresh air because it was legitimately its own thing. Since nobody likes using Safari, it kind of became the default rebellious choice in the modern years. But they've ticked off nearly their entire user base in just a day. However, if we're being honest, this was inevitable. Firstly, Mozilla has a new CEO, and he highlighted the roadmap for the future, and it of course involves Firefox becoming an AI-first web browser. What's worse is that he said that they know that choice is important, so they'll give you ways to opt out after they roll this all out. And if you're shocked by that, let me explain why this was always going to happen. Because while the actual Firefox software is unbesmirched by Chrome's underlying code, Google's fingers penetrate deep into every orifice of Mozilla. They account for 80% of the entire revenue thanks to paying for Google to be the default search engine. And guess who makes an AI that they want everyone to use? Yeah, Google paying to get Gemini stuffed into the same crannies as their search engine is a guarantee when your entire company would collapse without them. And before you say you're switching to Brave, they're Chrome too. You thought they were safe, but Firefox...
Yep, everybody thinks they're clever with all these browsers, but they're all the same thing. I used to use Firefox because they had some interesting features, but I went back to Chrome because of the tab features, and it's all the same stuff in the end, man. Project 2025 tracker, we are at, count it, where are you? Come on now, why don't you work? There we go, 51%. 51%. That means we are over half officially of that agenda coming into fruition, and we are just 1 year in Trump's presidency. So isn't that interesting? Conclusion, there isn't much to say about these things anymore, to be quite honest with you. I think it's important to keep tabs on them and be very smart whenever you can be with technology so that you create as much friction as possible, that you're not, having all these new technologies like a car that's paying you, you have to pay a subscription to use it and everything. So yeah, it's important to do that. I don't think it's important for you to run it away into the woods. Obviously, if you have the skills to do that and you prefer to do that, then be my guest. But in the practical application for most people, we are in the world. We're not of the world, but we're in the world. So we're here, we're using these things as much as we can. We're trying to avoid overexposing ourselves, and we spread the truth until we can't anymore. And in the meantime, practicing all the things we can, staying healthy as well as practicing our relationship with God, that's what's important. Make sure you stay encouraged with all of the free encouragement material in the library. There's lots of narrations, devotionals, gratitude book, gratitude workbook, a lot of great resources. You can listen to the gratitude book free on the gratitude page. Make sure you're practicing keeping the Sabbath. Make sure you're practicing keeping the Sabbath. Have a mindful period of rest every seventh day, and that seventh day is Saturday. You don't have to call it Saturday. I just think of it as the Sabbath, but that's the seventh day. It's not legalism. It's not about Torah keeping. It's not about Hebrew roots keeping. It's not about Judaism. The Sabbath is a moral command. It was instituted thousands of years before Judaism, and it was reminded to the Israelites before Mount Sinai, which proves to you that the Sabbath is beyond the Judaic codes, the Levitical religion, but rather it's a moral principle, and it's God's will for humanity. So learn the truth. It's God's will for your life to enjoy physical rest and renewal on top of the spiritual rest that you get by being born again. And it's also a sign of faith and aligning with the pattern of the Creator. Very, very important topic to be edified on, because this is the discussion that's going to be at the end of time. And we are at the end of time. It's only going to get even more and more into the culture. So learn all of these things. Watch my presentations. If you have questions, get into the practice of practicing it now, because one day you will be forced. You will be forced to do it. Whether you believe what I'm saying or not, you will be forced, and you will have to make a choice. It's better to learn the truth now and practice than to get there at that fork in the road and be so shocked by it that you don't know what to do. So don't be stubborn. Don't call me a legalist. Don't be, angry. The Sabbath is a delight. There's nothing legalistic about it. You can be a legalist, but it's not about being a legalist. It's about having joy in God and dedicating one day out of the week to remembering the gospel physically, and creation physically, and also the eternal state physically, because that's part of the gospel. So make sure you're practicing these things, because the world will have to choose pretty soon. And until then, don't lose hope. Don't lose sight of that eternal prize on the horizon. And remember that God is always right there with you. We'll see you next time. Take care, and God bless.